for the West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2021-22 on realizing the sustainable development goals through higher education institutions for promoting industrialization, employment, peace, partnership, and prosperity. That means the SDGs set by United Nations number 8, 9, 16, and 17. Hosted by Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, through this virtual mode. I would like to welcome all the respected dignitaries, Honorable Vice Chancellors, and all other attendees of this very, very important gathering of all the Vice Chancellors in the West Zone of India. My friends, India is placed at the 120th rank in the Sustainable Development Report of 2021. Due to their unique position in the society, the HEIs have immense scope and potential to contribute towards achieving all the 17 SDGs and thereby accomplishing 2030 agenda. In the impact ranking of the Times Higher Education, which assesses the universities with reference to their contribution in realizing United Nations SDGs, only 2 public universities and 9 private universities could find a place. This compels us to think whether the Indian higher education institutions are responsible enough in their approach towards sustainability and delivering education. Most importantly, it makes us ponder why we are not able to tap the potential of HEIs in achieving SDGs. And this is the very important theme of this conference here today. My friends, United Nations, one place where world's nations can gather together, discuss about the common problems and find their shared solution, has extended their support to this conference. It is indeed our honor and privilege to welcome each one of you on behalf of Association of Indian Universities, which is one of the premier higher education institutions in India, established long back in 1925. It plays a vital role in shaping Indian higher education by being a research-based policy advice institution to the Government of India in the field of higher education, sports, and culture. One of the key activities of AIU is to convene a Vice Chancellors meet at zonal and national level to discuss various issues related to higher education. This West Zone Vice Chancellors meet is part of the similar initiative. My friends, it is indeed our honor and privilege on behalf of Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, to host this very important event of Association of Indian Universities today of this West Zone Vice Chancellors meet. My friends, as per the tradition of our country, let us begin this auspicious gathering, this auspicious day, with virtually lighting the lamp, because we all are in this, we are still not sure if we are out of this pandemic or not. So we are continuing in this virtual mode. So I request my technical team to relay and formally begin this conference by lighting the lamp virtually.
Kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampadah Shatru buddhi vinashaya Deepajyotir namostute Deepajyotir namostute Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampadah Shubham kurutvam kalyanam arogyam dhana sampadah.
Thank you very much indeed. It was a very, very beautiful beginning, I would say, of this very, very auspicious gathering. We can see many, many tall personalities present here today with us.
Recording in progress.
We have the Honorable President of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. G. Thiruvasagamji. Thank you very much, sir, for your august presence. Of course, it's very difficult for me to take names because I can see the attendance of 384 plus people in this digital gathering. So if this would have been an offline gathering, we would have seen a very, very beautiful gathering of people. So it is very difficult because every personality present here today is a person whom we can look up to and follow. My friends, let us begin this gathering with yet another important tradition. In India, we begin any auspicious gathering or any auspicious event with a prayer. But whenever we generally say word prayer, it is generally associated, unfortunately, with religions. My friends, today we would start this session with a very, very special prayer. A prayer that is a gift of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karadkar. And I'm happy to share with you that he has created, I would say, compiled this prayer, and it is handcrafted creation of revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karadkar. When you will listen to the words of this prayer very carefully, you will understand that this prayer does not talk about any caste, creed, religion, or any section of society. This prayer is purely a prayer made to Almighty for world peace. And this prayer is called or is known as World Peace Prayer. It has been a tradition of last 40 long years that every institution of MIT group starts its day with this prayer being played on every campus. So I would like to request all the honorable Vice Chancellors, all the members present in this very, very important gathering from all across various parts of the country to please join their hands, close their eyes, bring the image of their mother, father, their deity in front of their eyes, and wholeheartedly participate in World Peace Prayer. I request my technical team to kindly relay the World Peace Prayer.
Om Namo Jiyadya Veda Pratipadya Jaya Jaya Swasamvedya Atmarupa Devatuti Ganeshu Sakalartha Mati Prakashu Mane Nuruttidasu Avadhari Godi Gurur Brahma Gurur Vishnu Gurur Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate Om Shanti Shanti Shanti.
Thank you. And now let us begin this important session, the inaugural session of Association of Indian Universities West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2021-22. By watching a small film that will set a tone, that will make all of us understand about the theme of this meet, I request my technical team to kindly relay the theme film.
If knowledge is a path of freedom, education is the key of wisdom. The Association of Indian Universities, AIU, which was established in 1925, plays a vital role in shaping Indian higher education by being a research-based, policy-advised institution to the Government of India in the field of higher education, sports and culture. One of the key activities of the AIU is to convene the Vice Chancellors' meets. at zonal and national level to discuss various issues related to higher education. AIU has grouped the members of higher education institutes, HEIs, into 5 zones. Annually, AIU hosts 5 zonal meets and 1 national vice chancellor's meet. For the academic year 2021-22, MIT World Peace University has been honored to host the West Zone Vice Chancellor's Meet. The theme for this meet is realizing sustainable development goals through HEIs for promoting employment, peace partnership, and prosperity. The discussions will primarily address the role of HEIs in the perspective of their contribution to SDGs. Besides, there will be stock-taking of global progress towards achieving these goals, share knowledge, success stories, and good practices, identify particular areas of concern and main challenges, and suggest ways forward in terms of action points for HEIs, government, and other stakeholders. Action points for HEIs will be for all the 3 dimensions: teaching, research, and community development. Vice Chancellors of Indian universities, experts from the United Nations, line ministries and Government of India, apex bodies of higher education, and academia will be speakers and session chairs. Experts from the UN and other international organizations are invited. On the basis of deliberations, a commitment statement will be formed for the universities to further the cause of achieving the SDGs. Action plan will be prepared, which will cover various dimensions of realizing the Sustainable Development Goals through higher education institutes.
Thank you very much for that, Phil. And now is the time when I invite the Honorable Vice Chancellor of the host university, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Honorable Professor Dr. R.M. Chitnis, sir, to propose the welcome address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Gautam Bapat, sir. Good morning and namaskar from Pune. Honorable Chief Guest and the Education Minister of Maharashtra State, Shri Uday Samantji, Guest of Honor, Professor Anil Guptaji, President of AIU, Dr. G. Thiruvasagam, Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, Madam, respected Vice Chancellors and senior academicians representing different universities, and respected dignitaries from AIU, from AICTE New Delhi, from UGC New Delhi, NAC Bangalore, and ICAR. On behalf of Founder President of MIT Group of Institutions, Dr. Vishwanath Karad, sir, the Managing Trustee of MIRS MIT Group, and Executive President of MIT World Peace University, Honorable Rahul Karad, sir, the Board of Trustees of MIT Group, my fellow colleagues of MIT World Peace University, a warm welcome to all of you who have virtually gathered here for the West Zone AIU Vice Chancellors Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, it is indeed an honor and pride for all of us here at MIT World Peace University, Pune, to host this important conference for all such academic stalwarts of West Zone who have united here on a virtual platform. As all of you are aware, AIU plays a vital role in shaping Indian higher education by being a research-based policy advice institution to the Government of India in the field of higher education, sports, and culture. As you are aware, right now, we are talking about few very, very important words recently coined, such as digital technology, Internet of Things, big data analytics, and maybe transdisciplinary studies, multidisciplinary studies, even some areas in liberal arts. And I'm aware these are frequently discussed by all of us in the academic world. However, in the ambitions of those high technologies, we are somehow ignoring or maybe neglecting the most important aspect, which is sustainability. And all of us are aware that on the backdrop, United Nations intervened and created 17 Sustainable Development Goals. Dear colleagues, these goals are for 2015 to 30, and earlier we had Millennium Goals SDG from 2000 to 2015. Some of the goals are compressed and the total number of goals have been reduced. Out of these 17 goals, SDG 8, 9, 16 and 17 are ideally picked by AIU, and on this backdrop, it is really admirable and commendable that AIU Chairman and AIU Secretary General has taken up this initiative and created the theme for Zonal and National Conference of Vice Chancellors with the objective of realizing sustainable development goals through higher education institutes. Higher education institute meaning universities and colleges. MIT World Peace University, which is a very responsible institution, is committed for sustainable development. In many ways possible, we are doing different activities. A definitive step to share under guidance of Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, who is himself is a UNESCO chair for peace, democracy and human rights, and very vibrant leader Rahulji Karad sir. We have created air pollution monitor machine and the center on the campus itself. All of you are aware that air pollution monitor is going to be the buzzword in our particular sustainability studies. But we have not stopped at that. Further, on the campus, we have created solar energy panels. We have gone ahead and created different rainwater harvesting systems. And also, to promote zero emission, we have created electric vehicles made by our students, and we are promoting use of those cars on the campus. I'm sure these 4 SDG goals are directly connected to HEI, 8, 9, 16, and 17. And we will have a very detailed deliberations on these SDG goals, which will help us to create a sustainable development culture in our students in our next generation. Thereby, we can secure and protect our planet. With these words, let me thank you once again and welcome you for this particular AIU conference. And before I go ahead, may I request you to give a big round of applause to our chief guest and guest of honor. Thank you very much. Looking forward to meeting on the campus in the next conference. Jai Hind, Jai Bharat. Over to Professor Bapat, sir.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. And as you rightly said, we are really hoping that this horror of corona goes away really fast now, because we have the presence of all honorable vice chancellors here. So all these vice chancellors have been basically teachers, and they all know that for a teacher, not having students in front of his or her eyes, what is the kind of feeling? So I'm sure that the wish expressed by you comes to reality soon, and we all full-fledgedly start working in every corner of this country. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much. My friends, we have been talking about many issues which we are going to deliberate about Indian higher education here in this conference. It is said that education is the path towards nation building, but it is equally true that nation building cannot be achieved without taking politics into consideration. We have the presence of all honorable vice chancellors on this gathering. We all have School of Engineering, School of Medicine, School of Pharmacy, School of Management, Business. So all different sorts of schools and colleges we have here in our country. But here is a person who thought that why there cannot be a school that trains and creates future political leaders for this country. A person who not just saw the dream, but made it a reality almost a decade ago and created the very first kind of its school in India for political leadership, MIT School of Government. A school that creates future political leaders for this country and minimizes the gap of young Indians with the politics. We have the presence of Managing Trustee and Executive President of MIRS MIT and Executive President of MIT World Peace University, the Chief Initiator of MIT School of Government, as I mentioned, the very first school of India for creating future political leaders, and a person who gave birth to various platforms which are minimizing the gap of Indian youth with politics and many other important social initiatives like Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, National Teachers Congress, National Women's Parliament, World Health Parliament, and Sarpanch Sansad. It is my honor and privilege to welcome Sri Rahul V. Karar, and as I request him to kindly address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Bapat, for that introduction. Janani Janmabhumisha Swargadapi Gariyasi. On behalf of the bodies of trustees and our beloved founder, revered Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, all my staff, students, my Vice Chancellor, Dr. R.M. Chitnis, my Registrar Shri Uday Manji, the Honorable Minister of Education, Maharashtra. Thank you so much, Udayji, for your participation today. Today, I also wish to thank and welcome Thiruvasagam, who is the Vice Chancellor of MIT University. Sir, we haven't met before, but I'm glad that today you are here in this very important conference, which is very much under the aegis of Association of Indian Universities, the West Zone, very important conference. I'm glad that your office, as well as the Secretary General, Madam Pankaj Mittalji, you thought of giving us this opportunity to host this very prestigious, important West Zone conference under the aegis of our MIT World Peace University and various other constituent units of our group of institutions. I also would like to welcome the most respected and whom I really like the most, the country likes him so much, Padma Shri Anil Gupta Sahab, who is a great professor of innovation and who has given a great name for our country in the area of innovation, a professor from Ahmedabad, whom we know with his various such ideas, which is conveying the world about how this country can think about innovation. And definitely, thank you so much, Professor Anil Gupta Sahab. All other respected members, Vice Chancellor, academic leaders from different parts of the country, particularly the West Zone. And today this conference was supposed to happen very much in a physical mode. But with the efforts of my other team members and with the present COVID situation, pandemic, it was in the last minute, it was decided, Madam Pankaj and we had a conversation that let us have this meeting through online mode. And today we are conducting this meeting through online mode. Some important points my Vice Chancellor shared just now about the sustainable development issues, what this institution at MIT World Peace University we are trying to do. And I'm very, very glad that the AIU thought of this very theme of sustainable development and issues related through this very idea of United Nations about the sustainable development goals, which, it is a very, I must say, it is a great responsibility on the various institutions of Bharat and various institutions all over the world, that how do we really propel this sustainable development, this idea at the bottom pyramid of our global society. There are just 3-4 important points I want to share, my dear friends, that what I see, if we really want to achieve the very, this target given by various such bodies of education, what we want to achieve in next 10, 20 years down the line. I think through the human evolution, continuous journey is going on. But in front of Bharat in particularly, I have certain thoughts to share that what are the challenges in front of the higher education today, my dear friends, is the first thing I want to say here is a technology adoption. We are passing through this, the continuous development. And if you see this, the COVID situation right now, which very well compelled all of us to adopt a technology, in particular online education. And it is not just about online education, is not just technology, but there are so many other issues, I think, involved in the adoption of technology in higher education. I want to say that the generation gap, particularly the younger generation, is now coming up with their own ideas and the technological tools through which they are, adopting. I mean, they are building up so many ideas through this, the Google and so many other such, the tools. So we as a higher education community have to understand, my dear friends, that are we really coping up with the young generation? So here is one question. There are some questions and few solutions also I'm going to speak, my dear friends. Another issue I see is the governance issue, the higher education governance. I have a great fascination of the Western world in the last 10, 20 years with my little experience. I see that the Western world governance of higher education is something we have to learn, my dear friends. Many of our Indian diaspora already serving beautifully in United States, Australia, and some other parts of the world, Europe, and various other countries also. And they are doing so well. And whenever I get a chance to speak with some of the diaspora into academics, and when I asked some questions, I said, sir, why you left this country 20, 30 years before, or 10 years before, 15 years before? So they say that, and today what they have achieved in that part of the world, what would have happened if they would have stayed back here in this country? Whether they would have achieved that particular position in their academic field. So many of them, they say, yes, we would have gone to some level, but definitely not the level at which I'm working in United States or in Europe for that matter. So the answer here lies is, and they all, many of them, they said that, Mr. Karad, that it is about the governance, how the policies of any nation, they really propel all of us as academia. So AIU is a very important, powerful body in our country, existed so many years, and I want to appeal that we really need to think after technology adoption, how to minimize the gap between the students. The younger generation is thinking a little faster than we academia. That's what I feel. And that's how various such other companies like Upgrad and all such online companies and various such professional groups are, taking their journey to one direction. But I think we as a higher education institutions, we need to think about technology. The second part I said about the governance issue, as I said, that how do we create a great policy so that our academia, our educationists, our academic leaders, they feel like working in our country, they feel like contributing in much better environment. And third issue I want to share, my dear friends, is communication and promotion. I have seen that in the Western world, the professors, the academia, they carry themselves, so beautifully. And I have seen our own Indian people when they go abroad, why they become so successful. We, as I said in the second point of the governance. So again, this particular communication promotion, the agenda is so important. And many times I have seen our Indian academia, academic leaders, they are very shy to communicate to the world what they have done, what they have achieved. Even the articulation while engaging in the class, there are, when I say communication promotion, there are so many issues and facets are related to this very terminology. So we all have to really think that how our academia is, really conveying the message what we want to do. What really happens when the very Indians, when our Bharatiya people, when they go to Europe, what way they become different? And there are so many Indian origin people, they have decorated such an important position in US and Europe. There are some over 100 university presidents and the vice chancellors, or maybe more than that. They are today working in the developed economies like US and other countries. So we all have to really think on these lines, my dear friends, that how to really, achieve what we want to achieve. So here is my answer: that training to the trainers and our academic leaders, our educationists, our academic leaders, how do we develop a great centers? Already we have existing model in various IITs, IIMs, and in our system and in other system also. But I think we need to really think at a higher level. And so I'm proposing here that at the Government of India level also, can we have some dedicated 3, 4, 5 such institutions where we can give a very massive level training to our academic leaders so that we can really go faster in this, we can go very fast towards what we want to achieve. Lastly, I want to say that the World Peace Dome, the biggest vision, what our founder, I think he will speak in his speech. This conference was supposed to happen in this World Peace Dome, the biggest dome of the world, where we talk about unification of science and spirituality, a very unique vision our founder has laid for the not just for my institution, but for the country and the world. I think he will speak his mind. Madam Colonel Thiruvasagam ji, Madam Pankaj Mittal ji, I appeal that this conference we missed. We were very curious that some over 100 vice chancellors were supposed to come to this very prestigious World Peace Dome, which is a monumental work done in last 15 years. But nevertheless, I'm hoping that in 23 or 22, the future your national conferences of AIU, we are keen that the academia must come close and they must see this unique monument, what this institution, MIT World Peace University, has created here in the city of Pune. So we are very enthusiastic to host the future conferences also under AIU. And this is one point here I want to share. And lastly, 2-3 times I said Bharat, Bharat, Bharat. And this is the 75 years of independence of our country. And how to break the colonial mindset on this mission also, my institution, my student staff, my vice chancellor, we all are working here, my dear friends. Long back, you all recollect that Balasaheb Thackeray or many such other leaders, they said, let us change the name of Bombay to Mumbai, which is our own name. In a similar way, Madras to Chennai, Calcutta to Kolkata to Bangalore to Bengaluru, which are our original names, but in the British era, they ruled us. And with this now, the process now, can we think about how can we change the name of India? We in very much in our constitution, it is India as a Bharat, but it is seen that in urban areas and various leaders like us, we all talk about India, the Indian Ocean, Indian continent. So in a similar way, if we can start talking about Bharat, so we have written from our institution letters to all the lawmakers, the MLAs, and including the Prime Minister and everybody about this mission, that can we really start thinking after 75 years of independence, India to Bharat, and we all talk about Bharat. And then only, Anil Gupta ji, I want to say, if we have to be real innovators, all the time cut, copy, paste approach, we look at the West that they are great, they are superior, and we have some such always that inferior feeling, even the student community, even the youngsters or young generations. So at least after 5, 10, 15 years down the line, if we really have that pride that my name Rahul given by my family, my father, in a similar way, our own name, at least country's name, can we say, proclaim Bharat, Bharat, Bharat. So there are many things can be said. So thank you so much once again. So let us focus on technology, governance of universities, technology adoption, communication promotion. And to achieve this, I think the training centers for this, our country, we need many such training centers where we can train the trainers for the future nation building. Thank you so much once again for giving us the opportunity, AIU. And we meet again soon, Professor Thiruvasagam ji and Madam Pankaj Mittal ji. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sri Rahul Karatse. Thank you very much for your thoughts. And yes, indeed, as you rightly mentioned, today we have a presence here of Dr. Pankaj Mittal ji, who is the Secretary General of the Association of Indian Universities, and earlier she served as the founder Vice Chancellor of Bhagat Phool Singh Mahila Vishwavidyalaya. She has served in the University Grants Commission of India for over 3 decades in different capacities, including the post of Additional Secretary. She received Fulbright Nehru Scholarship Grant for Educational Administrators. She is the recipient of the several awards and honors, including the President of India Award in 2017 for digital initiatives in higher education. We We are really honored to have here, ma'am, and it is honor to share with you that she is also conferred upon the honoris causa from Karnataka State Women's University, Bijapur, and the first Padma Shri Subhashini Devi Award in 2018 from the Chief Minister of Haryana for her contributions in societal development and community engagement. Let's put our hands together and welcome with a round of applause the Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittalji.
Thank you very much for such a generous introduction. Honorable Minister for Higher and Technical Education, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Uday Samantji, Honorable President of AIU, Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagamji, Founder President of MIT Peace University, the legendary Dr. Vishwanath Kararji, who has established the world's largest peace dome, Vice President of AIU, Dr. Ranjan Dasji, Founder MIT School of Government and Bharatiya Chhatra Sansad, the dynamic Shri Rahul Kararji. I have met him so many times and I've always been impressed by his dynamism and the way he conducts the National Youth Parliaments. Professor Chitnis, Vice Chancellor of MIT World Peace University. Padma Shri Professor Anil Gopalji, who is the founder of Honeybee Network and Executive Vice Chair of National Innovation Foundation. Past presidents of AIU who are present here, distinguished chairpersons and speakers of technical sessions and representatives of apex bodies, esteemed vice chancellors who have visited, who are present here on this conference, ladies and gentlemen. I am really thankful to the MIT Peace University for organizing this conference, and in no conference I have seen a large gathering of 543 participants. Right now it is 543, 542 now. So such a large gathering can only be sustained and maintained and arranged by Dr. Rahul Kararji, Dr. Vishwanath Kararji and MIT Peace University. So welcome you all to the AIU West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet. The topic is realizing sustainable development goals through higher education institutions for promoting industrialization, employment, peace, partnership and prosperity in the world's largest, I mean, although we are not able to actually reach the world's peace dome, but they have created a virtual peace dome for all of you so that you can see what type of a dome has been created and it is waiting for you in future. So Rahulji surely will conduct at least one workshop or one conference of AIU in the Peace Dome because we really want to see it and we really want to showcase it to the world, I mean whole of the university community. So thanks to you. Regarding the topic, you all know that India is right now in 2021 report, it is at 120th rank in terms of achieving the sustainable development goals, as was mentioned by the Vice Chancellor, Professor Chitnis also, that there was an impact study done by Times Higher Education, in which only 19 universities figured. And in 19 also, only one university was in, say, top 100, that was Amrita University. Between 100 and 200, there were only two universities, JSS and Lovely Professional University. Between 200 and 400, there were 4, and then between 400 and 800, there were 12. So out of 1,000 universities, only 19 universities were figuring in the Times Higher Education World Impact Ranking, which tells that how much the sustainable development goals are achieved actually by these universities. So this compelled us to think that whether the Indian higher education institutions are responsible enough in their approach towards sustainability in delivering education. Most importantly, it made us ponder why we are not able to tap the potential of higher education institutions in achieving SDGs. So what we thought of was that we will have a full conference, I mean 6 conferences, one main conference which will consider all the 17 sustainable development goals, and 5 regional conferences only on one theme, that is realizing SDGs through HEIs, because we believe that the HEIs do not have their sort of, they then contribute in achieving all the sustainable development goals, all the 17 sustainable development goals, rather than only one, which is SDG 4, which relates to higher education, which relates to education. So all the 17 can be achieved. Therefore, we converted our main agenda or theme of this conference into 5. One was totally dedicated to education, that is the South Zone Conference. But then we divided 4 SDGs to each of the 4 partner universities who are holding these conferences. And the MIT Peace University was very aptly and handpicked for this particular theme because they are dealing with peace, they are dealing with partnership, they are dealing with industrialization, employment, prosperity. So thanks once again to MIT Peace University. As you all would be knowing that the last time the conferences were held in implementing NEP, like implementation strategy for NEP, and they were very, very wonderfully conducted conferences. In the end, we came up with a very good booklet, not booklet, book, full-fledged book, which gave for every recommendation that what is the implementation strategy to be followed for implementing the NEP, and that to the who are the actors responsible, what are the time frames, what is the performance indicator. So all that we did last year, and this year in the same manner we want to produce a complete report that how higher education institutions can contribute in realizing these sustainable development goals, what the universities can do on their own within their campuses, how much of research they can do, how much sort of third-party evaluation work or third-party research they can undertake, what the government can do for realizing SDGs. So all this will be discussed threadbare in these conferences so that we are able to give to the government a very, very comprehensive report on how our higher education institutions will contribute in realizing the SDGs. The last year was, of course, spent in COVID. We could not hold any conference online, any conference face-to-face. Most of the conferences were held online. But nevertheless, AIU did not stop working. We kept on working throughout the Corona period, and some of the initiatives, I'll tell details in the AIU business session, but some of the initiatives were that, like, for example, University News, which is a popular I shouldn't say magazine, but we used to call it a journal. It's a weekly journal of AIU and edited by Dr. Ramapani. So it didn't even stop for a week. So although you know that how difficult it is to maintain a weekly journal, but even in Corona time, we digitized it and we continued to sort of release the issues week by week after week. We released scholarly articles from eminent authors. We held several roundtables of vice chancellors. Online courses were held because we knew that our teachers were not apt with how to teach online effectively. So a QuedX platform was created with the help of Coursera. A survey was conducted on preparedness of higher education institutions for higher education, and many, many good publications were there. There was the Indian Higher Education Profile. There was a book on reimagining Indian universities. I'm sure all the vice chancellors have got a copy of this book. We had a COVID-19 response toolkit, so telling the universities that how to reopen after Corona, a step-by-step procedure of how to reopen after Corona, what all methodology should be adopted for the institutions. Then a report was published on eligible enrollment ratio, an innovation compendium was published. So many issues, whether it was sports or youth affairs or equivalence, we have done a lot of things. And then for the information of the vice chancellors, we have computerized the entire functioning of AIU. Now, if you want to apply for equivalence, you have to apply online. If you want to apply for any sports program, you have to apply online. If you want to apply for any youth affairs programs, it is online. And even the seniority of the vice chancellors is online, based on which we will be deciding that who will be the president and vice president next year. So all these functions are online. Even the payment gateway is online. So the request to all the vice chancellors would be that please fill in your details of your university in the AIU portal, because the AIU website is something which is being referred to our universities as well as foreign universities for any information they want on Indian higher education system. So if your university wants to have collaboration with foreign universities, it is very, very important that you fill up the information in AIU portal, because without that, the universities won't be able to know that what are your plus points, what are you good at, what are you wanting to do in your universities, and where you are seeking partnership with the foreign universities. So AIU collaboration portal, and then we are also establishing a Indian network for internationalization of higher education. That network is again important because we want that all our universities should do good in internationalization, not very, very few. You know that around 10 lakh students go every year outside for studying abroad. but only 46,000 come to India. So to bridge this gap, we need that every university should be very, very active in internationalization. Therefore, we are establishing a network for internationalization of higher education. And then again, this conference will be having 4 technical sessions. There'll be one session with the regulatory bodies in which the officers of UGC, AICT, NAC, and ICAR, they will be talking to you. They'll be telling you that what all good is happening in these institutions, what are the new schemes, what are the new rules, regulations. There'll be AIU business session where we'll be telling you what AIU has done, and we'll also seek your suggestions on what we should be doing in future. Because AIU is an association of now more than 865 universities. So we continuously seek your suggestions on what all we should be doing in future. So with these sessions, and then there'll be 4 technical sessions, like session 1 will be on contribution of higher education institutions towards promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions, which relates to SDG 16. For SDG 17, we'll be having second session, which will be contribution of higher education institutions in strengthening global partnership for sustainable development. Session 3, which will take care of SDG 8, will be on contribution of higher education institutions towards promoting productive employment, decent work, and sustainable economic growth. And 4th session will be on contribution of higher education institutions towards promoting sustainable industrialization, building resilient infrastructure, and fostering innovation. So through all these 4 sessions, we'll be answering many queries, and recommendations will be there, which will go to the government for implementation, and it will also be circulated to all the higher education institutions so that they can sort of implement the SDGs within their own institutions also. And for each session, we have one expert from United Nations, because it is SDGs. We have one expert from NITI Aayog. We have one expert from line ministry, whichever line ministry is dealing with that particular SDG. And then we have academicians. So we are trying to present to you a very comprehensive agenda and recommendations. So I request all the vice chancellors to participate actively in these conferences, and it will go a long way in implementing this. So I once again thank MIT World Peace University for hosting the conference, and wish you all the best for a very highly successful conference. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, madam. Indeed, thank you for setting the right tone for the conference and sharing with us the entire insight about the important objectives of this conference. Thank you very much, and I'm sure with everyone's guidance and everyone's participation, this would be a very successful conference. My friends, now we have with us basically this gathering, this entire conference is going to witness the presence of many tall personalities. Now we have with us a man with great vision and insight, an eminent educationist, a well-known teacher of repute, and an ambassador and torch-bearer of world peace, a pious man with a highly philosophical but analytical mind, a devout believer of the time-tested human values and proud of Indian ethos and culture. He has a staunch faith in the universal truth that all world religions are true and equal, as such convey the same message of true love, compassion for human welfare. My friends, we have with us today the UNESCO chair holder, the founder and chief patron of MINDS MIT Pune and president of MIT World Peace University, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad. Please welcome with a big round of applause, revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad, as I request him to propose his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
All the learned scholars, thinkers, philosophers, scientists, vice chancellors from various universities of this West Zone, and particularly the chief guest of today's function, Honorable Sri Uday Samantji, the President of AIU, Mr. Dr. Thuruvasagam, Honorable Professor Anil Guptaji, and the Secretary General of the AIU, Madam Pankaj Mittalji. It truly fills my heart with a sense of pride and pleasure when I stand before you to express my understanding and the views regarding this very mission which has been chosen by AIU for the realizing through the sustainable development goals and the responsibilities of the universities and the higher education institutions of this area to promote the industrialization, employment, the world peace, and the partnership and the prosperity of our country, the Mother India. Friends, it has been our understanding, and we do understand as the educationists what is our responsibility, what is our real mission, what we should choose and what way we should proceed. Friends, I can only say on this particularly the background or where and when we are passing through a very horrifying, chaotic stage, particularly on the background of this coronavirus and the COVID-19, what we talk about, and when the entire world is passing through a very, very typical situation, I like to just read out to you a small brief paragraph which I have been always talking to and trying to understand myself. What is my duty? My duty as a teacher, as a professor, or as a vice chancellor, whatever you may call it. Friends, I sincerely feel, and you know it very well, you are all very well aware also, friends, that the entire world today is passing through a tense and chaotic stage, even worse than what was experienced during the two world wars too. The present one is also a war between good and evil, sacrifice and greed, virtues and vices, tolerance and stubbornness, religious coexistence and fundamentalism, traditional time-tested values and quick gains, and ego and so on. The various issues involved are not only local, that is restricted to one's own country, but are global as well. The world is witnessing mind-boggling scientific and industrial developments like artificial intelligence, internet, IT, nanotechnology, journey to the outer space, and whatnot on the one hand, while on the other side, there is a total chaos, confusion, terrorism, bloodshed and massacre taking place in the name of caste, creed, race, religion, and trivial issues like boundaries of nations. Friends, it is most unfortunate that in spite of these amazing and wonderful developments, for all the possible enjoyments, material comforts, for leading a luxurious life, and for the welfare of the mankind, the family system, which is very vital for our survival, is on the rocks and certainly deteriorating rapidly because of the decline in mutual faith, affection, true love, loyalty, and trust, neglecting their religious duty towards each other, which is the very foundation of the ideal family system and even the education system too. The industrialized society should have developed and helped in preserving the human values apart from providing the materialistic gains and achieve sustainable development. This is the most important word which speaks a lot of the responsibility what we have. But friends, even though the present scientific innovations, discoveries and technological advancements and the promotion have converted this world of ours into a global village on the face of it, the hearts and minds have drifted far apart with deep valleys and barriers being created between man and man, one nation and the other, one religion and the other, and between different races, castes, and communities. Friends, I think I have spoken enough about this present situation, and especially on the background of this coronavirus or the COVID-19 pandemic, which has caused the whole world to get locked down, completely closed. All the churches, the temples, the mosques, even Makkah, Medina, getting completely locked down. Recently, it has taken a new shape a little bit. But we have been always trying to think through the education system that whether this coronavirus was a man-made one or the natural one is also a big issue. And this is a challenge for all of us, friends, as the Honorable Vice Chancellors and eminent educationists. You are all great thinkers, philosophers, even scientists. Now the question comes to my mind is, on the background of particularly the subject which has been chosen by the AIU, is very, very relevant because it uses that very word, the sustainability. A thought comes to my mind, the stage has come, and one of my friends, Dr. Vijay Bhatkar, who is a great computer scientist of the world, I have been discussing these issues with some of these people. And they said the time has come when there is a fear complex all over, which speaks about whether the humanity will have a chance or fortune to see the end of the 21st century is the word used. We should take the essence and philosophy behind what he has been speaking about. Friends, now the question is, when we have been discussing all these sustainable development goals, specifically, let me tell you, friends, I'm grateful to Madam Mittal, who gave a reference of the one of the very prestigious World Peace Dome. In the known human history, when the 54 statues of the great saints, scientists, and spiritual leaders, the philosophers of the world, which have been installed for the first time, and possibly it is conveying a certain message. Friends, let me very briefly and shortly tell you that this very dome about which the world is looking to it with a certain curiosity and trying to understand, appreciate, and experience. I'm saying the word experiencing the truth behind. We have nowadays a new dimension, which is spoken by the Dr. Penrose, the Schrodinger, Albert Einstein, and great scientists of the whole world. And they have been trying to advise this present generation of we people to all the vice chancellors and the educationists, eminent teachers, and reputed people in the field of education. They have used a very wonderful word, and they have been advising that the time has come when the world of educationists should start establishing the schools of consciousness and reality. This is a very different issue altogether which is being spoken. But friends, remember, this very word consciousness or reality has a deep-rooted meaning which ultimately leads us to a component of spirituality. As was said by the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda, in 1893, 11th September, you know it very well. I'm not advising you. You are very learned people. You know all these aspects, but I'm trying to repeat that these words of wisdom spoken by the great noble son of India, Swami Vivekananda, conveys a very great meaning to the promotion of the culture of peace in the world. दुनिया के लिए, सारे भारत के लिए नहीं. He's speaking about the entire world community as a whole, the well-being of the mankind, as he says. But he has given that very wonderful word which speaks the real pathway for all of us to follow. And when he says, friends, remember that in the future, union of science and religion / spirituality alone will bring harmony and peace to mankind. Ultimately, what is the duty of all universities and teachers like you and me? I, being a teacher of engineering, I do understand what is particle physics, what is Google, what is IT, what is artificial intelligence, and all these new modern words which have been trying to show the pathway and making it possible even to website what we are talking about. I don't know where one is sitting and where from we are addressing, but this very basic scientific truth behind has been spoken by these words. And they have been saying the words of consciousness and reality, which ultimately leads to at least to my understanding, whatever little I have studied, being a student of engineering, I had the understanding. And friends, before I forget, let me tell you this very mission which has been chosen by the World Peace University has been saying that from philosophers and Naneshwara to Albert Einstein. This is something very typical statement which I am making before you. How can I dare, somebody said, how can you dare to compare Einstein with the philosophers and Naneshwara? But friends, let me very honestly show you a small booklet here which speaks about the 9 universal secrets and the principles or the laws of human life enunciated by philosophers and Sri Naneshwara at the age of 16. The age is only 16, 16 साल की उम्र में 730 years back, 730 साल पहले की बात है। और उसी वक्त ये तुम्हारे भारत का दूसरा एक बड़ा सपूत, a great saint, a very scientifically oriented narrations has been given in this small booklet. Friends, this is not mine. I'm just trying to understand it. But let me tell you, friends, that this speaks the true meaning of what spirituality stands for. And when I said to you about Swami Vivekananda's mission, I'm repeating all these aspects. I'm not talking about industrial development, the promotion of the wealth and the property of the institution and the whole of India. I'm speaking a little bit different way to indicate to you what is my duty as a Vice Chancellor, as a teacher, as an educationist, and whatever I have learned and whatever has been depicted in this very dome itself, which is called as a spiritually oriented scientific laboratory है। ये laboratory सिर्फ dome नहीं है ये। And about this itself, this very word which I'm telling you just now, friends, the time has come for all of us to understand our mission and the goal, because the Swami Vivekananda has expected that time that India has a role to play to show the pathway, sustainable pathway, remember, pathway of peace, love and harmony to the entire world and entire mankind. And that is the duty of Mother India. The duty of Mother India is not only to develop the industries and the other technological advancements only, but friends, remember, along with this, we have a bigger duty to show the pathway on the background of this chaos, confusion, bloodshed, massacre, and even the coronavirus, which has caused the fear of death to the whole of the world. Let me tell you, all the Security Council members of the whole world community are hiding themselves behind, and nobody has been in a position to find out exactly what is the goal of education system. In MIT, this very dome and the other mission which we have chosen from the MIT World Peace University itself, let me tell you, friends, we have been trying to understand what is our duty, and for which I have been telling, and I have already tried to understand, that we have been education system is always laying more stress and more emphasis on the body and the brain aspect of the human life. I repeat, the body and the brain, the intellect. But the other aspect, which is the soul and the mind, is comparatively neglected. To my mind, hereafter, remember, friends, when any mechanism of the human life, of any smallest of the small insect, or to the human life, remember, friend, these 4 components are bound to be there. Body, the brain, the soul, and the mind. Unfortunately, I don't say that I know it very well or nobody knows it. This has been the common goal which needs to be improved and promoted. And let us not call it as a blind faith. ये आत्मा और मन की जो बात है, ये कोई अंधश्रद्धा नहीं भाई, ये तो जीवन का एक भाग है ना, उसका सस्टेनेबल सिस्टम का भाग है। इसलिए I have been having a feeling that we need to supplement this scientific and technological advancements, which you can call it the sustainable development goals in technology, industrial development, promoting the various aspects of the industrial world to promote the wealth and the rest of the developments for the human life. But remember, friends, the other aspect which we have to control and promote is the soul and the mind, because the mind plays a very crucial role in any of these aspects. And if you misuse this, then possibly the sustainability is not possible in that sense, the true sense. That's my personal feeling. And I can only say, friends, that now when we have been talking about this very aspect, I have a small suggestion. Whether it's Oxford or Cambridge or MIT Boston or Carnegie Mellon University, Stanford University, or the universities of India itself, we may have to come together again sometime and establish a global education managing council, which will try to make it understand what should be our content of promoting this very system which we are talking about, the sustainable development goals, through higher education, research, development, which I said to you initially about that very mission of what these Einstein and everybody has said, that they have said that again, going back to the consciousness and the ultimate reality, these are little different words altogether. But let me tell you, friends, it is now my duty, your duty, and everybody's duty that yes, we should, India, Mother India, has to know and understand and make the world understand that the society hereafter has to be a knowledge-based society. Jnanamayo, Vijnanamayo si baat hai. ज्ञानाधिष्ठित और विज्ञानाधिष्ठित एजुकेशन सिस्टम का डेवलपमेंट करना भी जरूरी है, ऐसा मेरा मानना है. And once you have an emphasis on this aspect, ज्ञान और विज्ञान का समन्वय, साइंस और स्पिरिचुअलिटी का कॉम्बिनेशन और अंडरस्टैंडिंग through this very dome which has come up, and I repeat again, spiritually oriented scientific laboratory. इसका चिंतन ऐसा है, ये दिशा दिखा सकता है दुनिया को. And when it has been said by the great noble son of India, Vivekananda, that yes, friends, remember, दुनिया को रास्ता दिखाना है सुख समाधान और शांति का, तो आपको यही रास्ते से चलना पड़ेगा. You have to understand all these aspects of all the sciences, the religious component, the spiritual component, and the philosophical component of life, and which may show us the pathway. That's my personal feeling, friends. I think I have spoken more than enough, but we may discuss and again meet sometime in person. And I will advise Mr. Rahul and his team, Chitnis and Milind Pandey and everybody, that we may have a chance to meet in person after this coronavirus epidemic is over. And we may have a discussion right in the spiritually oriented scientific laboratory, which may give a message to you, which may make it clear. You can have a dialogue directly with those statues standing there for the first time again, and possibly convey some essence and philosophy behind what education stands for. What is value-based universal education system which stands for. Thank you, friends. Thank you so much. I'm grateful to you, all of you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dr. Vishwanath Karaj, sir.
Professor Anil.
Indeed, a very, very enlightening words, and I'm sure your thoughts would show us path to everyone present here today. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much once again. My friends, now we have here today with us the special guest of honor, the professor of IMA and the founder of Honeybee Network, coordinator of SDGs, GIN, EVC, and NIF, and executive vice chair of National Innovation Foundation and visiting faculty of IIM Ahmedabad and IIT Mumbai. It is our honor and privilege to welcome Professor Anil Gupta ji. But before I request him to address the gathering, I would like to request my technical team to kindly relay a small film reel on life and work of Professor Anil Gupta ji.
Professor Anil K. Gupta is a visiting faculty, Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad. He was teaching there for 4 decades, and he was also associated with IIT Mumbai. He is a founder of the Honeybee Network, National Innovation Foundation, SRISTI, and GIAN. He facilitated Festival of Innovation and Entrepreneurship through nifindia.org, hosted by the Office of President of India at the President's House, and Festival for Innovation during 2015 to 2017. He pursues research on inclusive, frugal, and grassroots innovations, sustainable natural and institutional resource management, building global value chain to get the grassroots and youthful creativity its due. He also promotes originality and industrial, social, environmental connect among technology, engineering, and biotech students. We warmly welcome Professor Anil K. Gupta.
It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today, sir. Thank you. Thank you very much for joining this very important conference. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Good morning, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, President Chairperson of the All India Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Karad, Rahul, and very honorable learned Vice Chancellors. This is an extremely important subject that we're going to discuss today about how the higher education can promote the attainment of SDGs in a manner that we not only achieve them, but surpass the expectations that we have, not only from our students, but also from ourselves. And the first thing that I would like to bring to your kind attention is some matrices that we should follow. We should track in our effort to be inclusive, in our effort to be innovative, in our effort to be compassionate, in our effort to be collaborative and creative. The first indicator that I think will determine not only whether we achieve the SDGs, but also how we help others around the world take cues from our achievement. A society is developed if it is creating standards with which others compare their own achievement. So first index that I think we all need to pay attention is download to upload ratio. You will all agree that India is one of the largest consumer of global knowledge. But how much of the global knowledge, or how much of the knowledge that we produce, which globally is consumed? This is the question we should ask. We don't share what we do. We don't share assignments of our students. We don't share our research papers and research projects. We do not share our thoughts and ideas about critiquing various policies and programs and projects which we feel that we can do better or improve their performance. So the result is that we consume the ideas around the world, which we should, no doubt about it, but we should also share with others. The dream of being a leader cannot be fulfilled if we don't share. How will people follow us or critique our ideas? So that is first thing. So all students must be encouraged to share their projects, their ideas, their learning globally through the blog institute. It could be university blog, it could be student association blog, whatever we consider necessary. Second thing, and this issue emerged very eloquently during my classes at IMA, IITB, and also with ACSIR. I was teaching two courses, two rounds of PhD students, around 400 in one class and around 250 in another class from all CSIR labs. And the course was on meeting the unmet needs. So my second appeal will be that we ask every student to identify the unmet needs in their families, in their communities, in their neighborhood, and in the society at large. It is not necessary that every student who identifies the unmet need will also be able to fulfill it. That I understand. We should accept that. We should respect that. It is possible that I may be good in execution, somebody else is good in scouting, and somebody else is good in designing. So it is necessary that we create a portal of unmet social needs in each university around us, so that if not today, but at least tomorrow, there's a burden of responsibility on us that these needs have to be met. How can we achieve SDGs if the unmet needs of our society are not met? Now, these needs could be in different areas, and I will come to them one by one, but it is important that we create a process by which, let's say by 2022, Pankajji, we should have an inventory, and in all India, for 700 districts of our country, we should know in which block, in 650,000 villages, what are the problems that have remained unsolved? What are the pain points that have remained unaddressed? That is second suggestion I will make. The third is, and similarly linking with that, there are resources which are underutilized. There are resources which are utilized. And these resources will provide the spur for entrepreneurship, for generating jobs. In situ value addition. In situ value addition will have to become mantra of future. It is not, why tribals remain poor? Because they are only collecting raw materials. Where do these raw materials go? To the factories in the urban areas where value addition takes place. So they remain in the lowest part of the value chain, and therefore they remain poor. Very simple. So if we want to alleviate poverty, we will have to ensure that not only we improve the skills and avenues of improving value addition, but we also provide supply chains. We encourage our students to build those supply chains. No matter at what small scale we do that. I always believe, and that is the fourth point, that scale should not become enemy of sustainability. You know, many times people critique when a student or a young person comes out with an entrepreneurial idea or innovative idea. We say, what is the scaling up potential of this? Are we saying that a garden which has only one kind of flower is more aesthetically pleasant than a garden which has 100 kinds of flowers? There is a value in diversity. And this value in diversity implies that Gandhian dictum of decentralized entrepreneurship development will have to be the way forward. So those enterprises which are addressing local needs and may not scale up to a national or global level have a place in the economic development, in the socio-economic development. And we should not undermine those ideas, those enterprises, those initiatives of young people which may not scale up. Because for long, I'm not against scaling up. I think there are certain solutions which will have to be scaled up. But what do we scale up? The spirit of entrepreneurship, the spirit of experimentation, the spirit of innovation, or a particular idea, and that must happen everywhere else. Then we will lose the diversity. That means my idea will dominate everybody's idea, but others will not get a chance to express their own ideas and fulfill them. This is not a very humane society. That is not a very egalitarian society. That is not a very compassionate society. So we must allow a lot of flowers to bloom, 100 flowers to bloom, and that will happen when we do not let scale become enemy of sustainability. The fifth point that I would like to suggest is, how do we overcome exclusion? There are 6 kinds of exclusion that we all have noticed in our life, in our profession. First is this exclusion which takes place spatially, geographically. There are regions which have remained out of the purview of development. Remote areas, tribal regions, there are parts of Jammu Kashmir, Northeast, there's Central India, there are parts. In every state, there is a North and the South. In every university, there is a North and the South. There are students, for example, who come from local language tradition and may not be able to cope with the English language in the class. They are the South of our class. And how do we build their capacity? So how many remedials we run for our own students? That will be an internal matter, but spatial inclusion of the remote regions, the problems of the remote areas is first. Second is the social exclusion. We all know there is a huge aspirational gap which is being filled, which needs to be filled, and our society and our whole country is trying to bridge those gaps by providing more and more opportunities to different special interest groups, special need people. So social exclusion. Then sectoral exclusion. You will agree that in certain sectors, the rate of innovation, rate of technological change has remained very slow. One is, of course, handloom or khadi for that matter, or even the design of a stove. Millions of households in our country still use the practice of cooking food on firewood, a practice developed 10,000 years ago, when the human being must have discovered the fire and their use. So we have not been able to improve. And you know, combustion efficiency in a normal wood stove is about 14 to 15%. If you double it, the lady has to walk half the distance to collect the fire. You double it, 1/3 the distance. And of course, the pollution and the carbon and all the problem that we have discussed in the COP26. So it's very important that we overcome the spatial exclusion, we overcome the sectoral exclusion, we overcome the social exclusion, we also overcome the seasonal exclusion. That is the fourth exclusion. Sometime during the floods, a lot of regions of our country get excluded. Hailstorm, snow, some parts get excluded. How do we provide systems? How do we provide institutional arrangement? How do we study those problems so that the basic needs of those regions do not remain unmet? They get the best of the possibilities of education. Now, you know that 50% children, parents of 50% school children did not have a smartphone and access to internet. So during the COVID-19, they were excluded. They were excluded from the education completely. Now, how can we be at peace? Professor Karad mentioned that we should have peace. But peace within is necessary to have peace outside. I'm not at peace with the notion, with the realization that 50% children of our country, just a country which is a giant in IT industry, a country which is a leader in the internet availability, could not provide. And you know what we did? We honored some of these achievers globally. We got 2,500 ideas from 87 countries. And we gave HB and Kriya award to them globally. Vice Chairman of the Niti Aayog gave them recently. And one of the award was to Bala Jadhav from Maharashtra, assistant teacher in a government school. And he realized that many people have feature phone. Now, this is something that Education Secretary and Education Ministry can easily figure out. Many people, most people have feature phone if they don't have smartphone. Feature phone has a function of conference call. One conference call can get 10 children attached, can be connected. A teacher had to teach 40 children in his class. 4 conference calls, 10 each, 40 children could be reached. We gave him a global award because that was an inclusive. So when we want to talk about SDGs, we have to look at specific innovations that will help overcome the exclusion. Then comes the structure of governance and skill. These are the 2 other reasons because of which exclusion takes place. I have access to resources. I have assurance that if I develop some value-added product, I will be able to sell them. But I don't have skills to convert access into investment. And you know that there is a huge program in the country on skill development. But the diversity of skills that we are developing is very limited. Not everybody can be just becoming an IT worker or become, a stenographer or a typist or something like that. We need to bring variety of skills. So if our biotech labs, if our engineering faculty will generate new skill upgradation processes for our young people and the people who are excluded from the education or higher education, that would itself bring a lot of inclusiveness. So these 6 factors of exclusion we need to be overcome to achieve the SDG goals. Finally, I would say that there are 2 or 3 other things that we should do. One is the creation of knowledge public good. As I mentioned in the beginning, that try to monitor the ratio of to download to upload. We must also create public goods of knowledge. I'll give you some examples. We created a portal called as techpedia.in. Now, if I ask my dear colleague Vice Chancellor here, that if you were to find out one place, and Pankaj ji, isko dhyan dijiyega, one place where you can find what projects students have done, let's say in technology, where would you go? Because I don't want any student of my country to do what has been done before. And if a student has to be, unless he or she is original, they will not be innovative. They are not innovative. Our inclusive society will not become more sustainable. So how do I do that? So we created a portal called as techpedia.in. Techpedia.in has information of 200,000 engineering projects and biotech projects done by 550,000 students of higher education. 550,000 students. Now, if each university collaborates, and Pankaj ji, please, you can take over this platform. And if we make it obligatory that no student will pass out from the university unless and until he or she uploads the abstract, the title, the abstract, the keyword, name of the guide, name of the department, name of the university. What is the harm in sharing at least abstract of your work? Every student does projects. And these projects are meaningful. I mean, I have a great respect for what our young people do. But unless we share them, unless we upload them, there is no way that other students will come to know what has been done before. So they can add value to that. They can go beyond. These are like half-baked bricks, which if combined together will create a huge superstructure for our society of inclusive development. So this is one example. Another example I'll give you. 2 of my students in a class on IPR said, sir, on weekends we have time. Give us a challenge. So Zaigam Khan and Devika, I gave them a challenge. You know, there are a lot of patents in US which are abundant. People don't pay fees after 3.5, 6.5, 7.5, and 11.5 years. Make a database of abundant patents. First for US, then for India, and other China and other countries. Now we have a database called as techpedia.in/patent or gyan.org/patent.php, which has 0.9 million abundant US patents. Knowledge is a public good. US does not have. You cannot find the projects of Stanford and MIT at one place. In India, we will find projects of all the IITs and NITs. Similarly, abundant patents are a public resource. Anybody can use them now. The fees was not paid, they have become open access. Our entrepreneurs can use them, our scholars can use them, our scientists can use them. I am requesting everybody. And we have, of course, databases on farmers' innovations, on medicinal plants in 4 languages. Multimedia, multi-language databases we must create so that we can share our knowledge in languages that people understand, all Indian languages. We should try. We have not been able to do that. This is all we do from our own resources. So I would wish every university to take up some challenge. One area, maybe somebody takes ceramics and says, okay, we will put together all the knowledge of the society, of the communities, traditional knowledge, as well as the contemporary knowledge on ceramics around at one place. So that anybody who wants to set up an enterprise in ceramic would come to know what is being done where and how can they learn, from whom they can learn, where should they find an expert for a particular problem that they are facing in their furnaces or in their other problem. So every university, Pankajji, we should give a challenge. They should take up one dimension, one sector, one resource, one dimension of any subject and create a database. Somebody can say, okay, I'm a student, in our university, we are humanities in literature. So let us create a database of folk stories. Folk tales, we have a database of folk tales, we don't have a database. Our children are losing out in connecting with our cultural roots. This can be a powerful database. We can even audio record and create a database of stories that children will hear granny on the net. And we'll create job opportunities for even elderly people who can at least narrate good stories, and a database of stories can emerge. So what I'm trying to suggest is there is a huge need for us to be creative in using the power that we have in our hand, which are our students. We must challenge them. We must challenge them. I can tell you, even today, there is a lot of idealism, there is a lot of commitment, there is a lot of curiosity in our students. If we don't challenge them, the blame goes to us, not to them. A good artisan does not blame his tools. I will not blame my students if they have not been able to do something. It is in me that I am not asking them to rise to the occasion. So friends, circular economy is another issue. Every university should put on the wall, outside their wall, the budget of water. How much rain fell in the campus? How much of water was recycled? And I'm telling you honestly, in my own campus, this problem existed, that the water we use in the lawn for irrigating lawn is the same water that we use for drinking. This is unfair. This we cannot afford. We must use the recycled water for irrigating our lawns. How can we use drinking water for that purpose? So water budget of every university should be on the wall outside the campus so that anybody and everybody knows how much of treatment that we did of our wastewater, how much of recycling of the water we did, how much of the water budget we have, how much of reduction we did in our water budget, how many waterless urinals we made in our toilets. All these questions must be asked so that we become accountable. We teach our students authenticity. How do we teach authenticity without being practical ourselves? So friends, I'm sorry if I've taken more time, but I will request you all to kindly pay attention to the potential that our young people have. We don't have to do too much, and many of these ideas don't need money. They need time, they need motivation, they need a sense of belonging to the society and creating public goods, not just for India, but the whole world. We want to be a leader. Leaders are the ones who create public goods, and that's how they become leaders. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Professor Anil Gupta ji. Such an amazing speech. I'm sure everyone present here today, 573 people were listening to you, Gupta sir, and such great thoughts. I'm sure we all are delighted, and many of us, all of us, are inspired and motivated with your thoughts. Thank you very much. On behalf of Association of Indian Universities, I would like to thank you really from bottom of our heart for taking time out and guiding all of us here today. Thank you very much, sir. Now, it is indeed my honor and privilege to welcome the president of AIU and for his presidential address. But it is, before I do that, it is my indeed honor and privilege to introduce Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasadurji. He is the president of AIU and vice chancellor of Academy of Maritime Education and Training, AMET, deemed to be university. Earlier, he served as the vice chancellor of Madras University in Chennai and Bharatiya University in Coimbatore. In recognition of his academic contribution in the field of higher education, he was awarded with the Colombo Plan Fellowship by British Council, United Kingdom, in 1992, conferred with colonel status by the Tamil Nadu State NCC Battalion in year 2008, and adjudged as the best management leader by the International Business Management Council, Mumbai, in year 2016. He has held several notable positions and has received many awards, including the National Award for Social Service from then President of India, Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, and the Service Above Self Award by the Rotary International. It is really our good fortune of having Sir as the President of Association of Indian Universities. It is now time when I invite Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasayamji for his presidential address. Over to you, sir. Sir, you are on mute. You have to, if I may request you to please unmute yourself.
Thank you very much, Professor Gaudam, for the nice words of introducing me to the elegant audience. Namaskar, Pranam, Vanakkam to every one of you. Honorable Minister for Higher Education, Government of Maharashtra, Shri Uday Samet, who is the chief guest and going to deliver the inaugural address immediately after my presentation. Honorable Professor Dr. Vishwanath Garath, founder and president of MIT World Peace University. Dynamic, beloved and respected Secretary General of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. Most respected Managing Trustee of the University, Sri Rahul Garath. Honorable Vice Chancellor of the esteemed University, Professor Ravi Kumar Sidneys. Respected Sri Anil Gupta, the founder, Honeybee Network. Various officials of the MIT World Peace Universities. Dr. Ramabani Devi, the convener of the conference of AIU. Most importantly, ever respectable, honorable Vice Chancellors who are all participating, hundreds in numbers today. I would like to get a permission from every one of you to recite a couplet from Tirukkural. Tirukkural is a Tamil literature of 2000 years old. It has 1330 couplets. Now I have chosen a couplet very carefully after listening Professor Vishwanath Garath, Professor Anil Gupta, and of course Sri Rahul Garath as well, which will going to be a very suitable couplet on this occasion. Yes, I admire Professor Garath for many reasons. It's the first time I am seeing him virtually only, but listening him also first time. The speech what he has delivered, it's indeed thought-provoking. It need not be restricted only with this conference. The message should spread the entire India. That is my wish. I am requesting Dr. Pankaj Mittal, please include him as one of the key speakers in all our future zone conference as well. Certainly, I am very much confident that his information, his philosophy, his thought would be a great inspiration, not only to the educationists, but also to the policymakers and the younger friends of India as well. So what he has mentioned very specifically, education of today is very much limited with the body and brain. It should be extended to soul and mind, that every one of us should have this as a quote in our life as well. Likewise, Dr. Anil Gupta, he has very specifically mentioned about the present inclusive society, what we live, and what we need from the exclusion of various variables in the education sector as well. Sir, Professor Anil Gupta, you are very much eligible and a person to be invited to be taken to the students, just like how Dr. Abdul Kalam taught many things to the students. You are succeeding Abdul Kalam after listening to your speech. We need your presence in future also in all our conventions. Likewise, I got some vibration today after listening Sri Rahul Garath. Yes, energetic, young, and He is a good motivator, good speaker, and good educationist as well. How we have missed him, I don't know, in the AIU. Hopefully, we would like to have him as one of the major partners of the AIU as well, not only for this conference and future. Having heard every one of them, I have chosen a couplet from Tirukkural, which is very much suitable for this occasion. It goes like that. Allal arulal varku illai valivalangum mallamma ஞாலம் ஹரி. அருள் உள்ளம் படைத்தவன் உலகில் ஒரு காலம் துன்பத்தை அடைவதில்லை. உயிரினங்கள் உயிர் வாழும் இவ்வுலகே இதற்கு சான்றாகும். He who has a compassionate heart will never come to grief in this world. This is testified to by the world. This is the meaning for the couplet of Tirukkural as well. My dear friends, before starting my speech, I must get apology from every one of you, especially from the management of MIT World Peace University, for converting this physical conference into a virtual conference. Basically, I am the loser because, now I felt very bad. Why I have missed a chance to meet Professor Vishwanath Karath in person and listen not only during his speech but also other interaction. Moreover, I am very keen to get blessings also, who has created a very big monument in India which speaks a lot about peace, not only to the people of India but also to the entire world. Moreover, I must get excuse from especially Vice Chancellor. We might have lost many things, including finance and other preparations what you have made to invite all the Vice Chancellor in your campus. I feel very sorry about it, and I assure you, with the concurrence of our Secretary General Pankaj Mittal, we will make it in some other occasion as well in the near future, sir. Fine. My dear friends, and I must like to take this opportunity to register my appreciation to the founder of the university, Professor Vishwanath Karath, the managing trustee, Sri Rahul Karath, the Vice Chancellor, Professor Ravi Kumar, and the authorities of the university for their committed towards spreading message of importance of world peace through their academic, research and outreach programs, which are very much lacking in other higher education institutions, not only in India, globally as well. As a matter of fact, most of the universities, including my university where I am serving, offer value-added courses and programs as part of their curriculum just to impart a skill. Yes, and pretty well, it is also given as an option, not a compulsion, offering a value-added program. Whereas this World Peace University has the main vision of giving value education is the core program. I am certain that the products that come out from the university are not only graduates, but also ambassadors for peace and human values. At this juncture, I would like to recollect an incident which has been taken place at the Shantiniketan. You might have heard about Shantiniketan. Okay, Dr. Rabindranath Tagore invited Mahatma Ji to Shantiniketan to give a convocation address on one occasion. During the address, our Mahatma Gandhi Ji gave many informations, many thought, and many very good messages to the students, out of which I have chosen one as a quote. Please allow me to repeat the quote. The function of education institutions is not merely to send out technically skilled and professionally competent graduates, but it is their duty to produce in them the quality of compassion. The quality of compassion. My dear friends, I know pretty well there are representatives, there are officials from NAC, official from UGC, official from AICTE, official from Agriculture, Director of Council of Agriculture as well. See, we have almost 1,100 universities. It is rare to come across universities like World Peace University giving top priority in the curriculum, in the syllabus, in the methodology and in all kinds of evaluation as well, the importance of human value and the importance of peace as well. Whereas all other universities, we give much importance of making our own students only employable students and making them to be graduates waiting for employment. Now, I would like to tell the founder of this esteemed university, Dr. Vishwanath Garg, whether India has fulfilled the dream of Mahatma Gandhi or not. It's a question mark. Sir, G, you have fulfilled the dream of Mahatma Gandhi by fulfilling his quote, his definition for education institution in a better way. Thank you very much. Indeed, on behalf of the higher education system of India, I bow my head and congratulate you, sir. Dear participating Vice Chancellors, and it's a time to speak something about Association of Indian University as well. Of course, my colleague Dr. Pankaj Mittal, he has briefed in detail the history, the progress, the development, the focus, the theme, and the future plan about AIU. Even otherwise, I would like to share a few things about AIU for a few minutes only. As you are well aware that it is a 96-year-old organization, and only the organization meant for all the 847 member universities. Yes, this is the only platform available today for all the Vice Chancellors to represent any matters, to represent any grievances to the apex bodies and to the government as well. I am happy to share with you that I am the contract president of Association of Indian Universities. As narrated by Dr. Pankaj Mittal, we have many programs related to research, publication, youth affairs, sports, cultural activities, equivalents, conducting conferences, seminars like this, by which we are able to succeed in delivering many things to the higher education in general and to the universities in particular as well. I must thank the former presidents of the AIU and the members of the AIU, especially county members, for their earnest contribution for the development of Association of India University. After taking charge as the 100th president of AIU, I felt the need for going for a lot of reforms, and I felt a further need for extending support to the government, which is coming out with a lot of policies, especially National Education Policy 2020. Yes, AIU totally welcome the National Education Policy 2020. There is no second thought on it. But when it's a question of going through the reports, we Vice Chancellors find it difficult to take as it is the provisions of National Education Policy and take it forward for the implementation as well. After knowing certain observations of the Vice Chancellors, the AIU has constituted a committee for NEP 2020 implementation committee involving 7 Vice Chancellors of various parts of India, which is being headed by Dr. S.P. Tyagarajan, the former Vice Chancellor of University of Madras and the present Chancellor of Avinasilingam Com Science University. Likewise, there are observations, there are grievances about ranking, rating, and accreditation of the universities. But there are very, very known and unknown reasons by which universities are being not taken very correctly and appropriately, not given appropriate ranking. It is a grievance among the many Vice Chancellors. To overcome, to find out the reasons and to give recommendation to the apex bodies concerned, we have formed another committee, Rating, Ranking, Accreditation Committee, which is headed by Dr. P.P. Sharma, the Vice Chancellor of Amity University and former President of AIU as well. Likewise, Student Welfare Committee headed by Dr. Suranjan Das, our Vice President, Disability Welfare Committee headed by Dr. M.P. Pune, the Vice Chairman of AICTE, Consultancy, Innovation, Incubation, Entrepreneurship Committee headed by Dr. K.K. Agarwal, he is the Chairman of the National Board of Accreditation, and Vaila Division Committee headed by Dr. Ranbir Singh, who is the past President of AIU. So, my dear friends, we are expecting the report recommendations of all these committees within another 3 months. And these recommendations will be forwarded to the concerned ministry, concerned officials to get things done as well. For a kind information, we are very fortunate to have a very forward-looking Minister for Education, Government of India right now. We met Dr. Shri Pradhan, Dharmendra Pradhan, the last month, along with our General Secretary, Dr. Pankaj Mittal. He has shown much interest about what AIU is doing, and he is very happy about the AIU has constituted a committee to know about the grievances and feedback of the Vice Chancellors on NEP 2020. What he said, he said he is very interested to go through the recommendation report. That will be useful to him and the government as well. Such a way, our reports are going to be much useful to the government as well. My dear friends, and I don't want to take much time again on AIU, because you, Vice Chancellor, you can very well participate in a business session which is scheduled to be held tomorrow, in which all of you can take part and give your opinion about any aspect of higher education, including the functioning of AIU as well. I'm looking forward to see you tomorrow in the session of business session as well. Now come to the theme of the conference: realizing SDGs through higher education institutions for promoting industrialization, employment, peace, partnership, and prosperity. My dear participants, when we think about SDGs, most of the speakers of those days, even previous conference of our AIU and some of the conferences, they all give details about what government is doing, what are the programs government has, what government should do. I am requesting all the speakers who are invited as experts, please focus your attention exclusively for what higher education institutions can play a role on SDGs goals, SDG. That's most important. I'm happy about Dr. Vishwanath Karat and Dr. Anil Gupta. Both of them, they have focused especially how the higher education institutions can pay much attention in as far as national education policy implementation is concerned. Likewise, how we can give weightage for the implementation of sustainable development goals. Likewise, I would like to brief for another few minutes about how the education institutions can contribute to make the sustainable development goals very successful. Because we cannot just think and leave the matter only with the rulers of the country, only with the ministers, only with the prime minister, only with the policy making bodies. We have our own responsibility as educationists, as you know pretty well, all of us are leaders of the campuses of universities. Unless you think and act, no one can take forward those things to the younger generation of India. I'm confident on it. We Vice Chancellors, if we take these SDGs with the real spirit, we can succeed in our effort, and ultimately country is going to be the beneficiary and the community is going to be the larger beneficiary as well. The UNO Charter 2015, which came in 2015, world leaders at the UN unanimously adopted Transforming Our World, the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development, one of the most ambitious and important global agreement in recent history. The agenda, which came into effect on 1st January 2016, aims to set the world on a path towards a better future for all by 2030. At the heart of the agenda are the 17 Sustainable Development Goals, sometimes referred to as global goals, and their 169 targets. The SDGs are a set of priorities and aspirations to guide all countries in tackling the world's most pressing challenges, including ending poverty, hunger, protecting the planet from degradation, and addressing climate change, ensuring that all people can enjoy prosperous, healthy, and fulfilling lives, and fostering peaceful, just, and inclusive societies free from fear and violence. It is a bounden duty of the universities to think about how we can carry about the Charter of UNO. At this juncture, I would like to just reproduce the statement given by Jeffrey D. Judge, Director Sustainable Development of ENO. What he said, we can use the global network of universities, your university, my university, 1,000 and more universities around the world to be an active solutions network to help government, business, and civil society to sort out the pathways to successful sustainable development, and also to be incubator for the rapid development and rapid fusion of sustainable development technologies. Universities around the world should be in the lead of helping society to find the technical solution to achieve these goals. Yes, he has stressed that university can very well play a major role and take forward these sustainable development goals, and to a greater extent by which the society at large will be the beneficiaries. Now, I would like to brief about how universities can contribute to the SDGs. Adopting a comprehensive and globally accepted definition of a responsible and globally aware universities are increasingly rethinking their role in the 21st century and looking to be both more responsive to social needs and to become agents of change towards solving global challenges. For this, a whole of university approach is essential, and universities can use the following steps to start and deepen their engagement with the SDGs. They are, firstly, mapping what they are already doing. Secondly, building internal capacity and ownership of the SDGs. Thirdly, identifying priorities, opportunities, and gaps. Fourthly, integrating, implementing, embedding the SDGs within university strategies, policies, and plans. And fifthly, and lastly, monitoring, evaluating, and communicating their actions on SDGs as well. Due to time factor, I would like to just rush up, and I can sum up. To contribute to education for the SDGs, universities can integrate the SDGs and the principles of ESD. ESD, what I mean, education for sustainable development, into all undergraduate, graduate courses, as well as graduate research training. Provide training on the SDGs and ESD to all curriculum developers, course coordinators, and lecturers. Then offer executive education and capacity building courses for external stakeholders on the SDGs and the knowledge and skills needed to address them. Next, advocate for national and state education policies that support education for the SDGs. Lastly, engage students in the co-creation of learning environments and opportunities that support learning on the SDGs. To conclude, my dear friends, I should thank and appreciate Dr. Pankaj Mittal, the Secretary General AIU, and Dr. Rama Devi Bani, the convener of the conference, for having chosen very appropriate and renowned expert speakers from both academic and industry to present their views on the contribution of higher education institutions towards promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions, and strengthening global partnership, productive employment, industrialization, and fostering innovation by implementing 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I am confident that the outcome of the conference would be highly productive and contributive to take our country to a greater destination with the participation of higher education institutes of India. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. G. Thiruvasagam Ji. Indeed, a beautiful presidential address. Let's give him a big round of applause. I request my technical team as well. Such beautiful thoughts encompassing probably every aspect of higher education and underlining in his speech, I could definitely make out points underlining the importance of many factors that will lead our country in this future. Thank you very much, sir, for putting out all those important points in front of all these vice chancellors present here today. My friends, Dr. Pankaj Mittal also mentioned in her speech
no, our founder wants to say something. He is raising his hand.
Gautam,
yes, sir.
Can I make what Dr. Thiruvasagam spoke just now speaks about his purity of mind, purity of thought, and purity in each and every action of his life, possibly, for the wonderful words of wisdom which he spoke, not only for the Western region or India, the entire world community, promoting the culture of peace through value-based education has been his life mission. I would only advise Dr. Rahul and Chitnis and everybody, as his suggestion has been made, to get together and have a wonderful conference at the national level at the Philosophers and Jnaneshwara World Peace Dome and the World Peace Library sometime in the future, so that we can meet personally, discuss, deliberate, and think about what is the role of Mother India in promoting and championing the cause of culture of peace through appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality in our education system, as called as value-based education. Thank you, Doctor. Thank you so much. I am grateful to you. Wonderful words. Thank you so much.
It's my blessing, sir. I am very much blessed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, dear Professor Vishwanath Karad sir. Thank you very much, Thiruvasagamji. Indeed, a dialogue between two stalwarts and this platform is very much created and for the same. I'm really sure that in time to come, we will be able to host all of you at the Monument for World Peace, as rightly said by Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir. And I'm really happy to share with you, Honorable President Thiruvasagamji, that as you speak about the need that we all have to come together and ponder upon the things that we all must take up for nation building as well as the welfare of the entire world, I'm really happy to share with you, and I'm sure in due course of time, the Registrar of the University in his address will also talk about it. But this is the apt moment where I can quickly share with you that under the able leadership of our Executive President, Shri Rahul Karad sir, the university is planning to bring the professors of Indian diaspora in United States of America. There are 3,000 universities located in United States, and we all are aware that Indian diaspora is playing a very critical and key role in universities in United States. So there is a mission taken up by Shri Rahul Karad to bring all these professors together in the US, but I'm sure our registrar, Mr. Dr. Dave, would talk about it in his address. It's time when I move forward in this inaugural session, and it is now time when we unveil the very, very important publication of AIU, that is University News, which is a weekly journal of higher education brought out by the Association of Indian Universities. And my friends, it is the only journal catering to Indian higher education system for last 92 years. University News is popular for the richness of its content and clockwise regularity. This special issue of University News contains articles and reports on SDGs 8, 9, 16, and 17, written by Honorable Vice Chancellors and other eminent authors. I'm really happy to share with you that Dr. S. Ramadevi Paniji is the editor of this University News for last 22 years. So it is really commendable for the efforts that she has been taking for last 22 years in a row. I request my technical team to kindly digitally unveil the University News special issue of AIU. As President Thiruvasagamji rightly said, that it is we are missing all these excitement, we are missing all these moments which are really important for all of us. But nevertheless, soon we shall be able to join hands in the Monument of World Peace. My friends, it is now time when I would like to request all the respected panelists, those who are present here today, in this inaugural session for a beautiful group photograph. So I would like to request everyone to please put on their cameras and wear a beautiful smile so that my technical team can capture this picture perfect moment. Again, a very, very innovative and different way of taking a group photograph. Generally, if you would have seen many photographers running around in front of the stage for capturing the moment. But nevertheless, this is the new normal where in this innovative way we capture the beautiful photographs. I would like to request all the Honorable Vice Chancellors and everyone present here in the panelists to please put on their cameras and wear a beautiful smile so that our technical team can capture this very moment. It is indeed my honor to share with you that right now also we have more than 550 people attending this session. It is really beautiful to see the commitment of everyone towards the strengthening of higher education of India. Thank you very much everyone for that good photograph. My friends, as President Sir said in his speech, that Honorable Minister of Higher Education and Technical Education, Government of Maharashtra, the chief guest of this inaugural session, Shri Uday Samantji, was to speak at this moment. I'm really sorry to share with you that in the last week, he had undergone an unfortunate accident because of which he was under treatment. But in spite of undergoing accident, he said and he confirmed that he would be participating in this conference virtually. But unfortunately, today morning, he had the pain aggravated a lot and he had to be hospitalized. And as we speak right now, he's undergoing treatment. Many tests are being run and the diagnosis is underway. So unfortunately, but in spite, he is right now also undergoing treatment. He confirmed and he just communicated that the scanning is going on right now, but still he said that I will try if the tests are over and the inaugural session is still on. Last 2 minutes at least, he will try to join. So let us put our hands together and salute his commitment towards this entire cause. And in spite of being in pain and undergoing treatment, he is still willing to join the session. So let's wish him all the best and speedy recovery, and let's hope that last 2 minutes also will be able to have his presence. But we are really honored that on behalf of Government of Maharashtra, we have the presence of Directorate of Technical Education of the Maharashtra State, Mumbai, Dr. Abhay Vaghji. It is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today, sir. He is PhD in Electronics and Instrumentation and Master of Engineering in Power Electronics and is a gold medalist. Working in the field of technical education from the last 29 years in various capacities as teaching faculty, trainer, administrator, and policymaker. Experience of implementing several projects for technical education. Dr. Abhay Vagh is the recipient of the Scott Gold Award for Excellence for successfully implementing 10 projects in the state of Maharashtra based on good governance, awarded with E-Maharashtra honor for efforts in e-administration by Directorate of Information and Technology, Government of Maharashtra, awarded with Vigyan Nishtha Puraskar by Kanishri Pratishthan in 2007, and awarded Gaurav Patra for social contribution to society. He has published more than 35 research papers in international, national journals and conferences. On behalf of Government of Maharashtra, as deputed by the Honorable Minister, sir, we would like to welcome Dr. Abhay Vaghji. Please put your hands together and welcome Dr. Abhay Vagh as I request him to address the gathering. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Good morning, everyone. I am Dr. Abhay Vagh, Director of Technical Education, Government of Maharashtra. Actually, Honorable Minister was keen to attend this conclave today, but as you all know, because of certain unavoidable reason, he could not. And especially he shared his message to me. And he said that he'll be very happy to share his message one-to-one to you all so that he can convey what initiatives Government of Maharashtra is taking as far as SDGs alignment with NEP is concerned. And those initiatives I'll be definitely sharing with you all after his message. But initially, I will read his message as it is. The Honorable Minister says, good morning, everyone. The President of Association of Indian Universities, Dr. G. Thiruvasangam, Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Mr. Pankaj Mittalji, respected guest of honor, today, Dr. Vishwanath Karad sir, Shri Rahul Karad sir, VC, Dr. Ravi Kumar Chitnis of MIT World Peace University, all the Vice Chancellors and senior academicians representing universities from Western Zone, and the respected dignitaries who are attending this conclave, such apex bodies like UGCs, AICT, NBA, NAC. Thank you for inviting me here at this important conclave, where the Vice Chancellors of universities from Western Zone have gathered here. And I'm also happy that this particular organized function has been, this opportunity is given to Maharashtra. So as a minister, I'm very happy for this particular conclave, which is taking place here in MIT today. Association of Indian Universities plays a vital role in shaping Indian higher education by being a research-based policy advice institution to the Government of India in the field of higher education, sports, and culture. At the outset, I can say with a conviction that the Government of Maharashtra is
I think let's wait for a few moments. Probably this could be some technical glitch. This connectivity issue has also become so prominent in this digital world. And more than us, I'm sure you all would have witnessed our young students, those who are in schools, are also aware of these technical glitches, and even they are so okay with all these things. I'm sure you all must have seen young students of 2nd, 3rd, 4th grade attending classes online. I think he's back with us. Abhay sir, can you hear us? Yeah.
Yes, go ahead. Sorry, it was some disturbance there. Sorry.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
And for achieving that, the higher education sector has an important role. We will support that sector strongly. I'm really glad to note that AIU has based this conference on the theme of Sustainable Development Goals as notified by Union Nations. Out of such a 17 sustainable goals notified by UN, the role of higher education institution is especially important as far as 8, 9, 16, and 17, which mainly pertains to promoting the industrialization, employment, peace, partnership, and prosperity. We can see that all these 4 goals touch upon the primary and essential requirements of every citizen of our country. At the same time, we must ensure that these goals are achieved in a proper and a methodical way rather than a haphazard manner for the sake of completing them. And as the Minister of Higher and Technical Education, I can assure you that all our approaches will be very focused and systematic in consultation with senior academicians and national forums like AIU. I'm very sure that coming next 2 days, we'll see thought-provoking discussions among the teaching fraternity, who are all also handling the huge administrative responsibilities as vice chancellors and others. And the major points coming out as a result of those discussions will be put up by the National Forum of AIU, and they will be surely be taken for the due diligence and consideration. Even the state of Maharashtra will follow it. And definitely it will be taken by central government as well. I'm also very happy to see that this Western Zone Conference is being hosted by university in our Maharashtra state. Thank you all. This is all the, Honorable Minister wanted and the message as it is, I read in front of you. But taking a couple of minutes ahead to that, I'll just share 2-3 issues, because I will really initially congratulate AIU President and especially Karadji. I can really see today's conclave subject, and I will reword it as in a one line. If somebody asks me, I will really say the title should be "Leave No Behind." Nobody should be left behind. This is the, in a way, title of today's conference. So I really, a conclave, I really congratulate you all for setting up such a nice, wonderful title today. UN really, if we see, there are 5 parameters. I look towards these SDGs very differently. I see that there are 5 P's. We have a sustainable components, what we can see in UN, actually what UN has given us. And what are those 5 P's? Which has an ecosystem actually of 5 P's, which are really contributing different 17 SDGs, what we call it as. Those 5 P's, I name it as, one is people, prosperity, peace, planet, and partnership. If you see these 5 P's, you will find, yes, with these 5 P's, SDGs have 4 sectors in which we will have to achieve our goals. Those 4 sectors are actually social goals, economic goals, environmental goals, and goals related to peace, justice, and really partnerships toward the society. If you link up these 4 sectors, and that is what will come on this 1 to 17 numbers, especially, wherein 8, 9, 16, 17 SDGs you have picked up today for these discussions. Those are really wonderful 4 issues that I can highlight in context with today's NEP. I'm really happy to share you that Government of Maharashtra has taken a major initiative when a cabinet has cleared up the NEP at central level. Government of Maharashtra was rather a front runner, you can say, wherein Government of Maharashtra has taken an initiative that they have established and set up a task force under the chairmanship of Dr. Raghunathji Mashelkar sir, wherein, we all know him as a senior scientist. And the member secretary of that task force was myself, that is, I'm Dr. Abhay Bagh, Director of Technical Education. There were some VCs are there in that task force, some educational experts are there, industrialists are there, and some 17, 18 people task force has been set up by Government of Maharashtra. And I'm very, very happy today to share you that we have submitted our detailed report how to go about what is the roadmap ahead as far as NEP implementation is concerned. What Maharashtra and how Maharashtra is looking towards this NEP, and what are our says that we have given in a 70-page report to the Government of Maharashtra. We have already, Honorable Mashelkar sir and myself has submitted the whole report to Government of Maharashtra. Honorable CM, we have presented the case in the form of presentation, and Honorable CM was also very happy to take it ahead as far as implementation roadmap ahead for Maharashtra is concerned. Just to share, just take a couple of minutes to share what are there, what recommendations we all have given. We have deliberated and examined the whole education process from a scratch till today. And we have divided the whole document of NEP in certain 9 parts as such. We can call it as subcommittees. We made certain subcommittees under our 17 or 18 persons in the task force. And those 9 subcommittees were, one very important issue we have discussed. First was restructuring of whole education system. Then the curriculum part. Third one was the training of teachers. Fourth one was the governance. Fifth one was digital education. Sixth was professional and vocational education system with research components. Seventh was equity and inclusion. Eighth was languages and arts, and final was finance, of course, the resources part. So these 9 subcommittees have submitted their report to main task force committee. We all deliberated again several times, and we have come up with a certain recommendations to the Government of Maharashtra. I'll be happy to share up just a couple of them. The recommendations has been made especially in 3 parts. Recommendation with an immediate effect, with a minimum resources required, because low-hanging fruits we will have to see immediately. And Government of Maharashtra, I'm happy to share that really we are doing something which is already given in a NEP roadmap. We are already doing it. So those are the minimum resource requirement and immediate effect we can start. Those we have taken. Second, we have taken the medium-term resources wherein we will be requiring, and final will be a last long-term goals will be required. Recommendations as far as are concerned, there are 18 recommendations we have done. First of all, we can say a minimum resource required wherein implementation can be done immediately. For example, a prospective plan and a roadmap transition can be done immediately. We have already started with that. automatic invitation-based university status to the large groups. There are certain large groups like MIT has already converted into universities, but there are certain the institutions we have in Maharashtra, like we have in Nagar also, we have in Nasik also, we have in Satara also. So those all can be converted in a larger group of universities as it is. Then third recommendation was postdoctoral programs. Many of the universities still don't have the postdoctoral programs in an innovative way, in a research way, that we have recommended. Maharashtra State Responsible Research and Innovation Council has to be functioned. HRDCs of the university has to be realigned. The high power committee has to be assisted for all these purposes of the external team and the agencies. Enable the digital adjunct faculty because of COVID. This is very important recommendation we people have given. Research and innovation boards has to be created everywhere in HEIs. Equal opportunity office has to be given to every HEIs. More funds to be provided for full cost scholarships and free ships, especially for SDGs. And that is what I told you today initially, that yes, we have linked up our NEP with these 17 SDGs what UN has given us. NTA, National Testing Agency, commonly test has to be applied if so. And then Marathi translation, massively Marathi translation has to be done digital in a translation mission. I'm happy to share that Government of Maharashtra has started Polytechnic this time, first time in a Marathi medium. We have started already, and we got a really huge response this time that out of 350 polytechnics in the state of Maharashtra, 181 institutions have selected the Marathi transition, a Marathi translation role as far as this bullet is concerned. A white paper for the finances of universities, self-binding commitments to the HEIs, PPP model, capacity buildings, enabling provisions. All these are the recommendations we have done as far as 18 recommendations are concerned, which are easy to work, and right from today we are working with it. Already we are some of them, we have completed them. The second important B part was the recommendation immediately, which we have done. After that, we will be going for the medium-term recommendation, wherein little resources are required from the Government of Maharashtra as well as Government of India, wherein we have made a prepare reclassification of HEIs. And the legislative framework has to be changed. So we will have to work from the legislative assembly sessions, and some restructuring has to be done. Definitely, the fixed tenures of the governing authorities, we will have to fix up. Dual degree mode operation, we will have to start in a really immediate fashion mode. Academic bank credit system, as we talk about, and NEP is talking about, we all know that ABC, that is academic bank credits, that we are working, every university is working, even in Maharashtra. Choice-based credit systems, teaching tenure track reforms. For the reforms, I'm really happy to share you the initiative that Government of Maharashtra has really established a wonderful institution only for higher and technical education teachers, to train the teachers in an innovative way, that too in an online fashion as well as offline fashion. This particular, a whole building and infrastructure we have formulated, established in Pune, and very soon, within a couple of weeks, we'll be inaugurating this particular institution with honorable hands of our Chief Minister and Honorable Minister Udayji Samant. Definitely, I'm happy to share with you that the model of this faculty training you can say faculty training institution is totally PPP based, when in industries will be supporting us a lot. We have signed MOU also with Infosys, so that all the companies will be joining their hands, and we will be training the teacher continuously throughout his path of academics. And these are the recommendations. And finally, I will sum up with the C part of the recommendations, which we have given us, said to be a long-term recommendations, which will take some major funds, and efforts are required for that particular recommendation. Of course, wherein a multidisciplinary approach, that what we are talking all, but really in a sense of that, to connect SDGs has to be seen in a very different way, because not only a contributing, having a disciplinary, but having the credits across all over the globe will give a picture of multidisciplinary HEIs. What we want to see, that every HEI should have this multidisciplinary approach in Maharashtra. Jurisdictions, the restrictions as far as state are concerned, we are re-looking towards that, what we can do better as far as regulations are concerned. We will have to have a flexible framework for personalized learning of the students, as wherein we are talking about the center of excellences of teaching and learnings. And finally, we create MEET, that is Maharashtra Education Alliance for Technology. This is what we are recommending as far as HEIs and the final goal are concerned. Dear friends, as time period is really less, I have to also rush, but I'm very sure that Honorable Minister has given a message, and I am happy to share from my side what Government of Maharashtra has taken initiatives, that these really SDGs, how we can align for a wonderful NEP roadmap. Then and then we can say, yes, the purpose of forming SDGs of UN, that is leave no one behind. So we will have to take everybody with us, and this is the right way of taking us. I'm thankful to all the organizers for giving me the opportunity, especially AIU and the Karad sir, for this occasion and this conclave. Thank you very much. Namaste.
Thank you very much, Dr. Thank you very much, and let me share with you, sir. You represented the government of Maharashtra, and last minute you had to take over. But let me share with you from bottom of my heart, the thoughts were so pure and impromptu that we did not even feel for a moment that suddenly you are coming and speaking. But because all the dots were properly connected and everything, the vision that we all should have, you cited really very well. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for taking time out and being here with us today. Thank you very much. We'll still keep hoping that Honorable Minister sir would be able to join us. Well, hope should always be there. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Hope for the best. Thank you all.
My friends, it's time when I invite the Registrar of MIT World Peace University for concluding address and vote of thanks. But please note that we are immediately continuing with the next important session immediately after concluding remarks and vote of thanks, which is the interface with the officers from Apex body, the very important session in which we are going to have Dr. Devendra Kauriji, Deputy Advisor to NAC, the DDG of ICAR, Dr. R.C. Agarwalji, the Director of FDP of AICT, Colonel P. Venkatji, and the session would be presided over as the Chairman by the Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Pankaj Mittal ma'am. So we will start with that session right away, but before that, I would like to invite the Registrar of MIT World Peace University, Dr. Prashant Deveji. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Professor Bapat. As rightly mentioned a while ago, you just mentioned, and with the permission of the chair, I, on behalf of MIT World Peace University, wish to announce that the Indian Embassy in USA and MIT World Peace University is jointly organizing India-US Summit for Higher Education, a conference to unite Indian diaspora, working across 3,000 plus institutions of higher education in Washington, D.C. on 11th and 12th April 2022. This will be hosted in hybrid mode, but however, we expect more than 200 senior academicians, vice chancellors, and officials from regulatory bodies to join us in person at Washington, D.C., USA. Moving ahead, I take this opportunity to extend a formal vote of thanks to all. Once again, greetings to one and all present for the West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 2021-22, organized by Association of Indian Universities and hosted by Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Pune. It's indeed a momentous juncture where we are discussing the importance of realizing the sustainable development goals through higher education institutions. And as rightly said by Malcolm X, education is our passport to future. Tomorrow belongs to the people who prepare for it today. I would also like to quote Pope John the 23rd here today, and I quote, "Consult not your fears, but your hopes and your dream. Think not about your frustration, but about your unfulfilled potential. Concern yourself not with what you tried and failed in, but with what it is still possible for you to do. I take this opportunity to thank all AIU officials led by Secretary General Dr. Pankaj Mittal Madam and President Colonel Dr. G. Thiruvasagam Sir for conceptualizing a very important and relevant theme of realizing SDGs through higher education institutions. Thank you, Pankaj ma'am. Thank you, Thiruvasagam Sir. Equivocally, I extend my gratitude to Founder President of MIT World Peace University, Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath Karad Sir, and Executive President Shri Rahul Karad Sir for furthering the cause of peace, partnership, and prosperity. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for always guiding us and motivating us to take such social initiatives for the betterment of this country. Eleanor Roosevelt said that the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. And here I propose my vote of thanks to guest of honor, Professor Anil Gupta, founder Honeybee Network and National Innovation Foundation, who truly believes in the beauty of dreams. Sir, you mentioned very important 6 exclusions to be incorporated to ensure peaceful coexistence. In the end, you also highlighted the importance of having water budget for every university. Certainly, sir, I am very sure that your words of wisdom would help us look forward progressively. Thank you for joining us and addressing us. Last, but certainly not the least, I, on behalf of AIU and MIT World Peace University, extend our gratitude to Director of Technical Education, Maharashtra State, Dr. Abhay Wagh sir, to address all the participants of West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet on behalf of Honorable Minister of Higher and Technical Education, Government of Maharashtra, Sri Uday Samant sir. Sir, I thank you for reiterating the commandment, leave no behind, and sharing with all of us how State of Maharashtra has taken proactive steps in implementing NEP. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your address to this August gathering. Frank Lloyd Wright said, I know the price of success, dedication, hard work, and an unremitting devotion to the things you want to see happen. And here we come. I thank all Vice Chancellors, university officials and leadership, my technical and social initiative teams for wholehearted participation and shouldering responsibility for successful conduct of this West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet. Thank you all, and we look forward to engaging and enriching technical session coming ahead. Thank you. Over to you, Professor Bapat.
Thank you very much, sir, indeed, for proposing vote of thanks and concluding remark. Yes, as you rightly mentioned, we will now continue with the very important dialogues and the proceedings of this meet. Association of Indian Universities, AIU, is well known and is one of the premier institutions of country working for the cause of higher education since its inception in 1925. Some of the main objectives of AIU are to serve as an inter-university organization, to act as a liaison between the universities and governments, and to act as the representative of universities of India to assist the universities in obtaining recognition for their degrees and diplomas and examinations from other universities, Indian as well as foreign, to help universities to maintain their autonomous character, etc. Coordination and mutual consultation among the universities, and to act as a representative of universities of India. As we all know that the Vice Chancellors of the universities have several issues which they would have discussed with the heads of apex bodies face to face. Keeping this view and to facilitate fulfillment of these objectives, AIU has organized this interface session with the heads of the apex bodies in this Vice Chancellor's meet. The purpose of this session is to enable the heads of apex bodies to communicate their views and information of their bodies to the Honorable Vice Chancellors across the universities. As I mentioned earlier, in this session today, we have the Deputy Advisor of NAC, Dr. Devendra Gauriji. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for joining us in this very important session. We also have the DDG of ICAR, Dr. R.C. Agarwalji. Thank you very much for joining us in this very important session. We also have the presence of Director of FTP AICT, Colonel P. Venkatji. And thank you, sir. Welcome to this very important session. And this session would be chaired by the Secretary General of AIU, Dr. Mrs. Pankaj Mittal, madam. And it is indeed my honor and privilege to set this particular important session in forward. The first and foremost, before I start the session, if the chairman of this session, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, if you would like to say a few words before I start the session.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Gautamji. You have already set the context in which this session is being held. And also, thanks for excellently hosting the inaugural session. I mean, you have been an excellent host for this session.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
So, dear Vice Chancellors, a very good afternoon to you. As you all know that we are holding this session in every conference because many times there are issues relating to UGC, AICT, NAC and ICR also for agricultural universities, which they want to discuss with you. And sometimes there are many new issues or new regulations or new schemes which are being launched by the regulatory bodies, but our universities are not aware of it. So this special session we have crafted in every zonal conference as well as in the national conference, where the officers from these organizations speak for around 10 minutes and tell that what all is happening there, and then there's a question answer session to allow interaction of the vice chancellors with the regulatory bodies. So because we are already running short of time, I won't explain further, I won't expand further. I'll request Dr. Devendra Kavre, Deputy Advisor NAC, to come up with his presentation. Please restrict to 10 minutes because we are running a bit late. Thank you. Actually, we want to know, Dr. Kavre, is that what new is happening in NAC, what are the new assessment parameters, and how you are doing the assessment and what the universities should take care of.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay. Sir, I'll just take 30 quick seconds to introduce you. Everybody knows sir because he has been working as Deputy Advisor to NAC Bangalore since January 2017. But basically, he's the Faculty of Commerce and Management with the teaching experience of 16 years and an administrative experience of 14 years. He's a supervisor for PhD with RTM Nagpur University and contributing in policy framing for assessment accreditation process of NAC on need and time with the expertise to organization. He coordinated the accreditation exercise of about 170 higher education institutions. Sir, it is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today, sir. Over to you.
Yeah, thank you very much. Am I audible?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah, please allow me to share the...
Welcome. This is Dr. Chitnis. Welcome to you.
So nice. Please allow me to share the screen.
Technical team, if you can please facilitate.
Yeah. In the meanwhile, we'll start. Namaste to everybody, all respected academicians, and let me appreciate the work done by AIU. It's a marvelous job under the leadership of Dr. Pankaj Mittal, madam, and her team. I think so. Since madam has joined, it has become a vibrant organization. Of course, the other good fellows like Ramapani, madam, are there working very nicely. So it's my privilege to speak in front of all the good academicians, and then my friend Chitnis Saab, Rahul Kararji, Vishwanath Karad Saab, Founder Chief Patron, and of course, the good people who are here. I can see many of the people whom I know. In nutshell, I will move ahead with what has to be shared, what Pankaj Madam expects for me to talk about. Slightly, it will be a slide presentation related with this. In the 10 minutes, I will be finishing. The major part is what I will be sharing. Let me speak about what our organization, because it's a organization which has its own goodwill, and I feel it's privileged to talk about it. So this National Assessment Accreditation Council is an autonomous institution which was established by UGC in the year 1994 with a recommendation of that National Education Policy, which came into 1986. Now, with that National Education Policy, it was established in Bangalore. But now with this National Education Policy, there will be again several changes which are in pipeline and which have already started erupting. I will be sharing in next 2-3 slides now. The whole process is based on the core values, what we believe, that is a contribution to national development, fostering global competencies among students, inculcating value system in student, promotion of use of technology and quest for excellence. On that basis, we have worked out in many aspects, and we have come out under the leadership of our director Sharmaji. It is very active, which is working. In the short span of 2-3 years, we have come out with several types of manual, which you can see, and it is in tune with the NEP. NEP talks about multidisciplinary education system, and so we have also come out with different type of manuals with several disciplines. As you can see, almost 11 plus types of manuals we have. And the major manuals which everybody know is related to the university, affiliated college, and autonomous college. Okay, and this all manuals may the assessment accreditation process is being taken care with the help of the 7 criteria, which we consider to be the 7 core functions of the higher education institution, and which is extracted by the 7 letter word quality. Each and every aspect of the 7 criteria, you will find some or the other way it is related with the process of higher education which is being carried out in our state system. One more thing, there are several things. State-wise analysis report also we have for every state. For your information, I think so many of the speakers were talking very high about our education system and all that. We have around 55,165 number of institutions with us. As you know, the AIU is very well aware of this. 1,043 universities, 343 number of colleges, 11,779 standalone institution. So this is second largest higher education system in our in the world itself. And catering to this, it is essential that every state should understand where they stand in quality of higher education. So accordingly, we have come out with the state-wise analysis report. For the Maharashtra, recently it was released by the governor of Maharashtra, and similarly that fact sheet for every state is also prepared. This is something unique exercise which we are doing for the benefit of the stakeholders of higher education all over the country. The process, as you know, it's very simple. I will not go with in detail, but we have three to four steps. First is IIQA, then it goes with the uploading of SSR, then DVA process starts, then student satisfaction survey, and the peer team visit happens. But there are 2 filters which has to be taken care by every institution, and they have to move ahead with these simple filters. Then only they can move ahead with the peer team visit. Like this, it happens. And the 7 criteria, you know, with this process, what we have done up till now, and which is really remarkable, remarkable in the sense of number of accreditation done by our institution is the highest in the world done by any agency. For example, it's almost 13,999, means almost 14,000 number of accreditation done by this agency, by our agency, by NAC, and it's the highest. And in case of first cycle institution, you will find there around 8,875 some institution, odd institution are there which are accredited. Okay, and we have moved ahead with the transparent, rigid, and supportive type of process. We keep on updating ourselves by the stakeholders' feedback and response whatever we get time to time. You will be surprised to know that simple SOP, standard operating procedure, which is based on those quantitative metrics, means what sort of documentation has to be uploaded in that quantitative metric. We have revised almost 10 to 12 times. We have updated it as per the feedback. So we are very flexible. We go with the stakeholders' feedback. We go that we believe that the quality of higher education, every institution, every university, every college should move ahead, should be at par with the present process. These are the figures. Intentionally, I have made this PPT to make aware the figures of Western region. Means how many number of institutions are accredited in the Western region. You will find the figures. This is interesting. You can see Maharashtra is in a number 1 position, of course, in Western region, of course, in country also. In case of number of accreditation, if we talk about, then you can find it in number of accreditation. Gujarat is there, then Rajasthan is also moving ahead very nicely. I can see Vijay Veer Singh ji is from Rajasthan, and many other people are there. Good Vice Chancellor, good friends are there from Rajasthan. Gujarat also I can see. Of course, Sapkal ji from Maharashtra. Since all these people, all these good people, even the MIT people are good. Milan Pandey ji. See, these people are very, very active and very aggressive to make changes. Chitni ji is also. Because of such good people only, the number of accreditation institutions in the state is very high, and we believe in the feedback, and accordingly you will be surprised to know some things very interesting. Related with the NEP, I will talk about and how it is moving ahead. See, NEP talk about, initially I said multidisciplinary education. NEP talk about ABC, Academic Bank of Credit, skill development. Okay, NEP talks about National Academic Depository. So what we have done, we have included in this all these things. Specifically, if we talk about NAD, we have included and made it compulsory. National Academic Depository, every institution should register themselves. So in case of IIQ, in case of preliminary stage itself, we have asked and requested the institution to register themselves, and it is one of the clause in this IIQ itself, number one. Then in profile, when they submit the SSR, there also we are talking about this ABC, whether the institution has registered themselves or whether they have initiated certain steps for ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. We are moving in tune with the NEP. And this is working very nicely under the leadership of our director. Then NEP talks about philosophical parameters of basic norms, public self-disclosure, good governance, and outcomes. See how it is related. You can see that is, if we relate it to the criteria, basic norms is related to the criteria number 1, curricular aspects and teaching, learning, and evaluation. Public self-disclosure is related with the criteria number 4, that is criteria number 4 is related with the infrastructure and learning resources. Good governance is related with the criteria number 6, governance, leadership, and management outcomes. This is the core part which NEP has spoken very many times. You will find several words has been related with an outcome, and we are also focused on that part. Our criteria number 3, that is research, innovation, and extension. Then student support and progression, and institutional values and best practices are where the focus area of outcomes are related with. Dear intellectuals, one line I will add it in. It is very important for all the intellectuals or the academicians to understand that the future of our country depends upon, future of any of the institution depends upon their output, that is called outcome. The slight difference is there between the output and outcome, and where we are focusing on. We have to focus on outcome. Output means how many number of students has passed, and outcome means what sort of career the institution, that particular students has built up through the education what they have received. That is an outcome. So we have to just focus on outcome. And additional thing I will tell you, institutional values and best practices we have given there, specifically indicated there, and asking the institution to think about some best practices, some institutional provisions they are providing, some steps they are taking for the benefit of the society. If they do it, if they implement it, automatically the students will also follow, and that also can become a very good concept related with their outcome of the institution, outcome of the student, and of course teachers' outcome matters a lot, because what sort of projects, research papers, or the research what they are doing it, patents what they are doing it, whether it is benefiting to the society in some or the other way, that we are indirectly motivating the faculty, the institution, the students to think into this direction. Because friends, our country needs innovation, and innovation is the conversion of human desirability, technical feasibility, and business viability. These are the must things which we also in tune with the NAP, in tune with the government policy, in tune with our Prime Minister's vision, moving ahead by upgrading ourselves, by upgrading our manual, by upgrading our ANA process in NAC, so that we are in hand to hand, we go in step to step with our policy makers to make our country economically rich and sound. So at the end, I believe this is a very important slide that we always share with our stakeholders, that for a green forest, every tree has to be green. Similarly, for an institution to be a quality oriented, every individual in that institution should be quality oriented. He should be passionate of to bring or make a change in the quality. With this expectation only, we have continuously upgrading our ANA process, and you will find in the near future many of certain changes are there in our manual ANA process, where we will help the institution to climb the ladder of quality. And one last line, this last slide, something is very important, that whatever we do, we have just understood or heard all the speakers what they were saying, that whatever we do it, our thought should be that let us make our Bharat strong in each of every step. That should be our vision. A quote, and then I will end. friends, and we go with that code that if we keep doing what we are doing, we'll keep getting what we are getting. If we want to get the results we have never got before, then we have to do the things we have never done before. And I believe in this, that we have to do something different if we want to achieve something different. That is the best. Thank you very much for the time and opportunity. I hope I have believed within time. Thank you. Namaste.
Yeah, indeed, sir. Thank you very much, and thank you very much for sharing those thoughts. Yes, strengthening Bharat has to be our important goal. Just one request to all the presenters, and especially to Devendra Kaudeji also. You just shared a presentation, so I would like to request you to please send a copy of the presentation on meetings@aiu.ac.in. I repeat, meetings@aiu.ac.in. I will post it in the chat box also, because the AIU would need it for their record. So please share the presentation over the email. Thank you very much. With the permission of Chair Dr. Mittal ma'am, I would like to proceed. May I, ma'am?
Sure.
Thank you. The next speaker that we have in this session is the DDG of ICAR, Dr. R.C. Agarwalji. He is the Deputy Director General of Agriculture Education, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, New Delhi, and National Director of National Agricultural Higher Education Project, World Bank. He is a Fellow of National Academy of Agricultural Sciences, NDAS, and many other academies. He is the recipient of Dr. M.S. Randwa Award of NAAS for Outstanding Contributions in Agricultural Administration, Digital India Award of Government of India, conferred by the Honorable President of India, and many other national and international awards. He has initiated many steps to attract young and talented students toward the agricultural education. Sir, it is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today, sir. Over to you.
Thank you very much for nice introduction. Thank you very much, the AIU, especially Dr. Thirukasangam and Dr. Pankaj Mittal, for giving us this opportunity and for considering ICR as one of the key stakeholders in AIU conferences. So with that note, I just want to say that when you talk for the agriculture education doesn't include only the 74 agriculture universities, which consists of 63 state agriculture universities, the 3 central agriculture universities, and then central universities with the agriculture faculty. But this complete horizon also includes the 730 Krishi Vigyan Kendras. This also includes 120 research institutes. This also includes many All India Coordinator Research Projects and many more institutes, which jointly we call as National Agricultural Research System, or we also call it as NARI, National Agricultural Research, Education and Extension System. Because the education system in agriculture is little different from the other agriculture systems, in the sense that here the education is well connected with the research, with the teaching, with the extension. So jointly we say it as the land grant pattern on which these universities have been formulated. So I'll come about what at all we have done to implement this NEP. But before that, let me also share that for the Sustainable Development Goals, the agriculture has a major role. I'm not talking only for the 5, 10, 11, and 12 Sustainable Development Goals, but you pick up any from 1 to 17, you have the important role to be played by the agriculture sector. And I can say that reaching these Sustainable Development Goals targets simply will not be possible without a strong and sustainable agriculture sector. So we have to give due consideration to the agriculture sector. And we have to understand that when I say agriculture, generally people just misunderstand that agriculture means rice, wheat, maize, and some other cereals. But no, when I say agriculture, education, that means we also include the veterinary education, we also include the fisheries education, and we also include the 95 subjects in the PG program, the 13 subjects in the UG program, and many more. So it's a very important education. It's a very important role which has to be played in achieving the sustainable development goals. And as you know, agriculture is the major provider of livelihood for the food for the poor, especially in rural areas. And that again has to be addressed through these SDGs. And with the increasing vulnerability, the major challenge of the policymakers are to develop strategies to promote sustainable agriculture for achieving these SDGs. In this context, there is urgent need to ensure reorientation of ongoing efforts towards higher efficiency and effectiveness of various initiatives for drawing a roadmap and develop a well-established sustainable model, which can also be shared with other developing countries. In this, I want to say that to reorient this particular requirement, we have to also reorient our agriculture education. And to reorient this agriculture education, Indian Council of Agriculture Research, through its division, the Agriculture Education Division, which I am heading presently, a lot of steps we have taken to implement the National Education Policy. And one of the steps which we have taken is we constituted a committee under the chairmanship of the outgoing president of AIU, Dr. Tej Pratap. And we have submitted the report to all the state governments, to all the governors, to the Ministry of Education, that what is our roadmap up to 2040 and how we have to reorient our agriculture education. And under that, we have taken many initiatives, and we have already started activating those initiatives. And many initiatives have been already implemented by our agriculture universities. One of the issue was that there are a lot of fragmentation of the existing agriculture universities. But the NEP says that we have to go for the multidisciplinary universities. So we have requested states not to go for the fragmentation. Like in some of the states, from one single university, you will find there are 5 universities which have been created. Separate universities for veterinary, separate university for horticulture, separate university for fisheries, and like that, many more they have come out. But now that has to be stopped so that we can have the compliance with the NEP. We are also making a lot of efforts and a lot of activities we have started so that our existing universities, they are made multidisciplinary universities. And for that, we are also thinking that how best we can eliminate this affiliation system by 2035. And for that, already we have issued the guidelines to the universities, to the states. One new thing which we have immediately done is that in compliance to this NEP, that how to have these certificates, diploma programs in the areas which are of much relevance, keeping in view the national priorities and keeping in view the sustainable development goals. Our many universities, they have already started diploma in organic farming, in the digital agriculture, in many other national priorities which are required now, not only for our overall restructuring the agricultural system, but also for this SDGs. So that also we have given the guidelines. Just 3 days back, we celebrated the Agricultural Education Day on 3rd of December, which is the birthday of our first president, Dr. Rajendra Prasad. And on that day, we released the revised curriculum for postgraduate and PhD programs, keeping in view again the national priorities and other things in 6 volumes in 19 categories. We have released this thing, and that will again, and this also contains the new academic
curriculum, the new academic guidelines, in which we have allowed the students for the teaching assistantship. We have allowed the students to have the association in the existing projects, as they can take some short-term employment in those running projects, and to have more gross enrollment ratio. We have relaxed up to some extent the requirement of the residence, because if you know, in the NEP, it has been categorically emphasized that the agriculture universities are 9%, whereas the share of universities, agriculture universities in the GER is only 1%. So that somewhere we have to address, but we cannot keep on going constructing these hostels. So we have relaxed that particular condition, and that's what we have instructed the universities to at least increase the number of seats 10% on a year basis, on annual basis. And most of the universities, they have put up this agenda in their academic councils, and they are coming out with the more number of seats at the UG level and PG and PhD levels. Presently, if you know, we have a total intake of around 47,000 students on annual basis in our state agriculture universities, out of which around 7,000 seats are filled up by ICR to stop the inbreeding and to take care of many other priorities. And that process is still on. And in that, we are now also making efforts that how best the exam which we are conducting through the National Testing Agency, that exam can be, the scores of that exam can be used by the states to fill up their own seats from their own states. So that also we can achieve as one of the compliance to the NEP by having the one exam for the agriculture universities. So that also is being complied. For the academic restructuring of agriculture universities, again, we have taken many steps, and we have instructed the universities to adopt academic bank of credits. And we have also asked them to take up other steps so that the students are allowed to take credits from other universities. And that universities have started implementing. As PSSB, also we have defined our roles, that how we will be involved in these verticals, not only for setting the standards or setting the common academic standards for the agriculture education, but also for the accreditation and also for the research, how best the involvement of ICR can be defined in all these things.
Dr. Agarwal, I would also request you to kindly conclude.
Yes, I am concluding. Just give me half a minute. So last point I want to just say that for internationalization also we are making a lot of efforts, and we have asked the universities to have the internationalized office in their universities so that it can work on both ways. The international students can inquire from that university, and the university students also can inquire for the admissions in the global universities. And for that, we have a World Bank project of 1,200 crores, which again I'm heading. And already we have sent around 500 students to the global universities and around 200 faculties to the global universities, so that they come out with the best knowledge, and they come out with the best academic programs, whatever they feel like in different universities. And it has really paid a lot of dividends to the agriculture education. So thank you very much, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, and thank you very much, AIU. Thank you very much, the organizers, for giving us this platform. And I'm there to respond to your queries, if any. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much for your thoughts. Thank you very much for your guidelines. And now, with the permission of Chair, Dr. Pankaj Mittal, ma'am, I would like to take this session forward, where we have with us the Director of FDP AICT, Colonel B. Venkatji, here with us. Colonel B. Venkatji is the serving Army officer from the Technical Branch Corps of Electronics and Mechanical Engineering, having done his mechanical engineering from Army Institute. Having nearly 30 years of service experience and served in all possible appointments of command, staff and instruction, the officer is presently on deputation with AICTE and handling faculty development related issues and release of grants through AICTE AQRI scheme. The officer has unique distinction of representing India as its technical military attaché to Russia. Sir, it is indeed our honor and privilege to have you here today. I would now like to request you to kindly address the gathering.
Rama, will you call and check up?
Yeah, I think there is some technical glitch.
Yeah, he is there in the meeting. I just called him. I don't know.
Is he in the panel? I'll just check ask my technical team to check. He's not in the panel. Probably he's in the attendees. I would like to
he's joining, sir. He's joining.
He's joining.
He's joining, sir.
Okay. Nevertheless, so definitely we have a few seconds time while sir is joining. But in the middle of this very, very important proceedings that are going on, and I think he has.
Maybe we can take questions in between for the earlier speakers.
Sure. Chairman, Madam, if you allow, can we?
Sure.
Take few questions.
5 minutes is joining.
Okay, sure. Then we have Dr. R.C. Agarwal ji and Dr. Devendra Gowde ji here with us.
Professor Vijay V. Singh ji wants to ask a question. Please.
Yeah.
Professor Singh.
Thank you for him very much. I have 2 questions with both the panelists. First, with the NEC. In AISHE survey, when we are going to fill up the data, they ask for the information regarding departments as well as for the centers of excellence. But when we go for NEC visit, university and colleges ask that where is the place for center of excellence in addition to the department. So that provision, where can it be made? And second question is regarding NEC, that is still, if the university wants to follow this ABC scheme, the NEC accreditation is mandatory or anyone can make the provision?
Okay.
Dr. Agarwal, I have only one request, or I can be one suggestion, that you mentioned that how agriculture university should be converted into multidisciplinary universities. But when we see at ICAR, still ICAR is working on the concept of only agriculture university or agriculture college. But we should realize that multidisciplinary universities has also opened the faculty of agriculture. So ICAR does not consider any place where is the provision for multidisciplinary universities which have included agriculture as the faculty. And that's why when we apply for ICAR always asks, where is the land in the name of the college? What is the provision of college? How many rooms the college has? Where is the library of the college? And we want to share this is the library of the university.
Yes, sir. Chairman, Madam, Colonel B. Venkatji is here with us. So shall we proceed with him and then come back to the questions? Chairman, ma'am.
Now that the question has been asked, let them respond briefly in half a minute, and then we will go on.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Dr. Khoda and Dr. Agarwal, please. Dr. R.C. Agrawal, you would like to respond?
Should I respond first?
Okay, please.
Okay. Thank you very much for your query. First thing, what I was saying, the multidisciplinary. So definitely, I don't mean multidisciplinary means that now we will have the conventional universities, conversion of this agriculture university into the conventional universities. But what we are meaning is that unitary universities have to be reoriented. Like if you are specializing in horticulture, if you are specializing in organic, there are universities, organic university. Okay. So such universities have to come into the mainstream of agriculture and have to be in the name of agriculture, having multiple disciplines of agriculture. And you see the examples of our Pantnagar University, you see example of TNAU, you see example of many other universities where you have every kind of science. The best example is OUAT. There is only one agriculture university in the whole state, State Agriculture University. So that was one thing. And the requirement of land, yes, I do agree. That depends upon the discipline which you are opening, and it is different for different kind of disciplines. But in general, if you have the concept of agriculture university, then a fixed land is required. So that I don't deny, and that is required. Also, it's justified also in the sense that because agriculture is a professional degree, so you cannot give the degrees unless you have the practical exposure. You have a particular piece of experimental land to the students given, which can be used for their experimental purposes. So many other things. Thank you very much.
Dr. Kavde?
Madam, this is Dr. Ravi Prasad, the Assistant Advisor from NAC, Madam. Hello,
Okay.
am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, Madam. From NAC, I'm from National Assessment and Accreditation Council. Dr. Devendra Kavde sir has rushed to some other meeting. So on his behalf, on behalf of NAC, I'm here, Madam. So
Okay, did you
I
hear
can
the
respond
question?
any queries related to NAC.
Okay. So then we will come to you later because you haven't heard the question of Professor Singh. So let us move on to AICT presentation.
Yes. So thank you very much. Colonel B. Venkatji has joined us. Sir, can you hear us? Colonel sir, can you hear us?
Very clear, sir. Very clear. I'm
Yeah.
very clear, sir. I can very clearly listen to you, sir.
Okay. Please go ahead, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, sir. Thanks for this platform wherein the AIU is conducting this activity on the Vice Chancellor meet towards various initiatives and activities as aligned to the UN Sustainable Development Goals. So thank you for that, first of all, and giving an AICT an opportunity on behalf of the Chairman, Vice Chairman. I'm Colonel Venkat, Director, letting you know about the multiple activities that AICT is doing presently in line to bring about a kind of a change or alignment to the NEP industrial and international requirements. I would be briefly just about speaking. I'm not giving any form of any presentation, just to touch about the major points which does come in wherein the education be aligned to the requirements which are there. One and foremost happens to be that there needs to be a multidisciplinarity concept coming in that has been spoken, quite a lot has been spoken, and yes, AICT also has initiated multiple activities to the extent of revision of curriculum, alignment of the curriculum in such a manner that we are in a position to meet the requirements of the multiple entry and exit model, wherein everybody at any given point of time exiting from the education system for the purposes of coming back later at least can be employed. So there's been a whole lot of activities going on towards curriculum revision to that extent. Towards having also a multidisciplinary concept, we are proposing and the curriculum changes with a fair mix of the core subjects, the core electives, the open electives, and last but not the least, even the basic sciences and humanities to make it multidisciplinarity and interdisciplinarity. One very important aspect which I would like to mention here only is called as Universal Human Values and Indian Knowledge System. AICT has got a full-fledged division at our office looking after the Indian knowledge system aspect and how best the Indianness of an education system, our Indian values, culture, ethos, our morals can be inbuilt into the education systems
I think we have a technical outage. So let's wait for a few seconds.
Straight away, number one, to make it in the O2, by the curriculum, by making it an Indian mode. We promote or propagate our education worldwide, thereby leading to internationalization or global outreach. And third, but not the least, we bring about a change. Professional education as what was spoken, as what has been spoken in today's terminology. The whole concept of this being that we wish not only to make our students employment capable, but we wish to go a step beyond, and we wish to take them to a stage where they can generate employment. So that is the overall thing that we are going about as far as the multidisciplinary and multiple entry exit model does come in. Towards inclusive education, a very important aspect wherein we need to be understanding the dynamics of access, equality, equity. Then we need to understand what is affordability, quality, and accountability. That has been very well laid out. However, AICTE is moving at each and every step. We have carried out changes towards our approval process and approval handbooks, wherein we have promulgated to each and every institute, one, to start activity in online and ODL education. We have allowed in the present states subjects like logistics, travel, tourism, MCA, even the engineering subjects like artificial intelligence and data sciences, wherein the hands-on experience is not that much required. This can happen in online and ODL. And yes, should that happen and should the institutes come forward to take it up even in education, and that too in technical higher education, you are surely going to be seeing a phenomenal increase in the number of students coming into the education. That is what exactly is called as increase in the gross enrollment ratio. Another very important aspect, and I personally feel that it would be right for us to mention promotion of regional languages. And this is a step towards two major activities. One happened to be translating SWAYAM courses into 12 regional number two, original textbook, technical book. As we speak about this activity of translation of the books into 12 languages, and as of now, as I'm speaking, I've just come translators. So this is on the gross enrollment ratio. We have also given a permission for all the institutes to conduct additional supernumerary seat of 30/60 that they can take in their institutes for the purposes of providing education in online or in ODL. We have carried out activities towards promotion of multidisciplinary, in which the merger of the institutes has been enhanced towards making faculty. Now there are, we at AICT do feel that there are three very important facets to any system, especially in education. It happens to be the faculty, students, and institutes. All of us are aware of this. So each aspect has been taken in isolation and individually, and then been promoted. Then finally, each one of them has been merged so as to have a cohesiveness amongst each other. Towards faculty, we have multiple initiatives of faculty programs, thereby making them capable or their capacity building. And should we do the capacity building, then quite obviously we are entitled to make sure that the faculty members who are now capable as per the mandate should also be accountable to the system. So we have an inbuilt accountability aspect also. Then comes the institutions. There are multiple initiatives, multiple schemes. To name the latest, which we have just introduced, is to make one institute per state capable enough, or to be as a model institute, which would then be going on to be showcased by having all infrastructure and facilities to support our students.
Yeah.
Learning disorders. These are two additional aspects which we have brought into our education, operated into the education system. And that is how the institutes are to be enhanced and integrated with the overall capability of the faculty members, facilities available in terms of laboratories, facilities available in terms of even education system. going with the e-way, that is the e-content way, which we are showcasing. And thereby we have instituted another initiative called as the Idea Lab scheme. The students, there are number of initiatives and schemes giving the kind of facilities to students to come forward for the education system. Ladies and gentlemen, I can keep about speaking on the various activities and initiatives related to multidisciplinary, multiple entry exit, inclusiveness, equity, access. I can relate to even increase in the gross enrollment ratio. Now, what needs to be understood at the end of all of this is, I heard the speakers before me also speaking on the various activities and initiatives that each one of them is taking, be it be a university level, be it at an institute level. The ultimate thing is we need to understand that every activity which is being done needs to be cohesively moving forward with a common aim that we need to be pushing forward the Indian education system as per the mandate and provisions of NEP, which says that we need to be going back at the global hub of education and thereby making our students undergo a professional education. And that is where the very important aspect I was listening to, and very convinced in the talks that was being given by everybody, because education today cannot be seen in isolation. An individual graduating has to be competent enough to have a basic understanding and knowledge of each and every activity. That is where you say that the student of today, when he graduates tomorrow, will be in a position to contribute effectively towards the overall national growth. Pleasure interacting on this very grand platform. Once again, on behalf of AICT, the chairman, vice chairman, and member secretary, I am Colonel Venkat. I thank each and everybody, the organizers, for giving us a chance to speak. Thank you, and Jai Hind.
Thank you very much, sir, for taking time out and addressing this very, very important gathering here today. Thank you very much. It was indeed pleasure listening to you. Thank you very much. Over to you, Chairman, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So now for around 15 minutes, we are open for discussions. So all the three persons who had presented from AICT, from NAC, and from ICAR are here. If there are any questions from the Vice Chancellor, they can be put up so that they can take it up. Anyone? Professor Singh again.
Yes, can I come in? I will repeat the question.
For AICT, there was a question, Colonel.
It is related to the NEC representative. My question was that when we fill up AISHE data, there are two places regarding the faculty and department and the centers of excellence. When we go for NEC visit, there is no provision in NEC regarding the centers of excellence. So where these can be added, the university vice chancellors asked, principals asked. The second case is, the question was, if any university wants to make provision for the ABC scheme, the NEC grade A is required, or any university can go for it. Thank you.
See, second question I can answer right now. Only AA, the universities which are graded A, they can go in for ABC as per the present regulations of UGC. But there is a lot of demand that this A should be reduced so that every university can participate. So it will be done very soon, I think. But as of date, it is only the AA graded universities. But with regard to the first question, where the information is to be filled up regarding centers of excellence, the assistant advisor from NAC was there. Is he here still?
Yes, madam. This is Dr. A.V. Prasad, assistant advisor from NAC.
Would you like to answer that question?
Yes, with your permission. Sir, NAC assess and accredits the higher education institution as a whole, but not as a department or a center or a particular part of the university. So for off campuses, offshore campuses, everything we can consider it as a whole, and we give the accreditation as a whole, sir. So that's why we are not accrediting the separate centers of excellence or departments. We collect all the information together as whole, then only we can do the accreditation.
I'm sorry to interrupt. Actually, you did not get the question. The question is, when the question raised to us is that when we are filling up the quantitative matrix, you ask data only for the department, not for centers of excellence. So where they should be applying as for the centers of excellence? How the data is to be counted?
I think it is for the weightage, sir. You are asking what kind of weightage should be given for the center of excellence.
No, there is no
university system.
He's saying there's no column in the NAC performer where they can fill up the center of excellence.
Sir, as of now, we are taking the department's information. Center of excellence, if they are offering any research degree programs or teaching departments, if they are having that, those also can be considered as a departments, and you can fill the data.
Sir, I think you can fill up in the department itself.
Terminology may differ. Terminology may differ, but terminology we use as department. You can fill the centers of excellence or school of something, so and so like that.
Okay, thank you.
And regarding the ABC also, it is A plus and A plus plus grades. Minimum 3.01 is required to register in ABC. Thank you.
Thank you.
So one more thing which I want to say on behalf of all the universities, from AIU, that we should go in for the concept of one nation, one data. Because the universities, they keep on filling the information again and again, sometimes in HEIs, sometimes in NAC, then NIRF, and even AIU portal. So if somehow we can create that one nation, one data, that universities put in the information once and all the agencies take in the data from there, that will, I think, help a lot. So I think we should be working on that concept.
Yes, madam. All organizations, if we sit together and discuss some common points where we can collect, and from one part it can be fetched and used for
that
purposes.
One point can be HEI. If HEI takes all the data and shares with everybody,
yes,
it will become easier for all the organizations and the universities also.
True.
So we'll discuss with the Ministry of Education regarding this. Any other question from the three experts from the regulatory bodies? So if not, we will conclude the session. We'll thank all the three experts, Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Kade, now the assistant advisor, and Colonel Venkat from AICT for the excellent presentation. Although there were not many questions, maybe because, I mean, we are already overshooting our time and the lunch is about to begin. So we will have to break for lunch. Dr. Gautam, you want to say something? We'll break for lunch and then reassemble at 2 o'clock for the technical sessions. Dr. Gautam, any announcements from your side?
Who is offering the lunch?
AIU is offering a virtual lunch to all the participants. Gautam, please.
Yeah. So yes, the next session we are going to start the next session after the lunch break at 2 p.m. sharp on the same link. Please note that the link is not going to change. We will be joining back at 2 p.m. sharp with the next important session of this conference, contribution of higher education institutions toward promoting the peace, justice, and strong institutions, which is SDG 16, and we will discuss the same at 2 p.m. sharp. So I repeat, please, there won't be any change in any link. We will meet here digitally at the same link virtually. So I request all the respected vice chancellors and everyone in the panel as well as in the audience to please join us back at 2 p.m. sharp, maybe 5 minutes in advance, so that we can start this session on time.
Professor Bapat, we can just ask them to mute their audio and stop.
Yeah, actually, there is no need to even leave the session. You can simply
so they can continue in the same session.
Yes. So yes, thank you very much, Dave sir. Actually, there is no reason to even quit the Zoom platform. You can simply just put off your camera and microphone and just stay there. You can hear us back at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you very much. Chairman, ma'am, any other instruction you would like to share?
Nothing. See everybody at 2 p.m. sharp.
2 p.m.
And the next session is very important. We have 2 experts from UNESCO and 1 Chief Investment Officer of HSBC and Ashish Kothari, member Kalp Vriksha. Please do attend a very important session. So see you at 2 o'clock.
Thank you. Thank you very much. See you all back at 2 p.m. sharp. Thank you.
Chanika ma'am, good afternoon. Can we do the test call from your side, your audio and video?
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Can you hear me? I hope I'm audible.
Yes, ma'am, you are audible.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, you're audible.
Okay, thank you.
Tusharji, namaskar. Ravi Chitnis. We met earlier.
Yes, namaskar, Chitna sir. Chanika ma'am, good to go.
Let's start. So should I start? A hearty welcome to each one of you to the Association of Indian Universities West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet 21-22 on realizing the SDGs through HEIs for promoting industrialization, employment, peace, partnership, and prosperity hosted by Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, Pune, Maharashtra. We are approaching towards session 1 of the West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet. The theme of this session is contribution of HEIs towards promoting peace, justice, and strong institutions. Today, we have been joined by several noted dignitaries on the dais, but before formally introducing all the dignitaries, I shall request my technical team to relay the session video. Over to my technical team.
A peaceful, secure, and just environment is essential for the progress of any nation. It affects all aspects of economic and social development in a country and is a necessary condition for realization of human rights, which has a direct effect on the creation of sound, competitive, and equitable economic development. The world we live in is becoming increasingly fearful, with new security challenges developing every other minute due to criminal activities like robberies, murders, rapes, terrorism, insurgencies, cybercrime, just to mention a few. For this goal to be achieved, universality is important. Global indicators that allow for context-specific measures and the motivation to act need to be developed. Universal justice and information must also be ensured. So, Goal 16 seeks to promote peaceful and inclusive societies based on respect for human rights, the rule of law, good governance at all levels, and transparent, effective, and accountable institutions. The deliberations will therefore address on the role of HEIs in creating sensitivity towards peace, justice, and strong institutions, and the contributions of Indian knowledge systems in enhancing peace across the world. Largest dome of peace in the world, built by Dr. Vishwanath Karad, MIT World Peace University, the university which is hosting this meet.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Today, we have been joined by several noted dignitaries. It's my indeed honor and privilege to introduce them to all my participants. The chairperson of this session is Professor Priyankar Upadhyay. He is widely regarded as the pioneer of peace studies in India. Professor Upadhyay holds the UNESCO Chair for Peace and Intercultural Understanding at Banaras Hindu University. He also heads a Malviya Center for Peace Research situated in the university. Professor Upadhyay has done his postdoctoral research at London University and Woodrow Wilson Center for International Scholars. He was selected for the Guest Scholar Award of the Woodrow Wilson Center of International Scholars in '92. The Faculty Research Award Canadian government has conferred to him on '99, and Senior Fulbright Award in 2004. In 2014, Professor Upadhyay has served as the ICCR Chair of Indian Studies at Dublin City University. We welcome you, sir. We also have the privilege to have amongst us Mr. Eric Pault, Director, UNESCO New Delhi Cluster. He is currently serving as a Director and UNESCO representative for the UNESCO New Delhi Cluster Office. Prior to his current appointment, he served at senior level appointments at the United Nations and the UNESCO. He served as the Assistant Director General for External Relations and Public Information at UNESCO headquarters in Paris between 2010 and 2018. Mr. Pault was a trustee for the Television Trust for the Environment, London, from 2002 to 2009, and is a fellow of the Royal Society of Arts. Since May 2018, Mr. Eric Pault has served as a director and UNESCO representative for the UNESCO New Delhi office, which covers Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, the Maldives, and Sri Lanka. Mr. Pault previously served as Assistant Director General for External Relations and Public Information at the Paris headquarters of UNESCO with the rank of Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations. We welcome you, sir. We also have the honor to have amongst us Mr. Ashish Kothari, the member of Kalpavrish, Pune. Ashish Kothari is an Indian environmentalist working on development, environment interface, biodiversity policy, and alternatives. He is one of the founders of Kalpavrish, a non-profit organization in India which deals with environmental and development issues. Ashish Kothari has been a member of the steering committees of the World Commission on Protected Areas and the IUCN Commission on Environmental, Economic and Social Policy. He was also a co-chair of the IUCN Inter-Commission Strategic Direction on Governance, Equity and Livelihoods in relation to protected areas from 1998 to 2008. Ashish Kothari has authored and co-authored a few books on India's environment, birds, and biodiversity. We welcome you, sir. We are also joined by Mr. Tushar Pradhan, the Chief Investment Officer at HSBC. He is an experienced Chief Investment Officer with a demonstrated history of working in the financial services industry. Mr. Tushar has over 20 years of experience in various roles through his career. He is an MBA in Investment Finance, having graduated from the University of Hartford, USA in '92. Prior to joining HSBC Global Asset Management, Mr. Pradhan has also worked in international positions in the United States before returning to India in '95. In India, he has worked with HDFC Asset Management and more recently with AIG Global Asset Management in senior asset management roles. The latest article from Tushar Pradhan is Developing India's Advisory Proposition. We welcome you, sir. Before formally handing over the session to Professor Priyanka Upadhyay, I have a small request for all the panel members. There are certain moments in life that we like to treasure throughout. And this being such a moment will not let this opportunity go. So therefore, I request all the panel members to put on their videos with a beautiful smile on the face so that this moment can be captured for a lifetime. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now I shall formally hand over the session to the chairperson, Professor Priyanka Upadhyay, the UNESCO Chair Professor at Banaras Hindu University. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this wonderful preface to this technical session, and the program itself is fascinating. First of all, it's not a formality, but I earnestly feel that to hold a workshop, a get-together on the theme of sustainable development goals, and especially now focusing on goal 16 as the first start point in the technical session. I mean, it's very interesting that this technical session start with goal 16, and the idea of peace, justice, and strong institutions have come at the forefront. And I think this is something that is to be noted, because if you recall, there was no standalone specific mention of peace in the MDGs, in the Millennium Development Goals, and I think that has been more than compensated. We have a very distinguished panel with us, but before I invite them and the initial few minutes that were given to me, let me share that the awareness and knowledge and efforts to disseminate, to teach, to research on these issues is extremely limited, at least in the higher education institutions that we know about. Universities do not have dedicated departments of studying, or even standalone or across-board disciplines. And this is an opportunity that we are missing, and especially so that today now there is a realization that peace building and peace is not simply a euphoria, but it's a practical need of the society. And I think that's the point that reflects so well in the titling of SDG 16, when we include justice and strong institutions. Because without justice, without human rights, and even without having transparent and strong institutions, the idea of peace cannot be taken forward. And I'm really delighted that we have with us outstanding reservoirs of knowledge from different areas. We have people who have worked in the civil society. We have Eric Falt, who represents the UNESCO, which is the lead organization with a very rich experience. And of course, Tushar Pradhan is there, and Ashish Kothari ji is there. So I really look forward to learning from them. And also probably at the end, I'll have an opportunity to try and bring all these streams together in my summing up. So welcome again. And I think the time frame is already made known to us. It's almost 30 minutes for each participants. We are lucky here because in some of the panels we have more panelists, but the three of you, and I really look forward to a very scintillating and a very fulfilling discussion and discourse. So first of all, let me invite Mr. Eric Falt, Director of UNESCO, to take the floor and set the ball rolling, as they say. Eric, please.
Thank you so much, and a warm welcome to all of the people who are joining us today. I'm very pleased to be with all of you virtually. And at the outset, I really want to thank the Association of Indian Universities for inviting me to give some opening remarks. Our collaboration with MIT World Peace University, especially Professor Vishwanath Karad, goes back many years. And we have always been proud of the great work and achievements of the UNESCO Chair in Human Rights, Democracy, and Peace. As requested, I will focus my talk today on maybe just two important themes. First, on the role of higher education's institutions in creating sensitivity towards peace, justice, and strong institutions. And then I will try to focus a little bit on the contributions of Indian knowledge systems in enhancing peace across the world. And of course, I really should begin with some context by highlighting the importance of the Sustainable Development Goals in general, and specifically, of course, SDG 16. As everyone here knows, the Sustainable Development Goals were adopted back in 2015, and they are notable for their inclusion of under-analyzed issues in global development norms. It has already been pointed out, but yes, it is true that in particular SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions represented a bold step towards acknowledging and accommodating issues which had until then been viewed perhaps as too political, perhaps, or certainly outside of the remit of what was perceived as a development policy. And while several of its targets, such as peace, corruption-free institutions, and freedom from violence, were always seen as prerequisites of sustainable development, the adoption of SDG 16 really marked the first time that they were globally recognized as development objectives in and of themselves. And here, of course, I have to associate this objective to UNESCO's own mandate, own foundation and mission, because it's really intertwined with the values of peace and justice, which remain as relevant today as they were 75 years ago when UNESCO was created. At a time when human rights and fundamental freedoms are increasingly under strain worldwide, and trust in public institutions is declining in many countries, I think we see quite clearly that the power of education to transform societies has never been more necessary. In general, the rule of law is obviously the bedrock of just, inclusive, and peaceful societies. It compels institutions to be accountable, to safeguard human rights, to be fair and transparent, and also to empower citizens to participate and engage constructively in society. The rule of law also helps to create a culture of lawfulness in which citizens understand, but also participate in defining the laws, respecting the laws for the benefit of the whole of society. And here we find that education, especially higher education, has a very important role from the critical stages of development of each individual in promoting the rule of law and fostering sustainable development. Education provides both an important protective function by strengthening learners' abilities to face and overcome difficult life situations, and also preventive functions, because it strengthens the learner's ability to take an active role in society and to prevent difficult situations. Today, we know that academia and universities and other higher education institutions have really a crucial role to play in this rapidly changing global world, which is increasingly driven by knowledge, of course, information, innovation and ideas, but also technology as we know it. And it would be short-sighted to limit the scope of higher education's role to being only important for economic development and a source for innovative and sustainable ideas. We see that higher education institutions need to be probably better supported, but more so recognized as places where the next generation will be empowered to become the leaders that are needed for tomorrow. We repeat that. We've been repeating that for a long time, but it's probably true more than ever before. Equally important to prosperity and innovation are leaders, young leaders who understand the rule of law and good governance. This is one of the points that I wanted to make today. Perhaps here I should mention the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network, the so-called SDSN, too many acronyms that we use all the time, but which is, as some of you at least may know, was set up in 2012 under the auspices of the UN Secretary General to mobilize global scientific and technological expertise to promote practical solutions for sustainable development. It also proposes a framework identifying 4 main functions through which higher education can contribute towards the SDGs. It includes teaching and learning, research and development, operations and governance, and also external leadership. So all in all, I want to repeat that there's no doubt that the education mission of universities can and should contribute towards the SDGs, including through the regular curriculum, but also extracurricular activities, and also in the process of mobilizing youth for sustainable development. In fact, it can probably be said that teaching specifically SDG 16 related issues is one of the most direct way to contribute towards their realization. In terms of curricula, among the most analyzed contributions is specifically peace and conflict studies, something that exists, a matter of study that exists in almost all universities. And whilst new degrees on peace and governance can foster expertise, locating these subjects within a single discipline probably, I think, lessens the potential to educate a critical mass of students and establish new disciplines, rather than compartmentalize peace impact in a single program, I think that issues related to conflict in governments can in fact be integrated throughout curricula. At least that's one of the thoughts that I would like to leave you with today. We know that a comparative study of higher education in post-conflict contexts finds that university curriculum is often quite limited in contributing towards peace because the thematic content of the students' learning is tailored to very specific subjects. I also want to mention that universities are or should be valued for their role in helping to coalesce student collective action on the SDGs. Being at university is always a time when you can be allowed to be more vocal about issues and also come together with others. And that can happen, this mobilization towards SDGs in a number of ways. I think it's important that university students be considered and seen and encouraged to be agents of change for the SDGs, in that they be allowed to create more awareness raising, community engagement, volunteering, and also, of course, devising innovative solutions to development challenges. So higher education institutions have a role in allowing and perhaps even encouraging this aspect. Academia in general also has obviously a crucial role to play in conducting research related to the challenges identified in the UN Agenda 2030. The outcomes of such research, which can be conducted in most, if not all universities, will support the development of policies and practice aiming at achieving the SDGs. Research also helps to assess the impact of such policies. And it is really the next generation of scholars that needs to be empowered today to ensure that they can continue to meaningfully contribute to finding these solutions. Better understanding what fosters, but also what hampers sustainable development for all is quite crucial for the future. That's why research needs to be encouraged. I spoke also about external leadership for the SDG 16, and this can take many forms. Globally, universities can act as a partner for SDG implementation, research, that I've also mentioned, and policy engagement, but they're also a natural lead partner in cross-sectoral implementation of the SDGs, because they can provide an invaluable source of expertise in research and education on all sectors of the SDGs. Universities are valued for their convening power. They are often based on perceived neutrality and objectivity, and they have a capacity to bring together various stakeholders to deliberate over public issues. So yes, universities can contribute towards building peaceful, just and inclusive societies by incorporating all these values in their operations and their governance. Higher education can also support SDG 16 governance dimensions by modeling participation and strong institutions. Being at university is a time when you can practice, you can learn, but also begin to pretend that you're already in charge. And this can be achieved through open and transparent university governance, for instance, by student or community representation on university governing boards. Meritocratic appointments. It also can be useful to offer space for the students to practice democratic organization. I know that our universities all over the world are still perhaps stuck in models that are not necessarily open to change, but I would like to submit some suggestions for this change, for the achievement of SDG 16. And here in India, we have particularly fertile ground. India is truly a powerhouse of ancient and traditional knowledge, but also modern knowledge. The principles of sharing, caring for all living and for the well-being, both personal and societal, will in India, better than anywhere else, are meant to encompass the physical, the mental, and spiritual dimensions. So India is really a place where higher education institutions can make a difference more than in many other places. Education for Peace has also a rich history in India. The philosophies of various religions, cultures, and of course, philosophy of Mahatma Gandhi have been at the core of the history. Gandhi, for instance, emphasized the real purpose of value-based education, which is not just to gain knowledge, but to use the knowledge to give back to society through service. That was definitely one of his very strong principles. He believed that higher education should produce experts who are relevant for society's needs, not for their own needs. And the ethical, moral, and spiritual dimensions of value-based educations ensure that we always put the greater good above self-benefit. That's what he taught all of us. Most recently, I want to also say that the policy framework for education in India, which needed fundamental changes, is now very much in place. The National Education Policy 2020, which was adopted a year ago, presents a unique opportunity. It's a welcome introduction of many new elements. It presents a unique opportunity to contribute to strengthening specifically equity, justice, and social cohesion. This policy, which UNESCO is very much supporting, has a broad focus on value-based and experiential education, including the promotion of critical thinking, cultural exchanges, teaching in regional languages, also I want to mention, and of course a commitment to inclusion and education for all. So what I'm arguing, trying to say here today is that higher education institutions must not only reflect today on their role, but also take active steps to achieve peace and justice in their midst and ensure that they do everything in their power to assimilate local knowledge. In the quest to become a pillar of modern knowledge societies, higher education must not disengage with the local communities. That's also perhaps the last point that I wanted to make. And with that, I would like to really thank again the Association of Indian Universities for this opportunity to engage with all of you. And of course, I wish you success for the deliberation throughout the day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Eric, for such a lucid and...
Professor Upadhyay, sir, if you allow me to interrupt, may I please request Revered Professor Dr. Vishwanath D. Karat, sir, for the expression of gratitude?
Well, it's his... please welcome.
Thank you so much, Honorable Mr. Eric Fall, for your words of wisdom, which you spoke and gave a very important message regarding the value-based education. I'll just add one word: value-based universal education system. With, as you know it very well, that we have been always talking about the promoting the culture of peace, the holistic peace-loving society, with an appropriate understanding of the role of science and spirituality and philosophy of the world, like Mahatma Gandhi. I think this is not the time, but I really am very happy and feeling fully joyful and having a satisfaction that you have given the wonderful words of wisdom to all the university vice chancellors, scholars and thinkers and philosophers of the various universities. Of course, you are fully aware that today possibly we are under a tremendous fear complex because of this coronavirus, and possibly, as I said in the morning, our universities and the educational institutions from world over, we need to have an understanding how to sustain this very Mother Earth itself because there is a tremendous horrifying situation of the various problems like the biological weapons, chemical weapons, atomic weapons, hydrogen weapons, and so many things. But this coronavirus has made us remind of our duty, and I have a feeling, sincere feeling, that the universities world over may form a global education managing council to understand the essence and philosophy behind what education system has to be. And what you said about the value-based education is the only pathway possibly. I'm really very happy to listen to you once again. Possibly we may meet again at the World Peace Dome, possibly with a bigger number of the next meeting of this type, so that we can understand, experience, learn, and try to promote this culture of peace in the world, which is the mission of what UNESCO stands for. Thank you so much, Eric Sahab. I'm grateful to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Over to you, Professor Upadhyay, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think my task has been made so easy by these wonderful expressions, like a blessing by Dr. Karat. He has not only summed up the ethos of what Eric was saying, and also extended the discussion more towards what he calls the value of education, and something that we sincerely feel is so vital. Now, to our next speaker, can I request Ashish Kothari ji to bring in his first-hand knowledge, his work at the grassroots. He hardly needs any introduction, and I think he will bring here the practical aspects, the pragmatic aspect of peace building here. So welcome, Mr. Kothari.
Thank you, Professor Upadhyay and Dr. Basu and everybody else. Can I be heard?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for this wonderful opportunity. I wish, of course, that it was happening physically here in Pune. I was looking forward to that. But at least we're able to meet on screen, if nothing else. I'm very glad to have heard Eric Fault, because I think a lot of what he said is what I would also agree on and build on. And I will hopefully be able to add additional perspective also on what is peace and security from an ecological and development perspective. If it's okay, I will share my slides so that there's also some visual content here. Can you all see this screen?
Yes, we can.
Yes, okay. Okay, so I think we are living in an age, as a number of you have already said, we're living in an age with enormous amounts of problems. If you take just violence and injustice of so many different kinds, even in the last few days, the kinds of news that we've been hearing. But there's one kind of violence that actually we don't really talk about that much, because we assume that this, what we call development, is actually good for everybody. But what we've seen and what I've seen in the last 42, 43 years of working on these issues is that for many people and for the rest of nature, development also comes as enormous violence in many different forms. We've seen, for instance, the last few decades, in the case of forests over the last couple of centuries, the devastation, the ecological devastation that this human activities in the name of development and progress have caused. And it's not just on nature and wildlife, but it is also on human beings, because in a country like India, 60-70% of our population is still directly dependent on the land, on forests, on coastal areas, on water, on seas for their livelihoods and their survival. We've also seen that, in fact, development projects like mining, power stations, industries, etc., have physically uprooted and displaced more than 60 million people in India. That's a larger population than most countries of the world. We are today, these are now official figures, accepted figures, that air pollution is killing more than 1 million people in our cities. If any of you are sitting right now in New Delhi, you would be, of course, acutely aware of this. Water scarcity and pollution is affecting the vast majority of our population. And with the climate crisis, with already more than 700,000 people being, additional people being killed by higher heat and cold, this is going to increase dramatically in the next few decades. And in that sense, if you look at SDG 16.9 of reducing the number of internally displaced peoples, I think we're very, very far away from that target. We've also seen that this process of development has created more and more inequalities. We are living today in the most unequal era in human history ever. And that is also true for India, where inequalities have actually substantially been increasing, especially since 1991 when economic globalization was brought in. And you can see now that 1% of India is owning 70% of its wealth. Another very serious issue that we see is that when we think of development as economic growth at any cost whatsoever, then anybody who objects to that is seen as being anti-national, anti-development, sometimes even labeled as a terrorist. Many of us are on lists of the government as people under watch because we are supposedly seditionists or terrorists or people who don't want India to develop. Whereas what we're simply asking is questions about, is this really development? When you actually destroy the very natural ecological basis on which human existence is surviving, is that really development? And when millions of people are being displaced, is that development? And so when we actually make this voice heard, and then actions are taken against us, in a way, it's also a violation of 16.17, which is freedom of media, association, and speech. And what I want to ask here is a very basic question. We think of security only in terms of making sure that our borders are safe. Of course, that's important when we are living in a context of conflict. But to me, a much greater aspect of security is, do people actually have basic needs? Do people have dignified livelihoods and basic human rights, the issue that Eric also brought out? Do people have access to good health and good qualitative, not just any kind of school, but quality learning spaces? Do people have access to democracy? Are there voices being, are there forums in which their voices are being heard? And we've seen during the COVID pandemic that in fact, for hundreds of millions of people, these basic securities don't exist. When hundreds of thousands of people had to walk back home in the economic lockdown a year and a half back, we saw exactly what happened in terms of the lack of economic and other kinds of security. And so the question that arises, and as has already been sort of raised, what do our educational institutions contribute to this? Now, with exceptions, and I know there are many wonderful exceptions, my own experience with educational institutions, including as a student, is that what we are told is to conform to some existing norms, which normally are the ones that the dominant system wants us to conform to. We don't have the freedom of dreaming our own dreams and trying to find forge pathways towards that. We're told that actually what you should be aspiring for is to become famous, powerful, and rich, if possible, all three. And our own innate creativity and talents, which every child has, are dumbed down by saying, this is not art, this is what art is. This is not intelligence, this is what intelligence is. And we need to then fundamentally alter some of these things. And I will give examples of where, in fact, both through civil society and through some government programs, alternative approaches are being taken. So firstly, I think one of the biggest sources of alternatives is movements of resistance, people's movements. I've been part of many of these people's movements who are trying to say that mining project in the middle of a dense forest in Adivasi lands is not development, right? We don't want that. We want something else in place of that in terms of livelihoods, etc. We've seen what the farmers' movement has done over the last more than a year in terms of raising some of these fundamental issues. But we are also seeing, and Kalpvriksh has been helping to document hundreds and hundreds of examples of where communities with civil society and some government help are meeting their basic needs and also being able to achieve better learning, better health, etc., through local initiatives of various kinds. I'm going to give you just 2 or 3 quick examples. I don't want to run over my time. This is, for me, an extremely inspiring one, and it really directly deals with issues of justice, peace, and security, because this is coming from Dalit women farmers. Dalits, as we all know in India, are amongst the most oppressed section of society. As women, they are oppressed in a patriarchal society, and they're very small farmers. They're not big, rich farmers. In the last 30 years or so, they have, through collectives in about 75 villages, they have not only moved away from the hunger and malnutrition, lack of access to education, etc., that they used to have, to now having full food security, completely with organic farming. So they also respect the earth and they respect the seeds, only their own seeds. They don't take seeds from corporations or the public system, and their own knowledge, and building on that steadily over time. And in these 5,000 families during the COVID pandemic, there was no problem with regard to food access or livelihood access. In fact, very few corona cases also. A second example is from central India. This is Adivasis, also highly marginalized in Indian society because they're only about 7 or 8% of the total population, and their lands have increasingly been snatched away for all kinds of so-called development projects, etc. And attempts made to kind of so-called mainstream them or civilize them, because we tend to think of Adivasis being uncivilized. Well, here's 90 villages that have got together into a Mahagram Sabha, asserting that it's their cultural identity, their ecological areas, their forests, which they will protect and use sustainably. And also, of course, women are generating forms of empowering themselves. They also have study circles. We tend to think that studies and research happens only in universities and research institutions, but in fact, they have their own study circles in which they discuss and debate. They call people from outside. So their own local knowledge and outside knowledge is put together to see, okay, how best to conserve the forest, how best to use it, how best to use the land, how do we deal with issues of climate crisis, etc. Over the last year and a half, we've documented several dozen stories of where communities were able to sustain themselves in the COVID crisis much better than other parts of India, and why that was the case. These are lots of lessons learning from these examples from different parts of the country. Now, I will put later on in the chat the link where all of these can be downloaded. Talking about education, for me, this is another very interesting and inspiring one where we can, I think, learn a lot of how to do things differently. This is Sekmol in Ladakh. It was set up specifically initially to only admit school dropouts, because what Sonamle, who started this, who by the way was the characters behind which inspired Amir Khan's character in the film 3 Idiots. What he was saying is that if there is a school dropout, it is not the problem of the child, it is the problem of the school or the school system. It's the failure of the school system and not a failure of the child. And I will show how through alternative learning practices, each of these children will actually flourish. And that exactly is what's happened. Hundreds of people have come out of this institution and are doing some of the most amazing work in all kinds of different fields across the country. Gandhiji's approach to education was already mentioned, and this is exactly it. He was saying that it's not just about learning in the head, but also the hands and the heart. And I guess I would also add the feet to this. We're also seeing many examples of technology and media being democratized, because otherwise we again tend to think of technological innovations or media as being those which are in the hands of the formal institutions, the big corporations or the government institutions. But in fact, most technological innovations through human history have happened by so-called ordinary people. I always remind myself when I'm eating food that virtually everything that I'm eating has at some point or the other been innovated by some farmer. Now, of course, the IRI and all of those may have added to it. But for thousands of years, people have developed all kinds of food varieties, diversity, and recipes, which is what I am actually enjoying. These are also called illiterate people, but they're all experts in their own right. So how do we again bring that kind of democratization of technological innovation and democratization of communications, which is so very important? Because what we're seeing with the corporate control of the media, including especially the social media, all kinds of distortions coming up, including distortions, including control of things like fundamental things like elections. There are lots and hundreds of stories of this kind of hope and transformation on this website, which we started a few years back. So please do visit it. Now, let me end next 5 minutes by talking about what I think are the kinds of overall transformations taking place, and what is it that higher education institutions could do to contribute to this. So what we see is fundamental changes taking place in 5 spheres of life. the political, the economic, the social, the cultural, and the ecological. I am not going to go into every one of these in great detail, but just to give a little bit of a glimpse of what we're talking about. So democracy, for instance, what those Adivasis in central India have argued is that democracy is not only about electing a government in New Delhi and Mumbai. It is about us being the government in our village and we being at the center of decision making, not some bureaucrats and politicians. And this is now increasingly being asserted in different parts of the world where communities are saying that Swaraj, Gandhi's real meaning of Swaraj is our role, our central role in decision making. They're also saying that when it comes to the economy, why should we be under the control of big corporations and centralized government agencies and the Niti Aayog and so on? We should be in control of our own economy because we are, after all, the producers. Farmers are the producers, fishing communities are the producers, craftspersons are the producers, industrial workers are the producers, and yet they don't actually have decision-making power in our economy. So a transformation would be to actually work towards that, which would also then mean that the economy is not just about finances, that the economy is much more fundamentally about caring and sharing, the relations of caring for each other. And this became so crucial during the COVID pandemic, when it is only because neighbors cared for each other that people were able to survive during this period. This also then means, and this is something that is that we've got to move beyond GDP as an indicator of progress. It is one of the most ridiculous and nonsensical indicators of progress because you can have very high levels of GDP and yet have enormous levels of poverty and deprivation and ecological destruction. So how do we move beyond that and look at really meaningful indicators like, does everybody have access to clean water? Does everybody have access to clean air? Does everybody have access to decision making? Is there gender justice and things like that? Part of these transformations also then is to work towards reducing the kinds of inequalities, the structural inequalities that we have. Some of the traditional, such as casteism and patriarchy, some are new ones. And that's part also of the struggles and very crucial roles that educational institutions will have to play in this. I think the area in which education institutions have the biggest role, of course, because they are the centers of learning, is in decolonizing approaches to learning themselves. We still tend to heavily focus on a few languages rather than respect the 780 languages that are there in India. I'm not talking about dialects, full languages. We still tend to think that, for instance, if you look at, sometimes I show the map of the world where Africa is on top and Europe is at the bottom, and people say, why is this upside down? And I remind them that the world is round. There is no normal way of looking at the globe. Why should Europe always be on top? There's so many different ways in which our minds are colonized, which we have to get over, but also to respect the diversity of knowledge systems. Modern science and technology is only one of many different knowledge systems. And how do we then bring all of those back? And also the diversity of faiths, of religions, of cultures, instead of one religion trying to impose itself on all of others. Let us remind ourselves that 16.4 is also talking about the interests of not just present, but future generations. Now, when we end up destroying the earth and creating the climate crisis, we are actually eating into the resources that the future generations need. And this is, again, something we have to alter. How do we do that? One of the biggest issues here is how do we respect the earth? Now, the figure on the left-hand side is what modern science and technology tells us, that human beings are at the top of the evolutionary pyramid, and so we can dominate the whole world. But the figure on the right-hand side is what indigenous peoples have believed for thousands of years, that we are one out of hundreds of thousands of millions of species. And so we have to treat the rest of nature also with respect. Unfortunately, this kind of view is almost completely missing from the kind of subjects that we teach in our educational institutions. So let me just put this up very quickly without going into it in any great detail. But I think a lot of the grassroots experiences that I've been fortunate enough to learn from and be part of are asserting a very different set of ethics and values than what we are unfortunately being taught in schools and colleges these days. We are being taught, for instance, that competition, hostile competition, is the way to go. Whereas in fact, the most successful transformations are happening where people are working with cooperation. We're being taught private property is a holy cow, where in fact, again, most of these successful transformations are where nature, natural resources, land, knowledge is treated as part of the commons, not privatized. Non-violence of various kinds, respect the rights of not just humans, but also nature. There are so many different kinds of ethical principles coming out of these experiences. And basically, we're talking about worldviews that celebrate the continuation of life on Earth, including, of course, human life. So what kind of institutional reforms are we talking about then? Just to give maybe 2 or 3 ideas here. Firstly, Swaraj, if we're really meaningful, would mean that local bodies of self-governance, Gram Sabhas, Panchayats, urban wards, area Sabhas, are the ones where the maximum power should be. In fact, Lok Sabha should be subservient to the Gram Sabha. If we really think of it, if you're talking about we the people, and that's what democracy would be. Unfortunately, it's the other way around right now. We're talking then about the fact that in all laws, policies, and development programs, there needs to be community participation, especially the ones that are going to affect them. How can you take a decision to have a mining project in an area without first seeking the consent of the people who will be displaced or whose lands will be taken for that? One of the interesting aspects of this to me is also beginning to look at political boundaries. This could be controversial, but I'm still going to put it out there. So if you take, for instance, South Asia, it's currently divided into 7, 8 nation states, right? For historical reasons, some for colonial reasons. But if you look at the same region from an ecological and biocultural perspective, it looks very different. So for instance, the entire Sundarbans is one unit, one ecological unit, and it's also one biocultural unit because it's the fishing communities that have lived there for such a long time. Now it's divided by a national boundary. You take Tibet and Ladakh, it's the same story. It used to have nomadic populations going back and forth, wildlife going back and forth. Now there's a fence and tension all the time between it. How can we actually start rethinking boundaries also, and then pathways of getting there in which peace and ecology actually become central to governance in South Asia? So finally, then the role of HEIs, I've already been mentioning a few things. To me, firstly, the word university itself needs to be questioned. And increasingly in the world, people are talking about pluriversities because we're talking about the pluriverse of knowledge systems, not just one universal knowledge system. Putting social transformation at the core of every syllabus and every program in these education institutions. Asking ourselves, who is an expert? So recently, for instance, the Gondwana University gave one of its degrees to Devaji Tofa, who is from Central India, who has done remarkable work in moving towards self-governance and forest conservation and so on. He's never gone through university, but he's one of the most brilliant experts in that part of the world. Now, can we actually get universities to start bringing these people in as teachers? They may not even be literate, and yet they can teach students all kinds of things, both in terms of knowledge, but also in terms of value. So how do we change our HEIs to also move away from this whole centrism of only those who are PhDs can be teachers, etc. How do we integrate? This is something that Eric Falt already said. Integrate these perspectives through all subjects, not make peace a separate subject and ecology a separate subject. That might be important, but how do we integrate these perspectives all through so that these become ways of life? They're not subjects to pass in an examination. Ethics and values become part of life. And an atmosphere in which students, young people are enabled to dream different futures. Not only dream becoming a CEO of a corporation, but maybe dream about somebody who actually creates an incredible innovation that helps to solve the climate crisis or many other such things, right? Because the biggest need today is not more and more and more engineers and pilots and computer technicians and so on. That's all needed, yes. But the biggest need is people who can take a lead in restoring humanity's relationship with the rest of the earth, because otherwise we're all doomed. There's no higher education institution that will survive if climate crisis continues being what it is. And restoring peace within human beings themselves with each other. A few books that we brought out, I'll put these into the link where there's a lot more available on these kinds of approaches from different parts of India and different parts of the world. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I will end. I'll just put my email ID, etc. there for anybody who wants to get in touch. I hope I have not taken more time than I was given. Thank you again for this opportunity, and I'd be very happy to be part of any discussion afterwards. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kothari, for your very transformative visions and alternative, and also bringing this discussion of peace and justice to the level of people, or taking it away from the state-centric visions. There's so much to learn, so much to do in this area, but time is not with us. We have virtually 40 minutes, and we have to listen to Mr. Tushar Pradhan, have some discussion, and at the end, I'm supposed to sum it up. I can give up my summing up. There's no summing up such fascinating new ideas. But let me first invite Mr. Tushar Pradhan to take the floor, or talk to us. And may I kindly request him to be as brief as possible. I hate to do so, but I think otherwise we'll be missing on discussions and a proper closure to this particular program. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Upadhyay. And one of the advantages I have coming in last is that since a lot of these issues have been presented so well by both the speakers prior to myself, that probably what needs to be said has already been said. So I guess I have an easier job in front of me. But let me just clarify a little about two aspects which I heard in the debate so far, and from where I come as well. So as I was described, I am an allocator of capital. And according to some of us, we believe that capital is evil, or that has a concentration of power. I want to discuss a little bit in terms of what money can do. And I think obviously there is a lot of power associated with it, but the person who controls it, the ability to allocate significant capital to the right goal, I think is more important than the capital itself, because the capital has a purpose. It is also one of the resources that we have in addition to all the natural resources. And human capital and human thinking has gone a long way to generate this resource to be able to enable so many things that we use so easily today. So I think we should respect that. The other thing I wanted to express is that as part of my day job, which is in investing, which is now increasingly turned to what is known as sustainable investing, is also along the same way. That if capital is to go into smokestack or some sort of fossil fuel oriented businesses, it really needs a new thinking. We need to be renewable in our energy resources, and we need to be sustainable in any enterprise that we do, whether it is something to do with natural resources or it has something to do with human resources, including minds and ideas. So I think these are fascinating concepts which I'm very, very associated with on my day job. But let me tell you what my real passion is. I am part of a movement called the Heartfulness Movement. It initially began as a means to teach people how to meditate. And the meditation system actually is based on the very well-known Ashtanga Yoga, or the eightfold path of realization of sage Patanjali. While its beginnings are very esoteric, the founder, who we call Sri Ramchandra of Shahjahanpur, wrote a letter to the United Nations when the United Nations was being formed. And that letter is something of a legend because he actually questioned about world peace. He said, how can world peace be possible without individual peace? And if it continues to remain a debate between two people about what peace is, then there is unlikely to be any peace in anyone's hearts. So I think this was a very fundamental question that he asked, that you cannot force world peace on people. People are to be trained to remain peaceful by themselves. And on all of the wonderful things that we talk of about collaboration, about being mindful of other ecologies, being mindful of other ideas, being mindful of borders, being mindful of cultures, really comes only if you are absolutely at peace with yourself. If you have violence in our hearts, for whatever reason, violence to defend a fundamental right, that itself becomes a position. And over time, we find that even if the most well-intentioned ideas ends up being converted into violence, because at some point of time, that conviction, or what we call as self-righteousness, crosses a human barrier of decency. And even if you want to establish something which is supposedly right, becomes a crime. And I think this is really where institutions, justice, all of that all comes together. Because if you look at justice and the image of what justice is, it's a goddess with her eyes blindfolded. I think that itself is a fundamental flaw when it comes to feeling. Because if you really want to feel for a fellow human being, it should not come from your intellect. It should come from your heart. It is really something to do with what is, again, our seers in our country going back all the way, who actually propounded a theory of self-realization, because only when we realize ourselves do we realize everything else. So can this be taught? I don't think so. But can it be generated, especially in institutions of higher education? Clearly it can be. And we have seen tremendous demonstration of that happening wherever heartfulness has been introduced, where people learn to really listen to their consciousness and their conscience, which is clearly what is the need of the hour. So for example, you can be the head of the United Nations and you can have all the good things in your heart. But how many wars does the United Nations actually get involved in? How many times do we see well-intentioned situations completely go out of hand? How many times do we see responses, human responses to crisis, including the COVID crisis, for example? It has become a political crisis. It has become a crisis in terms of lockdowns or no lockdowns. It has become a source of people jockeying for what they think is the right thing to do at that point. But again, as Kothari Saab actually spoke about, it is really a mismatch of what we need to actually happen as opposed to what is likely to happen. And that is because of the institutions which control how human beings shall act and behave across the world. So I think the point I'm trying to make here is that by being a representative of the heartfulness meditation movement all over the world, I bring a very, very different aspect to how we can really look at peace to begin with, which will automatically lead to justice. Because this peace which is developed deep within one's heart leads to an expansion of consciousness. And I think this expansion of consciousness really, really means our ability to understand one another. And I think this expansion can lead from understanding my neighbor, to understanding my community, to understanding different communities, to understanding my states, to understanding my country, and to understanding eventually every human being on earth. And I think that is what the Gautam Buddha actually did say, that if you are looking to really solve the problems of the world, look within. And I think this is really something which we at Heartfulness really passionately believe. We have partnerships with educational institutions, and thanks to Professor Karad and Dr. Karad's absolutely pioneering thought process about peace, we are actively engaged with the university to make people learn, and especially younger generation, what is it that we need to learn about ourselves? How do we learn about ourselves? How do we learn how to think? Because all this while, formal education teaches us how to think, but we are never taught to think on our own, which by itself is a very, very difficult thing to do. But with meditation, with our ability to remain silent, to go within ourselves, we will come with our answers on our own. And I think this is something which is so fundamental to the human being, which is well described in what is known as a famous concept in I would call it the Sanatana Dharma. It's called Viveka. And Viveka is not knowledge, it is a right knowledge. And it is something to do not with the reading of a book, but the inspiration which comes deep within one's heart, which is connected with the divine power itself. And unless you have access to that, unless you are able to act through this divine inspiration, you are unlikely to always be party to either the good or the bad, either be part of the evil or be part of the supposedly good for some time, till history changes And then you realize, oh, the good was not really that good and the evil was not really that evil. So it is, I hope that, especially institutions of higher education understand that we really need to instill a sense of natural justice, a feeling of peace within each of the university participants, whether they're students, whether they're professors, whether they're part of this education process, that they need to look within to find the answers. If they keep looking at one or the other, they will keep getting confused with each of the well-presented ideas that they will see in the world. And I think unless you have the force of that, which is within us already, we need to understand that we have to act through that. And how does one get there? There aren't really too many easy answers out there, but it is really contemplation, meditation. The problem is we don't have institutions which actually help people learn how to meditate. It's always considered as some sort of an esoteric, out of the way, or maybe somewhat extracurricular sort of activity. What we are trying to help people understand that it has to be mainstream. And in fact, if you do a little bit of research in terms of all the people who have meditated, they have clearly come with some earth-breaking, or let's say earth-shattering ideas which change the lives of people around us. And I think there are enough examples for us to see that that's the way to achieving personal peace to begin with, which will lead to global peace. So I'm very thankful for this invitation to be here to share a few of our ideas. But what I would really like to do is just leave this thought that world peace can be possible only when we can achieve individual peace. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and looking forward to some interesting interaction.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pradhan. I was just thinking there's so many flavors of peace from Mr. Kothari's structural violence and cultural violence approach, which is also, I think, very central to inner peace. I mean, we are eventually talking about the planetary peace, and I think we have covered a lot of ground here. It's time to have a very brief session for question, answers, comments. And if I remember correctly, I'm supposed to complete this exercise of Q&A within 10 minutes. And already we are into 5 minutes of the time. So may I request the participants, those concerned people, anybody to say anything, any questions, please. From the audience, from anybody who's listening, any questions, any comments?
Sir, may I?
Please, please.
Yeah, sir, my question is to Ashish Kothari, sir. Very precisely, I would say he explained us ecology and peace that goes hand in hand. My only question here is, though the theory has to be proposed first once we have to bring certain things into action. So can you put out certain points for universities, though your presentation was very elaborate for all of us to understand, but then very specifically how these theories could be brought into action points, which helps us bringing this or realizing this ecology and peace to go together. Can you please elaborate on that, sir?
Sure. So should I go ahead and respond?
Yeah, please.
Yes, sir, please.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Dave. And of course, my response will be very brief, but I'd be very happy to continue the conversation subsequently also offline. There are many things I think universities can do very specifically, very concretely, or as I say, very earthily, because concrete is not necessarily a great material. For instance, I think faculty and students doing much more to even understand the ground realities of what's happening, right? Conflicts in our communities, conflict between countries, and ecological devastation that is taking place. Our own understanding of a lot of these things is still very poor. It's only, for instance, if you look at the reports of the IPCC and what's coming out in terms of the climate crisis now, it's because of these last 15, 20 years of these reports that we now understand the gravity of the crisis much more than we ever did. Of course, indigenous people have been talking about for a long time, but who listens to them? So if we can get universities to do, I mean, for instance, one thing we've been doing with some universities is that let's take 5 or 6 sites in India where both damage is taking place, but also action is taking place to try and reverse that damage and have more secure livelihoods and ecologies in that area. And have class after class after class actually going there, understanding, studying with the community, even enabling local youth to become researchers. And that over a generation actually generates an incredible body of knowledge that you can all use in your classrooms, and it will be a body of knowledge that will help in policy making and the local community dealing with these sorts of crises. So anyway, one is this whole arena of understanding. There's much more that we can do with that. The second, I think, very, very early is for the university to look at its own campus. How ecologically and socially sensitive is our campus? Do we, for instance, all do local water harvesting, or are we still taking water from most of our or all of our water from the main pipes? Are we doing decentralized renewable energy as much as we can? In Delhi, for instance, many schools have gone in for rooftop solar. They're not only generating all their power, they're actually saving lots of money, and they're earning by putting some of the electricity back into the grid. So there are lots of things we can do, an ecological and social audit of the campus itself, and figure out how we can make our universities models of sustainability and justice, right? By justice, I also then include things like inclusiveness, how disability friendly is our institution. Most of our colleges and universities, at least when I was in university, people on wheelchairs couldn't access a lot of the areas of the university. So how disabled, so in terms of inclusiveness also, we can that's the second major, and students can be really involved in exciting projects to do this. Somebody can do energy, somebody can do water, somebody can do disability, and you can build all of these into the subjects. You don't have to do this necessarily as extracurricular. The third thing is for universities, and I know this is a bit controversial and difficult, but I think where we see injustice, very obvious forms of injustice, universities should be part of the democratic voices. Faculty, students should be part of the democratic voices, saying that this is wrong, this should not be happening. If there is violence against women happening, we should be able to say it. If there is this kind of ecological devastation happening, we should be able to say it. Because if we don't say it, as people in the privileged positions we're in our universities, then who will? We have that. We don't worried about our next meal. We're not worried about basic things like that. So let's use that lucky and privileged position to be able to help those who are most badly affected in the current atmosphere of injustice, violence, ecological devastation, etc. For all of these, we have lots of specific ideas. Many things are happening, and I'd be very happy to give much more, very practical ideas on how some of these things can be done in universities.
Yes.
So thank you for
thank you very much, sir. Sir, the reason why I asked this question, if I can get 30 seconds more, the reason because at MIT World Peace University we have Faculty of Peace Studies, and you have given a very important aspect to be added to Faculty of Peace Studies, combining ecology along with that. So we will be very happy to have you amongst us, probably with the Faculty of Peace Studies, how ecology study can be added to peace studies and strike that right balance. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for this answer.
Absolutely. We're in the same city. I'd be very happy to visit.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Sir, the questions have started coming in. So the first question from the audience is for Mr. Tushar Pradhan. The question is from Shashikant Ghe. The question is, in simple terms, how can you explain what is heartfulness?
Yeah, thank you again very for the question, because many times the word meditation is taken very generically, and there are so many types of meditation, so one can get a little confused. Heartfulness is a very, very simple experiential system. It is a system which doesn't charge any money for its services as such. It is open to all and everyone across the whole world. We are about 130 or 40 countries and counting in terms of where people can learn how to meditate. We are also on the web. But if I were to say what it is all about, it is an ability to touch our very inner core. In a very short period of time, we're able to meditate through the system. It is aided by a very subtle energy called transmission. And it is up to each of the participants to understand, how and what it changes in you in terms of how we start to think, and eventually what it leads to a complete transformation of our ability, becoming a better version of ourselves, and continuously so for the rest of our lives. So as briefly as I could describe it, all of the details are available on the website. I would encourage all of the VCs who are attending today to really explore, because of all the problems, and I'm really so thankful to Mr. Kothari to have brought in so many aspects of what we need to think. Many times when you go to the university, especially as a student, all we are worried about is what degree am I going to get? Am I going to get it well? And do I get a job? Beyond that, most students, while they are in a university, do not think much. Of course, they get waylaid sometimes, and there are other activities they get involved in, and that is always a bad happening. But the fact is that a university has to be an area of learning. How do I imbibe the most I can when my neurons are still very lucid and I can really, really learn so many things when I'm at that age? If you teach them to meditate, and it's an honest request to all of the VCs who are attending here, please reach out to us. We will, of course, also reach out to you. Give this gift of learning, of teaching people how to meditate as soon as they come into your doors, and they make their own solutions. They become inclusive, they become environmentally conscious, they become world citizens, and you will have generated that thinking for them. All it requires is just giving us a call, and we'll enable how we can help them going forward. So thankful for that question, Gary. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for explaining it so beautifully. We have one more question. Professor Upadhyay, do we have time for like 2 more questions?
Well, by your timeline, I think the time for the question answer session is over, but I think we can take one quick question and a quick response.
Yeah, there are too many questions in the chat box, but just one more question. The question is from N. Nagaraju. The question is, does Shri Kothari have any suggestive steps or something which HEIs can work for equality?
For equality, yes, absolutely. I already mentioned, for instance, disability. One of a section of society in India that faces amongst the most discrimination. Sorry?
Yes, sir.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. So people with disabilities are amongst those who face the greatest amount of discrimination in society. So one thing, as I said already, is how do we make all of our institutions much more accessible to people with disabilities? Secondly, let's examine, are there structural or other reasons for which Adivasis or Dalits or others are not able to enter into our educational institutions? There could be economic reasons, there could be social reasons, there could be many different reasons. How do we make our institutions much more accessible through scholarships, through different kinds of, and I'm not talking only about reservations, I'm going beyond that, and looking at how do we actually enable, even sometimes language becomes a huge barrier because people haven't grown up with a certain, say, Hindi or English or whatever it is. They've grown up with their own mother tongue, could be an Adivasi mother tongue, for instance. So equality of different kinds can be nurtured in our institutions once we understand what are the sources of inequality and the roots of inequality, and then we try and deal with those.
Okay,
and by the way, I do want to appreciate also Tusharji's constant point. I completely agree with that, in fact, inner peace and inner ecology is as important as outer peace and outer ecology. We have to really be able to put the two together. And that's also what leads to greater equality if we really manage to do that properly. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. I'm afraid, participants, I can't take up any more questions because of the scarcity of time. Professor Upadhyay, over to you.
Well, thank you so much. It's been a great learning opportunity for a professor of peace studies, if you want to call me, 4 decades, just trying to bring up a Center for Peace Research. So let's try and try to sum up what we already know here on this platform and this wonderful discussion. What we know is that there is an increasing trend to consider education as transformation. And I think this idea is not new in the realm of peace studies. We often talk about multi-tracks to peace. There is no single track and government to government, unlike what the people and the students think. And in fact, somebody used the term track 5 as for education research. And I think this track is becoming increasingly more important. The point that strikes me is that there has never been any dearth of great ideas, good ideas, whether coming from different cultures or whether especially coming from the so-called Indian knowledge system. One has to consider because we have too many people, representatives of UNESCO, that the preamble still, I think it resonates in a child's mind, that since the wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men the defenses of peace should be built. So the idea is, how do we transform this mindset? And I think this is one idea, and that culminated variously. And one great example, one very intense example is the idea and the flourishment of culture of peace. I mean, we recently, last year, we completed 2 decades of culture of peace, and it's all about combining both the aspects, the social peace and the inner peace. I think oftentimes we see a contrast, which is more important. I think both are important. And I personally don't think that inner peace gives us all solution. And I think even the concept of social peace or, peace, external peace, can provide answers to some of the dilemmas of inner peace. And I think Gandhi was one person who combined these 2 streams so beautifully, so easily. I mean, if you just read Gandhian literature, I mean, when I say you read, I mean, when I read, I find that there is an absolute eclectic approach. He talks about structural violence in so many words. His life and work is a great example of the ideas of structural peace as an opposition to structural violence. In fact, the proponent of structural violence concept, which is one of the most popular intellectual category we have in social sciences, humanities, Johann Galtung, and he himself writes and admits that he picked up the idea of structural violence from the simple notion of hate the sin and not the sinner. What is happening is that this simple dictum of hating the sin, not the sinner, is absolutely forgotten. If you look at all brands of so-called violators and breakers of law and order, I think we'll find an answer why this transformation has come about. Similarly, about Indian knowledge system, I mean, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, our very revered Prime Minister, has been talking about Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam at a lot of international forums and with a lot of, conviction. And similar ideas have been present in other cultures. Ubuntu is an idea. I mean, we need to think about and expose our students to these ideas, like I am because you are, collecting. It's an African dictum. So many Gandhian ideas, they never lose relevance. This idea of borderless world, Jai Jagat, for example, and Shanti. So there has been no dearth of ideas. The problem has been that they never reflect in our curricula. And increasingly so, which is so unfortunate, that as the stress and strains to world peace are becoming more and more dangerous, more and more threatening, we are losing interest in that kind of peace, which goes simply beyond peace as an expression of absence of conflict between the 2 countries. So what we need, and I think this has come out so fascinatingly in the discussion, is this conception of planetary peace, ecology. Absolutely, it's not peripheral, it's not come up. I mean, even in, the Indian knowledge system, our tradition, if you see, all the prayers of peace would bring peace to the Antariksh, peace to the skies, peace to the nature. So these ideas are there. I just wanted to share one thing. My long experience and struggle to set up a peace studies center, it's peace studies of any kind, let me say. It's an absolutely uncoordinated effort. I mean, some people have simply tried to emulate the Western paradigm of conflict resolution, conflict transformation. Some have remained only confined to value education. And there are very low in numbers, in the sense that, Banaras Hindu University have a center. We have been offering a degree on this peace and development. Nelson Mandela and Jamia Millia, and of course MIT University has begun a course. But these are far and few, and there is hardly any coordination and collaboration to develop a composite framework to study. And about the debate between whether peace studies need to be taught as a standalone subject or as a part of the entire curricula across the board, I think there is no contradiction. It's been happening in so many areas, in environment studies, women's studies. We study these things in part, but how do you implement it? How do you attract universities to set up these courses which don't give you a job instantly? How do you attract students who sometimes ask this question that, well, we study peace studies, conflict resolution, or peace and environment. What happens to us? Where do we get a job? So this is a task that we need to answer, and we need to really discuss it. Couple of positive developments I would like to mention here. I mean, very recently, the University Grants Commission at the highest level, they have set up a kind of a group, and they are coming out with courses and mandatory courses on global citizenship education. And a large part of it actually deal with what we call it SDG 60 in terms of the question of justice, conflict resolution, ecological peace, and so on and so forth. And I think this is one development, but we need to sustain it. We need to implement it. Much will depend on the the willpower and determination of our university leaders. And I find so many vice chancellors here. And, so, I'll give you an example that Bhartiyar University, I think only last week, they inaugurated a 6 months long certificate course on non-violent communication, non-violent communication. How do you bring in non-violence in your communication and language? And in the very first go, they got 1,500 enrollments from all across the board. It's a digital-based course. So similar innovative ideas can really bring about interest among the students and do things. And also, I think fundamentally, where is SDG in all this we are discussing? I think what SDG has done is it has changed the language. In the sense, if, as Eric mentioned, 2015, SDGs were sort of announced. And the same year, if you notice, another transformative and a revolutionary idea of peace was enunciated by the Secretary General, where he called this peace as sustaining peace, not sustainable peace, sustaining peace, same year. And now the argument is that sustaining peace is an argument that peace building is not simply post-conflict activity, but peace building is everybody's business all the while. In other words, all the UN entities and in all walks of our human existence, everybody should consider peace as his work. In fact, for UNESCO, we compiled a study which got published. I was the main leader of the team, and it was titled as The Long Walk of Peace Towards Conflict Prevention, in which 32 entities, global entities, UN entities, they express their visions. They say WHO, UNICEF, UNDP, they're all peace agencies in the sense that health today is peace work. Working with children is a peace work. And I think this all has expanded, and rightly so, the scope and the orientation of peace studies today. So today's peace study is about what Ashish ji was talking about, the absence of or dealing with the question of injustice, structural violence, and cultural violence. Cultural violence in the sense when we don't consider certain things as violence, and they are. The language that we speak. And then, of course, it's the part of it is inner peace. But if you see what these 17 SDGs have done, they have given us a language. And the language is hunger is about peace, and peace is about hunger. The question of urban development, the health, etc., they're all interrelated. I think to that an extent, it's an achievement of the United Nations, and it's an achievement of Indian Association of Indian Universities and MIT to bring together such bunch of scholars and people who can bring about changes. To the vice chancellors, I would say, you just bring in one course, whatever it can relate to inner peace, it can relate to social peace, environmental peace, and start a course, and you will find that a lot of changes are happening. I can see many vice chancellors who have in their universities these programs on peace and conflict studies. So I think they can be the leader of future transformation. So I'm very privileged to be in the galaxy of such responsive and practicing peace people. And we had wonderful brainstorm and heartstorm also, heartfulness. So I think these two, brainstorming and heartstorming together, this is what makes peace a very fascinating idea. So with regards and prayers from Varanasi, the city of Shiva, I once again greet you and thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for presiding the session so well. And thanks to each one of the dignitaries for taking out time for this session. We immediately move on to our session 2 of the West Zone Vice Chancellors Meet. So the theme of this particular session is contribution of HEIs in strengthening the global partnership for sustainable development. This session will be chaired by Atul Khosla. Shri Atul Khosla is a Vice Chancellor at Shulini University. He drives new initiatives at Shulini, initiating partnerships with industry and top global universities, starting new innovative academic programs, transforming a traditional system to new methodologies of teaching, initiating a skill-based curriculum, and building one of India's most dynamic and cutting-edge education technology platforms. Mr. Khosla was also an advisor to MNC's Global Board on building the company's global operating platform. In addition,
can I intervene, Priyanka?
Yes.
Yeah, just a moment. I want to intervene. Before we go to the next session, I think we should thank the chairperson and speakers of the previous session. And on behalf of Association of Indian Universities and MIT, I thank Professor Upadhyay for chairing this session, and Professor Ashish Kothari and Professor Eric and Professor Tushar Pradhan for their very, very interesting speeches and presentation. Now, Priyanka, I want to inform you that the chairperson of this session is Professor Ramashankar Dubey. He is the Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat. Since this is a sudden change, probably you could not catch the correct name. On behalf of AIU, sir, I welcome you to the session, Ramashankar Dubey, sir, and I request you to chair. Sir is a very senior academic in the country, and he has a lot of work which he himself will tell. Sir, before starting this session, if you can introduce about your achievements in the field of higher education, we'd be very grateful, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I am grateful to Association of Indian Universities and MIT for providing me the opportunity to chair this session. Myself, Ramashankar Dubey, I am serving as Vice Chancellor of Central University of Gujarat, located at Gandhinagar. And earlier to it, I have served as Vice Chancellor in Bihar, Tilka Mahaji Bhagalpur University. And earlier to that also, I served as Vice Chancellor in Guru Ghasidas University in Chhattisgarh. And basically, I am Professor of Biochemistry at Banaras Hindu University. And there I have been working in the area of plant biochemistry, environmental biochemistry, and related to sustainable development and many aspects also, that how sustainability of land, sustainability of air. So these are my areas of research. And at Central University of Gujarat, I've been working for the last 2 years. So with this note, I would like to proceed further, I think.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. But please allow me to introduce the other speakers as well. But before that, I'll request my technical team to relay a session video, which is on contribution of HEIs in strengthening global partnership for sustainable development. Over to my technical team.
Goal 17 aims to strengthen the means of implementation and revitalize the global partnership for sustainable development. The key to the achievement of this goal is universal partnership, complemented by stakeholder partnerships to share and mobilize expertise, financial resources, knowledge, and technology for supporting the SDGs in every country. Since all the countries are interdependent as we share the same planet Earth, every country has equal responsibility to protect it. COVID-19 has demonstrated recently the inevitable interconnectedness of people and countries. An ambitious and interconnected global development agenda requires a new global partnership. This includes financing development, connecting people through information networks, international trade flows, and strengthening data collection and analysis. Due to technological innovations, the people around the world have come closer together through physical and digital networks. Over half the world's population is now connected online. This ease of connectivity is both good and bad sustainable development. The deliberations will therefore address on measures to promote internationalization and strengthening and streamlining cooperation between nation states using the SDGs as a shared framework and a shared vision for defining the collaborative way forward. And on research needed on issues like international trade, domestic resource mobilization, international support to developing countries, domestic capacity for tax, and other revenue collections.
Thank you so much. For this session, we have been joined by several noted dignitaries. We have amongst us Rajendra Madhavrao Shinde. He was a former director in United Nations Environment Program and is currently serving as the chairman of Terry Policy Center, which is a non-profit organization engaged in the evidence-based policy development and project-based advocacy on the sustainable development. Before August 2011, he was the head of the Ozone Action Branch of the United Nations Environment Program Division of the Technology, Industry and Economics in Paris. The work of the IPCC, including the contributions of many scientists, was recognized by the joint award of the 2007 Nobel Peace Prize. His UNEP program became the first in the United Nations to bag an award from the United States Environment Protection Agency for global efforts to protect the ozone layer. In 2006, he was felicitated by President of India, Dr. Abdul Kalam, for his role in development of the solar vaccine cooler for the poor, rural and remote communities. We welcome you, sir.
No, here just...
It's indeed our honor and privilege to introduce Sri Ryan Pereira. He started his journey with UCF as a senior USA advisor in 2011. He has completed his BSc in Zoology and Biochemistry from St. Xavier's College, followed by MSc in Biochemistry in 1993 from University of Mumbai. Before going to the US, he earned a doctorate in Biochemistry from the Ohio State University. He returned to India and taught courses in molecular biology and biotechnology at St. Xavier's College before joining United States India Educational Foundation. He is an individual with strong ethics and great intellectual ability who is dedicated to the prosperity of the education sector. We welcome you, sir. We also have amongst us Professor Dr. Joske Banders. Joske Banders graduated in chemistry and physics at the University of Amsterdam and wrote her PhD thesis on participatory approaches to the development of science-based innovations in agriculture at the VU University, Amsterdam in 1994. She has been the director of the Athena Institute for Research on Innovation and Communication in Health and Life Sciences. She was appointed the Professor of Biology and Society at the Vrije University, Amsterdam in 2000. Her specific field of interest is the linking of knowledge and expertise of end users with developments in modern science and national and international policy. Dr. Banders has published widely in the area of biotechnology and the role of users in shaping the innovation process. She has also conducted research on the development of methodology to stimulate and facilitate interactive and transdisciplinary process of problem solving. This involves various stakeholders engaging in a deliberative, mutual search and learning process. We welcome you, madam. Before formally handing over the session to the chairperson, Professor Ramashankar Dubey, a humble request to all the participants to please put on their videos with a beautiful smile on the face so that this moment can be captured for a lifetime.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to congratulate Association of Indian Universities and MIT for comprehending such a nice theme related to sustainable development goals, where all nations, all higher education institutions, and all stakeholders are participating in a greater way. The theme of this sessions is related to Sustainable Development Goal 17, related to the global partnership, especially related to the higher educational institutions. In India, the higher educational institutions, they have been contributing a lot towards the development of science and technology since the independence. And presently, if you can see in terms of the scientific publications, India ranks third among the number of scientific publications. But we have to work more and more towards environmental friendly technologies, and we have to look for more and more global cooperation related to investment in our higher educational institutions. We have to look for resource mobilizations, how we can mobilize the resources and we can improve our higher educational institutions. We need to create a better research ecosystem in our higher education institutions, because though we have many central universities, many IITs, many ISERs, many institutions of excellence, but still our many more institutions need to have a conducive research ecosystem which can lead to more and more entrepreneurship skills in their students, so that our higher educational institutions can contribute in a long way in relation to global partnerships. We have to look for more and more MOUs with many other higher education institutions of different countries. A synergy need to be established by means of the mutual cooperations among higher education institutions of our country and with educational institutions of other countries as well, the developing countries, developed countries, and underdeveloped countries taking all together. So we are having with our panel that eminent speakers who have themselves contributed a lot in their respective fields. We have Dr. Ran Pereira, Dr. Abhay Jere, Professor Joske Banders Allen, and Dr. Rajendra Sende. Now, I will request all speakers to express their views within the 10 minutes of the limited time, because with time we have short. So with this span of time, we have to express our views. So first of all, I will request Dr. Ran Pereira, who is Regional Officer, USIEF Mumbai. I request you, sir, to kindly express your views. Dr. Ran Pereira, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shin Dubey, for this kind invitation. I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Chitnis and Dr. Vishwakant Karad for this invitation. It was very nice of them to think of me. As Dr. Dubey mentioned, this India as a growing country, it has a lot of potential, and to utilize and make full use of that potential, having experts from outside help India develop is always going to be a good thing. And there are, as in the previous session we heard, India has so much to offer that we could send to the other countries as well, especially when it comes to peace and other things. So I would like to take this opportunity to talk about how my organization, the United States India Educational Foundation, helps foster linkages between Indian institutions and global institutions, with an emphasis on how the Fulbright Fellowship programs can help foster these linkages. The organization USIEF, United States India Educational Foundation, promotes mutual understanding between the nationals of India and the United States through educational exchanges of outstanding scholars, professionals, and students. These are exciting times in India, especially in the education system. Last year, we had the new education policy come out, which provides for several opportunities for global universities to partner with Indian universities. Further, the planned introduction of the four-year program, undergraduate program, where students could choose a wide range of fields, would better prepare students for the workforce as well as for higher studies. US universities have been offering such education system for many years. So they would be a great resource to help Indian institutions who want to make their way with the implement the NEP. And earlier this year, the UGC provided a draft for academic collaborations between Indian and foreign higher education institutions to offer the joint degree, dual degree, and twinning programs. And in 2021. And this would allow for the credit recognition and transfer, the joint degrees, the twinning programs, as well as the dual degrees. So those frameworks are already there. So it's up to us as representatives of Indian universities to make full use of the available partnerships that we can utilize to take our universities forward. Now, there are many examples of collaborations between US universities and Indian institutions that are already in place. For example, the Columbia Global Center in Mumbai, it was established in 2010, and it helps promote and facilitate the collaborative and impactful engagement of Columbia University's faculty, students, and alumni with the world. And it's to enhance the understanding and address global challenges. And that's what the emphasis of this session is, the SDG. In addition, we have example from the Harvard Chan India Research Center, also located in Mumbai, to help with projects on public health, which is again something very important to a developing nation. And since this program is based out of Pune, I also want to talk about a little ICER Pune has several academic collaborations and exchanges with the University of Notre Dame and other universities such as the NMIMS has collaborations with Virginia Tech University. So in addition to this university to university interactions, there are other opportunities for interaction that do exist. For example, the Ohio State University has done programs with the Nanavati Hospital on public health on infectious diseases. And they've also partnered with the Tata Group to help train the mid-level management to help take the company forward and take India forward. And we could go on with so many examples of these. And over the years, there have been several opportunities to build these collaborations. We started out with the 21st Century Knowledge Initiative that was offered by my organization. And one example of a project that came out of that was the collaboration between the Salisbury University, Maryland, with the Symbiosis Institute of Media in Pune. And we also had the University of Massachusetts, Amherst, who collaborated with Pune University, Savitribai Phule Pune University. Another example of the opportunity that existed was the Passport to India, which was instituted in 2014 to encourage young Americans to come to India to study and to take up internships and learn about India. There are some private agencies, such as the US-India Knowledge Initiative, which was founded in 2018 by Sanam S4 and the non-profit organization US-India Strategic Partnership. And that was also the goal to help build these collaborations. Then we have the current ones that are still in force, such as the GYAN program, where you can invite experts from the US to India to teach specific areas. The well-known Institute of International Education is also very involved with this building collaborations. In fact, today and tomorrow, they are doing a workshop on best practices on US-India higher education collaborations. And there's also Partnerships 2020, which was funded by the US Embassy in India. And this is to build collaborations between US institutions and Indian institutions. And I want to point out one example of this particular Partnerships 2020, and that was a partnership between the North Carolina State University and National Institute of Technology, Raipur. And the project was to ensure optimal utilization of solar water pumps in rural Chhattisgarh. And that kind of project is exactly what the SDG is trying to address. So there are examples of all these collaborations that are already going on. I now want to take the next couple of minutes to talk a little bit about the Fulbright Fellowships and how they can be utilized to help build these collaborations. USIEF offers several Fulbright and other Fulbright Fellowships, which can be used to build contacts with US universities and which could then lead to collaborations between Indian universities and US universities. These fellowships come in a wide range of fields and are available to applicants at different levels of academic accomplishments, starting with doctoral students, postdoctoral students, faculty, as well as university administrators. There are three particular ones that I want to touch on. The first is the Fulbright Nehru International Educator Administrators Seminar. It's called IEAS. And this is designed to provide Indian mid and senior level faculty and administrators from educational institutes in India the opportunity to experience firsthand the higher education institutions in the United States. The Indian university representatives are selected for this fellowship will travel to the US and visit multiple US universities, about 8 to 10 US universities that are interested in collaborating with Indian institutions. And as we heard this morning, Mrs. Pankaj Mittal is a beneficiary of this program. We also have US university representatives who travel to India. So if your university is interested in hosting them the next time they travel, please let me know and we'll be happy to try and arrange that. Two other programs that we have that might be of interest to this group is the Fulbright Specialist Program and the Visiting Chair Fellowship. Under the Fulbright Specialist Programs, Indian institutions can request for a US specialist to visit India for 2 to 6 weeks to teach a specific module at the Indian institution. Okay. Please reach out to me if you are interested in getting more details about this. And the Fulbright Visiting Chair Fellowship was announced earlier this year. There are two that are currently in force. The first one is the Fulbright Nehru Visiting Chair Fellowship at the University of Massachusetts Amherst in the field of public policy. And the second is the Visiting Chair Fellowship at Emory University in the field of civil and human rights. Okay. The Visiting Chair Fellow from India will teach and conduct research in their area of expertise at the host institution and promote understanding through engagement with the host community. So there are multiple ways that the Fulbright program is available to help build these collaborations that are going to play a vital role in taking India forward. I'll be happy to take questions towards the end of the session. Thank you, Dr. Dubey, for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Reda, for your excellent and very crisp presentation about the various opportunities which Indian students can have. And Indian scientists can have, Indian collaborators can have with their foreign counterparts. So thank you very much. Now, I would like to invite our next speaker, Dr. Abhay Jere. Dr. Abhay Jere, Chief Innovation Officer in Ministry of Education.
Sir, sorry to interrupt.
There, we can move to the next speaker.
Yeah, he has regretted for not being able to attend.
Okay. So now we are moving on to our next speaker, Professor Dr. Joost Banders Allen. Is Professor Faculty of Science at Athena Institute, Amsterdam. So may I request Dr. Joost Banders, please. Please unmute yourself, ma'am.
Thank you very much. And I'm very happy to be here with all of you, such honorable Vice Chancellors, dignitaries of the panels and the World Peace University, and all ladies and gentlemen. It's so nice to be invited to this very special meeting, and very important meeting, I would also say. I would like to speak about global partnerships and the contribution of universities. But I also like to highlight that it is not only the contribution of the universities to these global partnerships or in these global partnerships, but also hopefully universities can be inspired by these partnerships to perhaps realign a little bit their structures and their universities and enhance their relationships with the society which they already have. Sustainability goal 17 is interesting because it's different from the others in that it focuses on implementation problems of the other sustainability goals. And we all know that you can have beautiful ideas and programs and policies, but if there is no attention and focus on the implementation problems, then you may end up with not so much in your hand. And the most important, or no, they are all important implementation problems in this, but one of them which they emphasize is the finance issue. And UNCTAD has calculated how much was needed for realizing the Agenda 2030, and that were very high amount of money. So they were looking at other options for financing these agendas and came out and looking to private investors. And there were many private investors who were not only interested in risk and revenue, but also in meaning and impact of their work in society. So the discussions with these investors took off, and then the instrument of social impact bonds was created. And India has one on the field of education, and there are now several more in the world, also in the Netherlands, where I come from. But it is still a new instrument, and it is a public-private partnership. And the idea is that the private investors, that because they invest, they can start the whole process of scaling up proven innovations till the finalization of the implementation process. And then after the impact, which is carefully measured, then they can get back their money, but only if the impact is realized. And that's very interesting, of course, because we are used to speak in innovation, if it is for business world or for development, we used to speak about activities and about results and outputs, but here we talk about outcomes and impact. So that is, of course, also from a scientific perspective, extremely interesting in how they do that. And these mechanism of the social bonds, social impact bonds are as follows. It starts with a very solid evidence-based innovation or intervention, and otherwise there is no start of it. So it needs to be trusted that it really will have impact. And then there is a second step and phase, which is very, very fascinating, I would say, and that is that they monitor very carefully what is happening during the implementation, and immediately, if they see in this process of this social impact bond, if they see that there is an aberration, a difficulty coming up, immediately the team management comes in and discuss this and will find solutions to adapt the activities in order to save the impact. And how do they do that? So how do they focus on really realizing this impact? And they do it through expertise. So they have in their group, in their team, public and private organizations and people with specific expertise. And before they start, they want to be sure that these organizations are willing to deliver and to give insight into their own experiences with similar sort of problems, so that sometimes the whole group has 16 people, so that together you have a whole reservoir of expertise. And during the process, so every 3 months, they have meetings and they need to take decisions shared based on the co-creation of knowledge from the different experts on how to look at this early warning identification of a possible problem and how to adapt the processes. So there are principles set. The focus is, of course, on the sustainability goal, which is then in that bond is available, but also on transparency and on openness of the whole process. So it gives us a very interesting insight in how really impact can be realized with the help of private investors who can lose all their money, because if the impact is not realized, they lose everything, and society also loses because the activities are not finalized. Or they can be, because of this shared mobilization of creativity and knowledge and commitment to realize this impact. So that's the idea of the instrument. And it's clear what can be the role of the universities. The role of the universities is in helping developing these solid evidence-based innovations that I think is a very important role, that if you as a university can help realizing such innovations and also can stimulate such a sort of partnership, will be excellent. Second part is also to learn from this process in which there are, it's really from all different people they are chosen not because they are like-minded. They are like-minded in the sense of the impact they want, but you cannot be more different from each other because of the expertise needed. And but what can it do for the universities, or what can universities do for this? We have seen that many universities are a bit reluctant and towards the whole idea of sustainability goals, because they feel that their core activities are not always helpful in accommodating these sorts of concerns. So this is very understandable, because in the whole world, and not only in India, and for a long time already, we have universities which are structured on the basis of faculties which are based on disciplines and monodisciplines. And within such a discipline, the scientists works together with the students and problems from the discipline. And the students are trained in it, help solving it, help moving the disciplinary field further, publish in journals. And that's basically what is the core activity of the universities. So how is their relationship with the society? Well, this model is related to what they say, the linear model, in which you can say the role of the university is to do the fundamental work, others apply it to the specific context, and others implement it. So then you have this division of tasks, but what was found out was that when such a development started in the university, when it reached the end users, they often said, we have never asked for this, we were not involved in it, it is not needed for us. So that led to a change, and the change is that universities started with more contact with industry, more contact with government, with more contact with communities and poor communities, in trying to understand their needs. And so that these are extremely good steps, but they are in itself, they are not sufficient for contributing to the social impact bonds. Why? Because they are still, their expertise is more limited to their own field. So the problems in society are complex, and they are not organized along the disciplinary lines. So in order to address complex problems, you need to look also at the context and how it is changing. And then the whole innovation can be of less importance than it looked to be in the beginning. And that's exactly the reason why the investors wanted to have such a group of people who had the expertise to guide the adaptation process through the whole thing. So how to do then in universities, organize the process in which universities can be also acquire these sort of skills which are needed for dealing with complex problems. And I will never forget a vice chancellor of my country, and he said, you know, scientists usually try to analyze problems in their field, they separate things, they do that by themselves, they develop subfields and become more and more specific. You need nothing to do about that because they do it by themselves. But where you need to be as a vice chancellor active is to bring all this knowledge together. How can all these fragmentations of disciplinary knowledge be brought together and to be made useful to society? And what he said is we need to have places where we, for example, based on themes of the sustainability goals, where we can have all our scientists together and the students together and people from society together, a little bit like the structure of the social impact bonds, to look and to develop innovations and to make sure that they are also useful when they are in society. Because the present structure does not stimulate the scientists from different disciplines to talk to each other, or for the students to go outside. Yes, they go outside, but they have not a lived experience of the real problems as felt by the people. So that needs also a change of curriculum. It can be complementary. We can have both the focus on the analysis, which is very important, and the monodisciplinary field, which is very important. But we need also to have the other skills to be able to integrate knowledge. And that's possible, that's doable. For example, so by Dr. Chitnis, under his guidance, he started with a program to stimulate co-creation between students and how they could do it from their own knowledge, but also co-creation for the teacher. What themes did they found interesting, and how could they from different fields work together on a shared program? And what happened was that it was found so interesting, and people were excited in feeling that they could expand their knowledge base and they could discuss what was close to their own heart, that also the university management decided to finance innovations in curriculum which were helpful and conducive in the eyes of the teachers. So these three things, because I also feel that the focus on what we call community service learning is also something which should be should be a part of such a sort of a center, because community service learning is now often a little bit an immersion of students. But if you have a long-term connection with a community, then you can bring everything together. You can bring the teachings activities, you can bring the research activities, you can bring the service activities within these centers. And that is basically what the Vice Chancellor in the Netherlands said, and how we are usually in the Netherlands and in European countries are now structuring. We keep our structure in faculties, but we have added centers for research and teaching and community service, which are linked all the expertise in one field, in one theme, I have to say, in one theme. And the themes are, of course, the themes which we all know here. Yeah, then I wanted to briefly elaborate it on other some concerns. So these concerns, I think, is true, but it's possible to start doing this and to become relevant for the social bond community and social bond programs and participate. Because imagine that you have developed these innovations, and you have experience with how to share your knowledge from all groups in society with your staff in the university. Then already you have a sort of social impact bond center in your own university. But the other concerns are, is this really serious? Is it not a little bit haphazard or a bit sloppy research? Can we publish about it? And the answer is yes. I don't think this is it's not validated, this concern, because we see that, for example, Harvard University is involved in several, and also one of the first social global bonds, like Oxford. So Stanford is very famous for their design thinking and system thinking. So there is prestigious universities are doing it, but there is also a theoretical base, and the theoretical base can also be complexity theory or adaptive system theory, which can function as a sort of overall framework in which all these specific more monodisciplinary contributions can be integrated. So the concern that it is sloppy and not serious, I think I understand it if you see it perhaps, and people and casual and so on, but it's not substantiated. And then is it expensive? I don't think so. I think you can start this also with universities which are not very rich, because what we have seen is that the students are so fascinated by the whole thing that peer student feedback is such a common thing and is such helpful. And when assisted by the teachers, then it can really not only improve the quality because of this enormous energy of the students, but it can also reduce cost. So I feel, yes, of course, for big programs, you need a lot of funds, but for the university to start and to do very, very important work, which can definitely be published internationally, it's very doable. And then, but this has already been said also by other speakers, that India is really a country which I feel you are sitting on gold mines. Perhaps we have a gold mine heard from the previous speaker about his American corporations, but there is also a gold mine internal in the country itself. If we listen also to our speakers before about sustainable development and human rights and how these NGOs work with their beneficiaries, how serious they are, how carefully they are in monitoring and evaluation and improving. There is so much money, so much knowledge, and which is, in my view, really a gold mine. To be, if you work together and you trust each other, that you will share share the results of the cooperation. I think there is so much to win, and it can be an extremely beneficial thing. So these other advantages which India has because of its culture, because of its NGOs, strong sector with lots of expertise and data, this is absolutely what other countries don't have in that way. So that is helpful enormously. So summarizing, I would like to say, even if you want to do it for the students, to make them part of development, of impact generating, it's so fascinating for them. And their staff, they get so motivated to work with their classes in this way, and giving some more freedom to the students to think for themselves, to bring in all their knowledge they have, to make these assignments of all the students together, so that they learn to brainstorm and learn all the essential skills which are needed for going in the fields, going in the business community, going in the more poorer communities, to make this and to harvest this and to have these students, staff, and I think also the vice chancellors and top management of the university extremely happy by realizing so much impact and also so much scientific and teaching results for the benefit of India and for the benefit of all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Joost Banders, Ellen, for excellent remarks. And as you pointed out that we should have research with relevance and research with impact, and there is no dearth of investors. Rightly you pointed out. In India also, we are having investors, and many of our higher education institutions, they are having collaborations with many industries, because the industry people, they are looking for such type of products, such type of processes which they can use, and those products and processes can come out only from higher education institutions. So there is the role of higher education institutions and its faculty members to go for such type of research in which the process which becomes an outcome or the product comes out, it should have direct relevance for the industries or for the society, the other type of research. And we are marching ahead in these directions. So thank you very, very much. So now we are moving towards our next speakers, Dr. Rajendra Sinde.
I would like to interrupt. Due to some technical glitches, he's just taking some time to join. But
okay.
If you allow me, the chat box is flooded with questions. So if you allow me, can we take up a few questions by the time Sir joins?
Sure.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. So the first question is from Shalini, and it's for Dr. Ryan Pereira. The question is, what are the implied roles and responsibilities of HEIs in SDGs implementation?
Oh, that's a very, very good question, Shalini. Universities, and I think the previous session also touched on this. Universities have a responsibility as to project themselves as good citizens. And being good citizens, one has to take care of not just the students, but train the students to be good citizens themselves. And so by informing the students about the SDGs, and it's not just about informing them in terms of these are the 17 SDGs. It's about actually participating and showing them by examples how the university is incorporating and being a good citizen themselves. That is what the HEIs can project to their students and to the India in general about what it means to be a good citizen.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Can I just supplement to what Dr. Pereira had just given very nice remark. Even if we can see that the Indian vision of education, which itself states that Indian vision of education is man-making, as Dr. Pereira pointed out, man-making, character building, and such type of individual who is responsive to the society, who is responsive to the environment, responsive to his fellow members. So that is the very, very important. And our all sustainable development goals, they focus towards improving our environment. So we feel our earth as a mother earth. We have to protect our mother earth. We have to protect our all environmental resources. So that is the basic part of the education. And for that purpose only, the National Education Policy 2020 rolled out by the Government of India, it advocates the holistic and multidisciplinary education. The holistic education itself focuses on education related to man-making, education related to the environment, at how we are going to protect our various components of the environment. That is very, very important. So if all our higher education institutions, through our resources, through our students and teachers, they work for the betterment of the environments, so definitely the sustainable development goals will be fulfilled. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for supplementing Dr. Ryan Pereira's thought. We'll take up the remaining questions a bit late because we have been joined by Dr. Rajendra Shinde, sir. Sir, am I audible to you? Dr. Rajendra,
yes, I can.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Can you hear?
Yes, sir. But,
Can you hear me?
yes, sir. But there's some technical glitches. Your voice is cracking in between.
Yeah, I know, because I'm in a car,
No.
and that's why I'm not able to. Can you? Am I the next one?
Yes, sir. And now it's better. We can hear you.
Okay. So can we go ahead?
Yes, sir. Please.
Hello.
Yes, sir. Please go ahead.
Okay. Can I share my screen?
Sure, sir.
I'm not able to share my screen.
I
Probably
request my technical team to give the sharing rights to Dr. Shinde.
It's given.
Sir, the rights are given. You can try now.
Okay. All right. Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So my presentation is about realizing SDGs in higher educational institutes, HEIs, through partnership. And so first of all, just a minute. Yes, I'm ready to go. So first of all, thank you to AIU, Association of Indian Universities, to invite me for this Vice Chancellor's meet on an extremely important subject, which is related to partnerships and SDGs. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, right. If my voice is breaking, probably you can signal me by saying something. Okay?
Sure, we'll do that.
All right, great. Can I shut my video?
Yes, you may.
Okay, so let's just a minute. Let me do that. Yes, I'm going to tell you about the practical example of partnership, which is working today for nearly 400 universities and higher educational institutes, out of which about 12 of them are from outside India. And this network is called as a Smart Campus Cloud Network, SCCN in short. And I'm very happy to announce that MIT WPU is a registered member of SCCN. So I'm going to tell you why this network has been formed before saying how partnership is helping to expedite the objective of this network. So Smart Campus Cloud Network is in fact allowing students and the faculty to convert the campus into the laboratory for UN SDGs, which means, in a simple term, just to give you an example, energy and waste efficiency, renewable energy, waste management, sustainable transport, air and noise pollutions, and carbon footprint are all tested, piloted, and implemented in the university campuses, and they can make a very small contribution to meeting the SDG targets. And its objective is to mainstream SDGs into the students' minds. It is sort of a skill building exercise for implementing SDGs for the students. One can give lectures on SDGs, and people can recite 17 SDGs, but that is not going to help us in solving or implementing. And this particular decade of 21 to 2030 is a decade of implementation. It is called as a decade for action, and it is not a decade for completing the courses and the curriculum. How it is going to help the students? It will enhance their employability, because SDGs will be mainstreamed in each and every profession which the student will go into. There will be international recognition for the students as well as institutes. Then a university to university cooperation will start, and I'm going to explain you how it starts in a digital way. And it can promote positive competition because you are sharing the information from one university to another. We all know about these 17 SDGs, and one related to the partnership is one on 17. And all these SDGs, some of them may not be directly related to the university campuses, but they are indirectly related to each and every of this, whatever you see, this 16 SDGs. Particularly directly, this SDG 4, 6, 7, 12, 13, 15, and 16 are very well, and I can say that directly connected to SDGs. Why you require SCCN? Because we want to incubate talents, mold the minds of the students, forge the actions, meet the targets, and also sort of make the students SDG ready, and also make them climate resilient, because two of the SDGs, climate action and clean energy, are quite related to SDGs. We also want to transforming the policymakers, leveraging the positive competition and deploying technologies for ABCD. I call it artificial intelligence, blockchain, then cloud networking and data, apart from the IoT, which is the Internet of Technology. So it's a network of education campuses, and it makes a tangible contribution to SDGs, though in a humble way. And we expect that students will learn not through the books, but by learning by doing. And we also enhance the cooperation between universities to build what is called as a partnership. So there are about 400 colleges and universities now registered, out of which 12 are international. The figures which you see here are the old ones. The Campus Cloud dashboard is launched. What it means is that every university will have an impact dashboard. How much is the carbon emission? How much is the waste generated? And if you know the username and the password of the dashboard, you will be able to see how the other university is doing. There is also one important activity which is going on in this Smart Campus Cloud Network is a carbon neutrality. And there are about 250 colleges and universities have taken a pledge on carbon neutrality. And these are the partners. And today's subject is about partnership. And let me tell you what this partnership does. Important is for India, AICTE, for international audience is a UNESCO. We also have UGC, MHRD, GORD is from Qatar, is a Gulf Organization of Research and Development. And there are two organizations from China, which normally we now would not like to hear about China. But look, China and India have the common enemy. We may or may not be each other's enemy. And I don't think any enemy remains permanent in the life. As our Atal Bihari Vajpayee, former Prime Minister, has said, that we can change our neighbors. We cannot change our neighbors. We can change our friends. So we work with the China to fight the common enemy of climate change. And then we have also carbon reality and other things. These are some of the booklets which are made by UNESCO in order to jumpstart the project, the actions. And it explains how to get going on a job rather than keep on explaining about the SDGs. These are the water guidelines for conservation of water. And then there is a toolkit in order to make sure that we report whatever the data is generated on an annual basis. At the beginning of the COVID-19, we also had what is called as a COVID-19 guidelines. And this is the dashboard where you know the university, let's say, symbiosis, and you give the password and you can see how the university is doing. And these are the details of the dashboard, which talks about how much money you have spent on a particular energy consumption, how much emission that you have made in a day, in a week, in a month, or in an annual basis. This one is what MIT WPU Air Quality Index Monitoring Station, which you can see in MIT WPU's campus when you enter the campus. And this was installed This was installed 2 years back, and it has been taken on a national Safari app. So today, if you have a Safari India app, you can see what is the index in MIT W 10 kilometer periphery. It talks about what is a particulate matter of 10 micron, 2.5 micron. And this is where Dr. Gufran Beg of IITM, Vice Chancellor, standing there. And we feel that giving an air quality index is the way to tell students about measuring it so that they can manage the air quality. These are some of the projects of Smart Campus Cloud Network. One is on a C.V. Raman College of Engineering in Bhubaneswar, which is also the registered member. These are for SRM in Chennai. And these are some of the potential projects which are going on at present. So let me tell you what exactly is the advantage of partnerships here. We are basically talking about the partnerships that can, in an urgent basis, carry out the work. There is a famous saying that we can accelerate the objectives and the targets if you have partners with you. If you start doing it alone, then probably the cost as well as the time required for achieving a particular target, it is difficult to do that. So in short, the partnerships help in reducing the cost as well as reducing the time resources for doing each of the SDGs are sort of targeted jobs. So the idea of having the partnership and smart campus cloud network is a simple message that just go ahead and do it. And we always tell the universities, talk to us and we will walk your talk. We'll do it together. It is Antonio Guterres, the United Nations Secretary General, has said, to waste this opportunity of implementing SDGs would compromise our last best chance to stop runaway climate change. It would not only be immoral, it would be suicidal. And I think these are the strong words. And I feel that the partnership, holding the hands, will make sure that no one is left behind, which is the theme of the SDGs when they came into being in 2015. Thank you very much. I would be available for any questions that you may have.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. Professor Dubey, sir, if you could add something to what sir has said.
Okay, thank you. So we are grateful to Professor Rajendra Sinde for excellent presentation in which, with the help of a model himself, he has presented that how a smart campus cloud network can look into various aspects of sustainable development goals and how many higher education institutions can come together, they can cooperate among themselves and how they can come together to achieve these goals. So I think we should have a discussion all together. I think that this is the time.
Yes, so before that, if you allow me, can we take up the remaining questions? Otherwise, participants will be furious.
Okay, okay. Sure.
So the next question is for Dr. Joske Banders. The question is, how the global partnership will help hand-holding of new institutions?
Can you please?
Yes, the question is, I'll repeat it, how the global partnership will help hand-holding of new institutions?
Yes, very interesting point. And I would like to have a certain perspective on this question, and that is that I know that the word hand-holding is meant very friendly and supportively, but my feeling is that if a corporation is working on respect for each other's knowledge and interest and curiosity in each other's knowledge and experiences and how to bring them together, then there is not so much need for hand-holding, but for cooperation. So therefore, I feel that the universities, if they organize themselves in a way that they develop their own interactions and integration of knowledge in themes, then already they are able to work together with I would say all universities in the world. But if you if you feel that you have specific shortcomings or you would like to have some training in skills and toolkits and so on, that is a sort of different thing than a real cooperation, but that it's more some help. Then there is also an easy way to look at partners, and that is there is an index in which the countries are organized in a way that the educational systems are useful or related or interactive with society. And number 1 is Denmark, and number 2 is Netherlands, I like to say. And India is number 101. So you have many countries and many universities who on their website, we, for example, if I speak for Athena Institute, we have already working on these type of research for more than 20 years and have first-class cooperations. Now, we cannot work with the whole world, but there are many more universities who also has gone this way. So my feeling is, one is that you would like to have some training and staff training to do things like what has happened at MIT World Peace University. The other thing is that you don't need to be shy, and that if you have done that and if you know the direction of the global impact bonds or any global cooperation, then you have so much in India to build on and so much information and knowledge which you can generate, so you don't need to be shy. So the hand-holding, yes, can be on training the methodologies. And that is wise, because we don't need to find out everything for ourselves the first time, as if it was not developed already. But apart from that, I would say almost every university who is serious about this thing is of extremely interest. Take only the students and their expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Ryan Pereira, would you like to add something to that?
Yeah, I find that question to be very, very interesting. And the question is, how can partnerships, global partnerships, help a new institution? I'm not quite sure that's the right question to ask. The first question should be, what is the mission of the university? What are we trying to achieve as a university? Who do we want to help as a university? Students, faculty? That should be your first line of action. Then after that, you need to bring in the stakeholders who are going to be involved in this. And once you understand that, then you can start looking, okay, which partner will make sense for us? Which partner will be a good fit for us? As Dr. Gundas talked about, the index is available. Okay, but first you need to do your own homework for yourself and then look for partners.
Dr. Pankaj Mittal, would you like to add something to that?
Yes. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank all the presenters for a very, very beautiful presentation. Very nice. Of course, partnerships are very, very important. And AIU is also trying to see to it like we have some network like International Network of Indian Network of International Higher Education, which we are trying to build up, in which the partnership between the universities and between India and global partners are there to promote internationalization in higher education. But right now, I have a specific question for Dr. Rajendra. I came to know about SCCN today only, this Smart Campus Cloud Network. So what is the way in which AIU can become a member of this? And if AIU becomes a member, then we want to promote more and more universities to become a member of it and contribute in SDGs. So is there some procedure, or we simply write to you, or is something, some prerequisites are there for becoming a member of SCCN?
Yes. Thank you for that question, Dr. Mittal. I'm very happy that you asked that question. I was in touch with Dr. Pani of AIU when we had a sustainability conclave in New Delhi a few days back. It is a very extremely simple process to become a member of Smart Campus Cloud. And it is just go on our website, sccnhub.com, and then register yourself. If anyone has any problems or challenges in registering, you can contact our phone number and we'll tell you. But I don't think any university student, dean or vice chancellor will have any problem in registering. There are various types of registration. One is the university campus can become registered, because that is a key issue. Because campus, we want to make a laboratory of SDGs. But also the volunteers and the students and the faculty can also become a member, so that we can take their help in helping other universities to achieve what they have achieved in their universities. That's number one. So I think partnering with AIU is extremely important, because AIU has more than 1,000 universities with them. And I think if at all this movement I don't think it is called as a network as such. Neither it is a project. It is a movement. It's a movement to mainstream SDGs, to make the SDGs, the students SDG ready. That also gave me opportunity to answer earlier question. And the earlier question has two important dimensions. One is how the new universities can be helped through the partnership. That's number one. And number two is, we are not talking about partnership in general. We are talking about partnership for SDGs. This is very important. See, we have only about 9 years left to meet the SDGs. So if a given time, if we have to do it, then we have to hold the hand. We have to work together. If you are left alone and we have endless time to achieve it, the way we are working on climate change now, then probably each one can have his own agenda, the way the countries are having now. That USA has his own agenda, China has his own agenda. Luckily, all of them are coming now to become a carbon neutral within a certain time space. But that is happening now. And the same thing probably needs to happen for SDGs. By 2030, we have to achieve all these 17 SDGs as far as possible. And that would require a partnership. And if the university is new to it, probably they can quickly learn from the others. See, learning from professor is probably maybe less effective than learning from the other universities' students. The students can teach the other students much easily if they show the practical demonstration of what is happening, for example, in water conservation or what is happening in waste management. And hence, it is very important. There is a very famous Stockholm curve, Stockholm Environmental Institute curve, which has said that if you have a partnership, particularly with the new person who is joining the partnership, the cost and the time resources rapidly fall down. And that is a very famous curve, which has practically proved that partnership is must when you have a very limited time and the cost resources. Thank you.
Sorry.
That is what was the mandate of this conference also, that how can higher education institutions contribute in realizing SDGs for the nation as a whole. So within that, one concept is that, of course, they should be realizing, they should become carbon neutral in the first instance, and then do some sort of a policy research to enable the whole country to realize SDGs, like what the government should be doing, what the various regulatory authorities should be doing, what state government should be doing. So we were thinking that through these conferences, we'll come out with a set of recommendations which will serve both the purposes. One, how to make universities carbon neutral within themselves, including colleges which are affiliated to universities. And second, how can they contribute in sort of devising a policy for the government or for the country as a whole to make it SDG compliant, because our rank is 120 at the moment. So if we want to go up the ladder, we need to have a lot of contribution from higher education institutions, because we are catering to something like 3.7 crore students. So that's a large number. So if each one of them becomes a brand ambassador for SDG, of course, it can be achieved in a much simpler manner. So your organization is doing something in that regard, and I think we can collaborate together and try to achieve that objective faster, earlier.
Thank you. Thank you very much. It will be a privilege to join your hands and make sure that we work together and have yet another partnership. Great. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Now I shall request Professor Ramashankar Dubesa for the concluding remarks.
Thank you very much. Our learned speakers of this session, Dr. Ryan Pereira, Professor Joseph Wonders, Dr. Rajesh Sinde, Madam Pankaj Mittal, or fellow Vice Chancellors, and all viewers. Really, we had a wonderful session in which all of our learned speakers, individually and collectively, they emphasize the role of our higher education institutions in realizing sustainable development goals through the partnerships. Dr. Ryan Pereira, he expressed his views and he emphasized the need for collaboration in relation to the research fellowships, various types of fundings, that how higher educational institutions can attract funding from various funding agencies abroad. And various institutions already exist. With the examples of National Science Foundation, European Economic Community, and others, he emphasized. And we have, our government is collaborating with many countries, and we are having scientific collaborations like Japan Society for Promotion of Science. They are extending fellowship schemes for the Indian scientists, the Indian students. Similarly, National Institute of Health, Bethesda, Maryland, and many international projects we are already operating, and many Indian institutions are operating with such projects. So this is also a type of partnership on which he was advocating that we should go for more and more such type of collaboration, because our ultimate objective is to realize sustainable development goals. And with more and more partnerships, those higher educational institutions who are competent enough to address these problems, they should come forward, and they should see that more and more funds are mobilized from themselves, from the investors, or from outside, so that they can take up the projects. And Professor Just Wonders, she emphasized that the research should be with relevance and research with the impact. That is very, very important, because in terms of scientific publications, we may become very high, and some of our institutions are doing really exceedingly well in science and technology, but many of our institutions have to take lessons that how to go for such type of research, which is of more and more relevance. And Professor Babandras pointed out about that investors, the role of investors also, that investors, they need that your product should be of some relevance for the society, relevance for the users, relevance for it should be of relevant to the industries. So likewise, we have to see that in our higher education institutions, we should go for more and more patenting, we should go in developing more and more products. And our National Education Policy 2020 also emphasizes that we should go for more and more innovation. And NEP 2020, it categorically emphasizes that each higher educational institution should have a robust structure of research and development cell. And the research and development cell should have the mandate of mentoring research, not only catering research, but mentoring research. What type of research we want. So higher educational institutions have to now focus their first areas of research. From many of the years, many educational institutions are carrying out the research in that specified areas. But to realize the sustainable development goals, we have to focus our research in those directions so that we can get the output which will be helpful in realizing sustainable development goals. So the relevance of research in present days is very, very important, and that is also the mandate of NEP also. And lastly, Dr. Rajendra Sinde, with the example and practical model, he emphasized that partnership, how partnership can be built, and many institutions have already joined the model, the Smart Campus Cloud Network. The model is beautifully presented. And he also was of the opinion that many more institutions should come up so that collectively the higher educational institutions can realize the sustainable development goals. And we must work all together for university cooperation and with positive competitiveness. And we must incubate more and more talents, and we have to work on climate action and climate energy, because these are some of the aspects on which all educational institutions should focus together, like carbon neutrality, climate action, sustainable development goals. And as regards the Indian contribution in terms of science, we know very well that since our independence, Indian science has contributed a lot. Especially in the pandemic, we have seen that India developed 2 vaccines, and not only we have vaccinated more than 1 crore of our 100 crores of our population, but the vaccines were exported as well. So at the time of crisis, we have met the challenges, but to realize the sustainable development goals, the thrust areas have to be identified and all educational institutions have to participate actively. And it can only be dealt with having a robust structure of research and development in each higher education institutions. So I'm very much thankful to Association of Indian Universities and MIT for giving me this opportunity to chair this wonderful session with wonderful experts and speakers. So thank you all. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for presiding the session so well. Before we conclude this session, I have a very important announcement for tomorrow's session, which we will start sharp at 10:30 a.m. The theme of the session is contribution of HEIs towards promoting productive employment, decent work, and sustainable economic growth. So a humble request to all the participants to join the session on time and to help us be on time. On that note, a heartfelt thanks and gratitude to each one of you for making day one of the West Zone Vice Chancellors meet such a huge success. Thank you. Thank you so much. We will end today's session with the playing of the national anthem. I request all of you to rise in your seats for the national anthem. Over to my technical team.
And before that, thanks to Chanakya for a wonderful session.
Thank you so much.
Keeping the time. Very rarely the Indian conferences end dot at time. So thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Chitnis, and thanks to all the presenters and experts for a wonderful session. And thanks to Dr. Ramabani for handling it so well. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you and see you all tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Bunders. Thank you, Dr. Shendes, Ravi Chitnis. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you all very much for this wonderful
Thank you so much.
conference. Thank you.
And thank you, Dr. Chanika, for anchoring this session.
Thank you so much for the opportunity, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam Pankaj Mittal and all, sir and all.
Thank you, madam.
Thanks to all.